Welcome to this full-stack web development course for beginners. First, you'll learn how to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then you'll learn how to use those skills to make a full-stack web app. I'm Bo Carnes, and I'll be teaching part of this course.
And I'm Tommy Toko, and I'll also be teaching part of this course.
I'll be teaching the JavaScript section and the back-end web development section.
And I'll be teaching the HTML, CSS, and front-end web development sections.
Before we get to the details, let me tell you more about some of the concepts in this course. First, let's talk about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Every website on the internet uses HTML and CSS. Most also use JavaScript. In a website, HTML is the structure, CSS is the style, and JavaScript is the functionality. Here's a great interactive diagram from codeanalogies.com. You can see we have the page, the structure, styling, and functionality. And if we move this slider, so it's like the house. So page is like the house. So the structure, or the HTML, is like how many bedrooms there are or how many rooms. The CSS, the styling, is like the color of the brick here. And then the functionality, what you're doing, like eating, is the JavaScript. You can actually see the HTML that makes up any element on a web page by right-clicking an element and then going to inspect. And all this right here is the HTML. Now I'll explain the difference between front-end and back-end development. The front end of a website is the part that users can see and interact with. It's the part that all happens on the user's computer or device. The back end is the part of the website that runs on the server and powers the front end. The back end includes the database, application logic, and API. Some static websites only need a front end. But if a website interacts with a database or involves a lot of dynamic content, then there needs to be a back-end server away from the user's device to do some processing before sending data back to the user. Full-stack development is just a combination of front-end and back-end development. By the end of this course, you'll have a better understanding of front-end and back-end development. Now it's time for you to start learning how to use HTML and CSS. Tommy will teach this section. And before I pass it over to him, I want to thank Replit for giving freecodecamp.org a grant to make this course possible. We'll do all the development using Replit, which allows you to write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all in your web browser.
Welcome to this section of this course. In this section, I'm going to be teaching you everything you need to know to get started building your own web pages using HTML. I'm going to be showing you what HTML is, why we use HTML, and how you can build web pages using HTML. Now in this course, we're going to be using Replit for our coding, and I'm going to show you how to set that up and how to do everything all from Replit. So the first thing we need to do is to go to replit.com. So once you go to replit.com, you're going to have to create an account and log in. So once you log into replit.com, it's going to bring you to this dashboard right here. So once you're in this dashboard, you're just going to come to this corner right here and click on this create button, or you can go to the top right corner and click on the new Replit button. So what I'm just going to do is to click on create, and it's going to ask you to choose the language you want to use. So for this section of this tutorial, we're going to be choosing this HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But you don't need to worry about CSS and JavaScript for now. We're just going to be using the HTML part. So let's name this HTML tutorial. I'm going to create a new Replit. So that is going to take a few seconds to create all of that for us. And once that is created, I'm going to show you what this is. So as you can see, it's created this for us with like a boilerplate of code that automatically comes with this particular Replit that we created. So what I'm just going to do is to quickly show you around Replit what it does and how we're going to use this. So on this corner, you can see that it shows all the files that has been created. So because we chose HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it created 3 files for us. One stands for HTML, one is for CSS, and one is for JavaScript. But as I said, for now, we're only going to be looking into the HTML part. So I'm going to close that tab just to make sure that we have enough screen. And in here, it shows the code base. So this is basically where we're going to be doing the main coding. It's like our code editor. And at this right side, it shows the output of whatever we are coding in here. So now that we have that out the way, I want to quickly talk to you about HTML. So before we actually go into coding, I'm going to introduce you to what HTML is and why we even use it. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So it's basically a standard markup language used for creating websites and web pages. So HTML like describes how the structure of a website or a web page is going to look like. So any website you will see on the web or any web page you see on the web, there is some HTML coding that has been done to build that. So HTML basically consists of different elements to make it what it is. So for example, if I come into this code, you can see that we have some hello world text being printed. And if you come into the code, you can see that hello world text is right here. So this hello world text is under this element named body. So don't worry about what all of this means for now. I'm going to go through all of that. But just know that HTML comprises of different elements. And now I'm going to talk to you about what all these elements are, the different type of elements that we have. So first of all, I'm going to remove some text because we're not going to talk about them for now. I'm going to remove all of this script because all of that are JavaScript and we don't need that for now. And I'm also going to remove this. So this is just a basic HTML code, right? So as I said, there are different elements. So for example, this doc type HTML is a declaration that defines this document is an HTML document. So this just tells us that whatever we're coding is an HTML document. And we have another element which is just HTML, right? And it shows the root of the HTML page. So this means that anything that we are going to be coding in this HTML file is going to go into this HTML element. So we open it here and we close it here. I'm also going to talk about the structure of how we code an element using tags. So I'm going to talk about that in a bit. But for now, as you can see, we have this HTML that is the root of the whole project, right? And then we also have head that contains some information specifically about that HTML page. For example, under head, we have the title. Now this title is whatever you see on the browser. So on the browser right here where you see this index.html, that is the title of that page. So whatever we put here is what is going to be shown here. So as you can see, that basically is part of the structure of the whole web page. And then everything that is going to be in this section of the browser or of the web page goes into the body element. So that is what the body element is for. It's basically all the code that you're going to do is going to be done inside the body element. Now let me tell you how we actually write this HTML element. So we write HTML element by defining tags and the content and the ending tags. So let me tell you what I mean by this. Now I'm just going to close all of this real quick because we're going to have to start from scratch so you understand it. So for example, let's say we have an h1 tag. So this h1 is an element in HTML and is used to create like an heading text. For example, in here, if I put I welcome, and once I run that, you're going to see that it prints I welcome like an heading. So that is what this h1 element does. But how did we write this h1 element? The first thing we do is to say we're going to open an h1 tag. So we're going to have two less than sign and greater than sign, and in there we're going to have the name of that particular tag. Then after that, we're going to have the content that is meant to be shown in that element. After that, we're going to close that tag. So this is how we close the tag. Now let me show you another tag. There is another tag that is used to define a new paragraph, and this tag is called P. So we have this sign, less than sign, we put P, we close that. Automatically Replit ends the tag for us, but I'm going to delete that and show you how to close it. So in here, we're just going to put something like this is a new paragraph. And then we're going to have to close it. We close it by using the less than sign, the slash sign, we put P and we close it back. So this is how to open a tag. So it's something like this. We're going to say tag. Once we close it, so this is basically the opening tag. And then in here, the content. And then to close the tag, it's basically similar to this, but instead we have a slash. So what we can just do is to do less than sign slash Replit automatically close that for us. So that is basically how to, create a tag and elements in HTML. Now we're going to be talking more about the basics of HTML. So basically the structure that you're meant to follow when you create a new HTML page. So I'm going to get rid of all of this and let's start this from the beginning. So whenever you create a new HTML page, you must first define a doc type declaration. Now this shows the type of documents that this represents. So it allows the browser to know how to display the web page correctly. So to do this, we just need to use the less than sign because it is an element. So we do it the same way. And then we use this sign and then we say doc type. And then we're going to specify the type of file that we're actually coding in. And this is HTML, and we're just going to close that. So this is the first thing you should do when you create a new HTML file, right? And then once you do this, the next thing that you want to be doing is to create the HTML tag. So this HTML tag, as I said a while ago, is the root of all the HTML structure. So everything that we're going to be coding should be inside this HTML tag. We're going to write HTML, and automatically Replit closes that for us. Now inside this HTML, there is something else that we need to have, and this is the body. So the body basically takes any visible code or any visible thing that we want to show on our web page. Now for example, this I welcome should be under the body. For example, the code used to create, the HTML code used to create this Replit. Everything that we see right here should be stored under the body tag. So right here we should have a body, and as I said, Replit closes that for us automatically. So anything that we're going to code should go in the body right here. So now I'm going to talk more about different types of tags, what they are used for. So we have the heading tags, and they are mostly defined from their name to show headings. So we have them in a list from H1 to H6. So a while ago, I showed you how to create this heading using the H1 tag, this heading that we see right here. So we do H1 and then we close it and say first heading. Now, if we run that, you're going to see that it's just going to print or show out the first heading. As you can see, it says first heading. Now, if we use another tag named H2, this is also an heading tag, but it is smaller compared to H1. So if I say second heading and I run that, you're going to see that it's going to show second heading, but quite smaller to this. And if I use another one, H3, I can say third heading. And once I run that, you're going to see that it's going to be smaller. So the size of the heading keeps descending, right, as the H1, H2. So as you ascend from H1, H2, H3 all the way to H6, the size keeps descending. So H1 is the biggest, so you can use this whenever you see fit in your code. Now the next one I want to talk to you about is the paragraph tags. I talked about this briefly a while ago, but let me talk more about this now. So it's a very basic and simple tag. What it just does is it creates a new paragraph. So for example, in your code, let's say you want there to be some spacing between different text, or you just want to show like a new paragraph structure, we use the P tag. So once again, we use the less than sign, we put P, we use the greater than sign, and in between this opening and closing tags, we have the content of that paragraph. So we can say this is a test paragraph. So if I run this, you're going to see that first of all, there's going to be spacing between it, and this is a normal text. It's not a heading, it's not bold like this H1 tags. So as you can see, it just says this is a test paragraph, right? Now, the next one I want to talk to you about are HTML links. So for example, let's say on this page, if I click on invite and it takes me to another link or another page, there's basically an HTML link tag that allows me to do this. Now let me show you what I mean. So for example, let's say I want the user to say something like click this link, right? And once the user click this link, I want to take the user to freecodecamp.com or or I want to take the user to google.com. So what we can just do is to say, I'm going to remove this real quick. We open a new tag, but this time around we're using an A tag, right? And then I'm going to close it. So once I close it, I'm going to have the content in here. So I can say click this link, right? But now there's something different with this. This is when I'm introducing you to what we call HTML attributes. Now, if you don't understand this now, you don't need to worry, because I'm going to have a whole section dedicated to talking about HTML attributes. So HTML attribute just shows me what parameters a tag needs to take. For example, this A tag is used for redirecting a user to another link or sending a user to another page, but it needs to know what page it wants to send the user to. So for example, once a user clicks on this, click the link, we need to specify the link that we want to take the user to. So it needs to have an attribute, and the name of this attribute is href. Now this is how we input attributes in HTML tags. In the opening tag, we leave a space and we type the name of the attribute and we say equals to, and we use this quote. Now in this quote, we specify the value of that attribute. So in this case, the value of this attribute is the link I want to take the user to, right? So let's say I say google.com. Now if I run this, you're going to see that we have like a blue color with underline, that is underlined. And if I drag this right here, so I'm just going to go back to that. And let's say I drag this right here. Okay, so it gives us an error. It says repli.co/google.com. Now this is because I didn't define that is an external link, so it's thinking that is a link under this particular web page. So what you need to do is just to say https. So basically specify it as a new link on its own. So once I run that and it runs again, if I take this, if you look at the left bottom corner, you can see that it's showing me that I'm going to go to https google.com. If I take this and paste this here, it opens google.com. So that is the basic way of creating a link, right? And don't worry about the attributes for now. I'm going to talk more about that soon. Now we are going to talk more about HTML attributes. So a while ago, I showed you how we used a simple HTML attribute to show the link that we want the user to go to once they click on this click the link button, or this click the link text. But now I want to talk more about what this attribute actually is, why we use it, how do we use it, and different tags where we can use this. So as I said a while ago, the attribute basically gives more information about the element or the tag. So for example, this A tag, it needed an information, and that information it needed is the link we want to send the user to. So once the user clicks on click the link, we want to send the user to google.com. Now there are other tags that actually need us to, specify different things. That's when we use the HTML attributes. For example, we have the img, which is also known as the image tag, and this needs an HTML attribute that specifies where or the source of that image that we want to show. So before we go into that, let me quickly go through again how we specify, how we create HTML attributes. So as I said, in the opening tag, we write the name of the attribute and what that attribute contains. So basically like the value of that attribute, right? So for us to do this now, let's test it on another tag. So let me show you how we can display an image on your HTML page. So right here, we want to display a simple image. So what we can just do is to say img, right? And we're going to close this. So this image tag is a tag, or is an element that doesn't need to close it. So you know how we close the p tag by using this slash? We don't need to do that right here for img. And now the reason why is because the img tag or the image tag doesn't take a value, right? Now what I mean by this is like it doesn't showcase a value. The only thing it showcases is the image. So it just needs the source of that image. So we do all of this in here because we want that between those tags, we want to show this text, we want to show this text, we want to show this text, we want to show this text. But in an image tag, we don't want to show any text, we just want to show the image. So what we just need to specify is the source of that image. So we can do this similar to how we specified the link to this URL that we're redirecting. We are going to say src. So right now we want to specify the source or the link from where this image is coming from, right? So as I said, this is the name, and in here is going to be like the value of this source. So we can just take a random image. For example, we can, let's see if we can take an image from this page. We can't take an image, so we can just go on Google and search random image, and then in here we can take this dice image, and once we click on this dice image, we can say copy image address. So now that we have that image address, once we paste this in here, that is the source of where that image is coming from, right? If I run this, you're gonna see now that it shows that image, right? Now obviously this is a tag used to show an image, and the reason why I said we don't close this tag is just because we don't need to write any text. That is why we don't like have a closing tag and put a text within it. So that is how we basically do that. Very easy, very simple to do. Now we can an HTML tag can have more than one attribute, right? Now in here you can see that we have this src attribute, but what if we want to do more to this image? We need more attributes. Like what if we want to change the size or anything? So for example, we want to change the width of this image. I want to change the height of this image. So let's say we want to change the height of this image, right? And let's say we want to make it smaller or bigger. To do this, we're going to have to specify another image attribute, and this attribute is called height. So once again, we specify attributes by writing the name, we put the equals to sign, and in here we put the quotes. Now inside that quote is where we put the value of that particular attribute. So let's say we want to make this 200. If I run this, let's see what changes that makes to this particular image. You can see now that the image is shorter, and I can also do the same thing to the width. What if I want to reduce the width or increase the width? I'm just going to do width equals, then we put the column, the quote, and then we also have the size. Let's say the size is also 200, and we run that. So once we run that, you can see that the width has also decreased. So this is basically how we can do this. So we can also have another attribute called alt. Now this alt attribute basically tells us, like, let's say more information about this image. So let's say we just want to say the image contains a dice, right? We say alt equals, we put quotes, and we can say something like this image contains a dice. Now once we run this, we're gonna see that this has a description of this image contains a dice. So we don't see this, right? But for example, if you go to the, let's say you get the source of this image or whatever, once it's coming with a description, it comes with this alt description which says this image contains a dice. Now this is not what is shown to a user, right? But this is basically part of the attribute of this image. So there are also various attributes of different things we can use, right? And for example, right in here where we have this paragraph, so let me just get rid of this image because we don't need it. So right here where we have this paragraph, let's say we want to show, like, I don't know, maybe another information of this paragraph. So something like once a user clicks on this, right, or once the user hovers over this, we want to show that this is a new paragraph or something like that. We use a title attribute. Now this is not really widely used, but it's just an example of what attributes are. Let me say I say title equals this. So, and I'm just going to say test. Once I run this, I'm going to wait for that to show. So if I come to this paragraph right here, you can see that when I hover over this, you can see that there's a small button that comes up that says test. So that's just another useful attribute. Now, as I said, there are various attributes, and it's very easy to make mistake while defining attributes. So you must make sure, let me go through it again. You must make sure that you have the name of the attribute, you put the equal sign, you put the double quotes, and in there you put the value of that attribute. If you do that, you can't go wrong. Now let's talk more about HTML paragraphs. So in here, I briefly talked about what paragraphs are and how we can use them. So first of all, I'm going to get rid of this title attribute that I added to the paragraph. So as I said, we talked about this paragraph right here, but now I want to go deeper into what these are and how they actually show in your web page. Now, for example, let's say we have a paragraph right here and we write this like this is a paragraph. And first of all, let me just have this like this and put this here. So just to make it a little bit more structured for me as the coder to see. So like I said, this is a test paragraph and I say something like this is a new line. Now you expect that it should print it or it should show it here the way I typed it in here. But no, it's not going to do that. So if I'm going to run this now, and you're going to see that it just shows everything on the same line. But most of the time or sometimes I might not want to do this. Now, even if let's say I put, let me see, let's run this. And then once we print it, you can see that all the spaces I left in from A to new didn't show. So none of this shows, and there are different solutions to this because most of the times we might want to create a new line, we might want to, do various stuffs. So first of all, let me show you the first solution that we can add to this. So let's say we want to have a break, right? So for example, in here, we want a new line to be created. So we want this text to come to a new line. We can use another HTML element called break. So it's short form for BR, but it's called break. And what this means is just after that, wherever we put it, it's going to break to a new line. So this is another HTML element that doesn't require a closing tag. And once again, this is because we are not showing any content for it. It's just there to perform its own function. So once we specify this BR like this, it's going to create a new line for us. So I don't even need to, make this in a new line. Once I just do break, wherever I put the break from, a new line is going to be created. So now once I run this, you're going to see that it says this is a test paragraph and a new line is being created there. Now that is one solution to the problem. But another solution, or the solution I go with when I have this particular problem, don't get me wrong, break is very useful. You're going to use it a lot when you're coding HTML. But for this type of problem, I use the PRE tag. So it's basically similar to the paragraph tag, but the difference is that the way we write our code, our text in here, is the way it's going to be shown on the web page. So for example, first of all, let me change this to PRE. I'm going to change this to PRE. So I call it the PRE tag. You can call it the pre-tag or whatever you want to call it. So let me just have this on a new line and let me create a new line. I say another line, yet another line, and another line. Once I run this, you're going to see that the way I wrote this here is how it shows here. You can see that even with the spaces that are put in here is what is showing there. If I get rid of these spaces, let me get rid of all the spaces real quick. You're going to see that the way we put it in there is how it's going to show for us. Now that is a solution to that particular problem. Now let's see it. Run again. So I'm going to run this real quick. I'm going to wait for that to run. As you can see, everything has been fixed. So that is a way to solve that problem in a paragraph tag. Now, let me show you some other, elements that are going to be very useful when writing bare text like this. For example, let's say we want to have a line across this to, let's say, differentiate two different parts of a page. Just the way we add the BR tag, we're going to have a tag named HR. So this tag is an empty tag. Once I just do HR, right, it doesn't have a closing tag, it's just an opening tag. From wherever I did that HR, there's going to be a line, an horizontal line that is going to be ruled right here. And let's run that and let's see what that gives us. As you can see, we have a line, it leaves a space, it continues. I can have it everywhere and just say HR. I can do the same here and say HR. And I can do the same here and say HR. So once I run this, you're going to see that lines are going to be created everywhere, exact same way, the way we want it. As you can see, structured very well the way we want it. And that's how to use an HR tag in your HTML code or whatever you want to use it. Let's say paragraph or another code. Now we're going to be talking about formatting text or formatting elements in HTML. So we might want to show different text in different ways. For example, we might want a text to be bold. We might want a text, to be superscripted or subscripted, or we might want a text to look like an italic text. So for all of these, we need to format them to look the way we want them to look. So to format it, we need to use HTML elements, right? So for example, let's say we have a simple text in here that says this is a text. So once we have a text that says this is a text right here, if I run this, now make sure that everything is under the body element as I said from the beginning. So it says this is a text. But what if I want this to be bold? Now for me to do this, I'm going to use an element named B, and that B stands for bold. So it basically makes whatever content is within it bold. So I'm going to cut this. I'm going to do B. I'm going to paste that in. So now once I run this, you're going to see that that text is bold. So this is how you make a text bold. You open a tag normally the way we do. You put B, you close that, you put the text in there, and then you close the whole tag. So once you have that done and you run it, this should show this is a text. Now similarly, you can also use another tag named strong. So if I come here and I say strong, right, and I close it and I say this is so strong, and once I run this, you're going to see that it looks exactly the same thing as this. Is another way for you to do that. So let's actually have a BR tag here, and we've talked about what BR does. It breaks the line, just so we're going to have each text we're having on another line. So let me run that, and you're going to see that we have that on another line. So that is how you can use the strong. But what if, let's say, you want your text to show as an emphasized text? So for example, we're going to use a tag named EM. So let me say EM, and let me just say emphasize. Once I run this, right, you're going to see that that text looks emphasized. It looks different from the normal text. So this is kind of like an italic text. So if you want your text to look italic, you can use this emphasize, or you can use the I tag. And this I tag stands for italic. It makes that text italic. So once I say italic and I run this italic text, you're going to see that it looks italic, right? If you look closely, you can see the little difference between it, but they look very similar. So instead of us having, let's say, a break element after every single text, what we can just do is to cut all of this, and then we can have a pre-tag. And this pre-tag, we can then paste all of that text in it. And then when we paste all of that text in it, the way we put it here is how it's going to be shown here. So once I run that, you can see it says this is this text and all of that. So it leaves the space for us. Let me remove this. And then in here, we do this just to make it look better. So once we run that, that should show the text how we want it, right? So once we've done with the italic, we can also mark a text. So let's say we want to do something like mark this, and then we want to have mark and say marked. I'm going to show you what this does. So as you can see, it highlights that particular text for us, right? So it makes that text highlighted how we want it. So we can say, let's say we want to say this is an example, or this is important information, and then we just want to mark that important information and important information. Run that, it's going to show us that important information highlighted. So that is what the mark element does. Now let's say we want a text to be cancelled out. For example, where you see maybe on different web pages, and you see something like this is something you shouldn't do, and then you see strike, like a line is stroking through it. That is the delete element. So let me show you what I mean. So let's say we have a text that says don't do this, and we say delete, and in there we say do it, right? Now once I run this, you're gonna see that do it has a strike through it. That is how that is done. If you see this anywhere on the web, it's done using, or you can do it using, this delete element. Now we can also have an inserted text. So let me say ins, right, and say inserted. If I run this, you're gonna see that it has this text like underlined, or basically highlighted, but not in this way, but it's underlined. Now let's say I want a text to be very small compared to what all of these are. So I can say small. I'm going to use a small element and say this is quite small. I run this, you're going to see that the size of this is smaller compared to all of these texts. Now the last two ones I'm going to talk about are subscripted and superscripted. Now, you know, in, let's say, chemical formulas where we have something like oxygen, which is like O2, and we want O to show right here, and then we want 2 to show, but we want it to show like on the bottom. Or let's say we have something like 7 raised to power 3, right? Instead of using this sign right here, we actually want it to show raised to power 3 on there. So it's very easy for us to do this. So for us to do the chemical formula type, we can say O, and then where we have these 2, we're going to say sub. So this subscripted means that it should be on the bottom. I'm going to show you what that is. O2. I'm going to run this real quick, and you can see that it shows 2 subscripted compared to O. Now let's say I want to have 7 raised to power 3. This time around, I won't use sub, I will use superscripted. So I'm going to change B to P. And once I run this, you're going to see that it has 7 raised to the power of 3. We're going to quickly talk about colors in HTML. So I want to go more into like a little bit of styling of this text or of a particular element. So for example, what I mean is, let's say I want this text to like have a background color, or I don't want this text to be black. I want it to be, let's say, white, or, you know, blue, or whatever. Now I can use the background color attribute. Now let me first show you what I'm going to do. So let's get rid of all of this under the body tag, and back in the body tag, what I'm going to do, let's say I just have a basic h1, right, and I say this is my heading. So if I run that, from now you should know that it's just going to print a basic, this is my heading, right? So I'm going to have an attribute. So you know what an attribute is, it gives more information about that element. So we can have an attribute named style. Now this style attribute basically gives us a way of designing this particular, you know, element. So let's say I want this particular element or this text to have a color of, let's say, red. So I'm going to say style equals to, and double quotes, right? In there, I can have different things I want you to do. But we're not going to go in depth into that for now, because that is more of like a CSS type of code, which you don't need to know for now. But what I'm going to show you is how we can, you know, make it have a different color. So let's say I want the color, right, to be blue. This is how I do it. I just say color, column, blue. And once I run this, you're going to see that it changes that color to blue. Now this is the simple way of doing this. It's very easy, very simple. You know, there are various different, like, I will call it like a styling command that we can give it. So this is a styling command in my words. So it's like we're saying that the color of this particular text should be blue. Now let's say we want to have another style to it. Like, let's say we want it to have a different background color on its own. Now what we're going to do is to stop this, or no, we won't say stop this, we'll end this by putting a semicolon. So this means that after this we can have another styling done in there. So what we want to do now is to just say background, and then we're going to do hyphen color, and now we can change the background color to whatever we want. Let's say I want the background color to be red. right? So as you can see, we say background color, we use the colon, and then we use the value, right? So the value is red, and we put a semicolon to so that is where it ends. Now, once I run this, you're going to see that only that text has a background color of red. Now, that is the basic way of, taking care of colors like that. And there are various stuffs where you can use like CSS code to style this. Like we can make this be in the middle. We can, do more stuffs, but we're not going to talk about that for now. So this is just basically how you, use colors in HTML. Now that we've talked about colors, the next thing I want to talk to you about is comments in HTML. Now, this comment is not just only a concept in HTML alone, it's a concept used generally in programming. So what comments does is that it basically makes a particular block of code not display in, when your code is run or something. Now, let me explain what I mean better. Now, what I mean is, for example, let's say we have a text that is P, and we say a text. So we don't want this to show, because obviously when we run this is going to show in here, but we don't want this to show here, right? But we don't want to delete it also. We don't want to remove it from there. What you can do is to comment that block of code or that line of code. Now, for you to comment, what you need to do is to use this particular syntax. Now, just follow as I do. So what you're just going to do is to say less than, you're going to use the sign, and then 2 of this, and then after the code that you want to comment, you're going to close it by doing the same thing except with the exclamation marks. So as you can see, what that is, it's basically grays this part out. If I run this, you're going to see that that part doesn't show. Now, this is a very good use of when we want to use comment, because we don't want this particular part of the code to be run when all our code is run, right? That is a very good use of comments. That is most of the time why I use comments. The other reason you might want to use comments is to actually drop a comment on the code that you are creating. For example, let's say we want to comment and say the code below displays a heading that has a blue color, right? We don't just want to write that in and say the code below displays an heading, right? We don't just want to write that there, because if you write this there, it's obviously going to show right here in our code. So let's say we just want to put it in a comment so that whoever is reading our code, we understand what we are doing. So what we're going to do is to put this in a comment. Now, just the same way we did here, we're going to have the same syntax and close it. So now whoever is reading our code knows that this code here just displays an heading. If I run this, it's not going to show with it no more. That is because it's only in the source code, right? But it's not in the output. So it basically hides that content. Now you can use it, as I said, to hide a code or to stop a code from being executed when you run it, or you can use it to actually drop a comment on a code. Now we are going to look more into links in HTML. Now, earlier in this course, we talked briefly about links, and now you can make a user click on a text or on a button and it takes the user to a specific link. But now I'm going to go deeper into what they actually do and more use cases of links. So I'm going to get rid of this real quick, remove that, and then we can remove that, and we are back to just the body. So now, obviously, I showed you how to create a link, and if we want to create a link, we say A, and in between that, we say, let's say, go to site. Let's say go to site, and then we have an attribute named ref, href, and let's say we want it to go to https google.com. Now once I run this, and if I just over this, on the bottom left bottom corner, you can see that the link shows that is redirecting us to google.com. So this is a basic way of just creating a link in HTML. So I'm going to talk more about like different things you can do with it. For example, if I click on this go to site, it's probably going to take me to the google.com, but then it's going to go away from this page and take me to that page. But what if I don't want to do this? So, you know, for example, on different blogs or different websites where you click on a link and it automatically opens a new tab with that link, so it doesn't close the tab that you are currently on. You can do that using an attribute named target. So if I say target, right, and I make the value underscore blank, now this is going to create a new, tab for us. So let's say I run this and then I say go to site. You can see that it opens it on a new tab. It doesn't like go to that site from here. That is what that target blank does. This is very useful because sometimes you might, let's say you're building an application that you want a user to, let's say, view something, but you don't want them to go away from the site that they are in, from your site, because maybe there's some things that still need to be changed. This is a good use case of this target attribute. Now, there are two things called absolute URL and relative URL. Now, if you remember in the beginning, when I was trying to create a new link and I put google.com, right? When I ran it and I clicked on go to site, so let me just go to site, it's going to open a new tab. You can see what it's doing. It's saying replit.co/google.com. Now, this is because it sees this URL, this link, as a relative URL. Now, a relative URL means that we are trying to link to somewhere else within this particular web page. So it's basically saying something like, let's say I just say /go. So it's basically going to go to replit.com/tomitoko/ all of this /go. That is a relative URL. Is just going to this particular URL, this link within the local, the local application or the local website. But let's say we want to go to an external website, like the way I went to google.com. Now that is an absolute URL. That is when we have to do the HTTPS, right? And then we have to specify the site that we are going to. So now that is an absolute URL. That is the difference between both of them. So we can also link to different things, like let's say we want to link to an email address. So let's say we want to say something like, let's have an A tag. I want to say, send me an email. And one that once a user clicks on this, is going to like open a new tab that is sending an email to a particular, email address. First to do this, we're just going to say href equals. Now where we're going to specify the link, what we need to specify is mail to : and then we're going to put the address. So we can put sample@sample.com. So for example, we run this, right? This is going to show me send me an email. And if I open it, it's going to, it says mail.google.com refuse to connect, but it basically open a Gmail and tries to, send an email. So this is just not showing because we're under like this replit. But let's say you have your own website and you use this, it's basically going to open a page where you can compose an email to that email site. Now we are going to talk about titles and favicons in HTML. So a title is very simple and very straightforward. So what it is, it's basically the text that is shown at the tab or at the top of the tab on a web page. For example, on this web page, you can see that what is shown is this index.html, HTML tutorial replit. That is the title of this page. So for you to specify the title of a page, right, you need to have an head element. So right after the HTML tag, we're going to have this head tag right here, and we're going to close it. Now this head tag basically contains different, information about the page. Some of it is information about the top corner, like the icon that shows here, which is the favicon, the title, and some other information. But in this part, we're going to be looking more into this title and this icon that shows here, which is also known as the favicon. So first, let's look at the title. So as I said, the title is the information that is being displayed in here. So for us to set the title of our web page, what we're going to do is to open a new tag and say title. And this title tag must be in the head element. So this is also another nested element, just like the way I talked about previously. So now this title element must be under this head element. So what I can just do is my page. So I can say my page is the title of this particular, web page. Now, if I run this, right, we're not actually going to see anything here because this is just like a demo of this. But let's say we have our website, we have our HTML file, and we run it on our browser here. You're going to see that the text here is going to be that. Now, I'm also going to show you how to, create your HTML files on your local computer and actually run it on a browser so you can see like this type of examples. But for now, know that this title is what is being shown here. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about, as I said, is the favicon. Now, this favicon is known as the logo or the image that is shown before the title on your page. So right here, you can see I have this tab and you can see this Google logo. That is the favicon. So to have the favicon, we're going to have the link tag, right? And then the way we close the link tag is just to do like that. We don't close it because it's similar to an image tag. We are not actually writing a text. So in here, I'm going to say rel. That is an attribute I'm going to give it. And I'm going to say it's an icon, right? And I'm just going to say href, which is the link of where I want to get that favicon from. I'm going to say equals this. Now let's actually get that link. Right here, I just search FreeCodeCamp favicon PNG. I got this and I'm just going to copy the image address. I'm going to come in here and paste it. Now, if I run it, once again, this is not going to actually show here because this is a demo of this. But when I show you how to, run your HTML file on your browser, you're going to see all of these details. But that is how to use a favicon and the title in HTML. Now let's talk about tables in HTML. So a table where you can just basically represent data. I'm going to show you how to create that right now. So as you might have guessed, we're also going to use another element. And the element we're going to use this time around is going to be called table. So let me get rid of this right here. And I'm going to get rid of this link right here. So in the body, what I just want to do is to create a new table. So just a normal table, right? Just a normal table where we have the heading and then we have the data that this table contains. So for us to do this, we're going to say table. And then we're just going to close it just like that. And for us to now create like a new row in that table, we're going to use another tag named tr. So this stands for table row. So in this table row, I can say something like, let's say I want to have, let me visualize this. So let's say table data. So let's look for images. Let's make that table. Good. So now, for example, we have this, right? So this is going to be a row. So what we just created right here, this tr is a new row right here. Let's say I want to create another row to store all of this data. Under here, I'm going to create another tr, right? And I'm going to close that. So this means we have two rows now. So we can keep doing that for the amount of rows that we want. So what we can now do is that under the first row, we want to have the heading. So we want to say name, rank, gender, and all of this heading. So for us to do this, we're going to use a tag named th, which is also known as table heading. So that table heading, we're just going to do this real quick. So this th is going to be the heading. So let's say something like name. So this is going to stand for name. We might want to have another table heading named age. And then let's say we want to say something like class, right? And then if I run this, you're going to see what we have. So you see that we just have name, age, and class. And let's say under these, now I want to have a name like, let's say Tommy, and I might put age and I might put a class. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to create a new row. As you can see, I already did that here. But now instead of doing th, what I'm going to do is td. So this means we're adding a table data, not a table heading, right? So you only use th when you have specified the head of that class, so of that table data. But for the values, we use td. So let's say something like Tommy, and for the age, use another td, and let's just say, I don't know, 18, 19. Let's just put a random age there, and another TD. Let's get rid of that. Let's use small letters. And it says class, and we can say year, I don't know, year 20, 12. And then once we run that, you're gonna see that we have this basic table that says name, tell me 19, year 12. Now we can keep adding more rows. What we just need to do is to do TR, and under TR I'm going to have TD, and I can use another one and just say John. I'm going to have another TD, and let's say the age is 30, and let's say is in year 15 or something like that. And once I run this, you're going to see that we basically have a simple table that shows that. So as you can see, it just shows the, heading. It shows the data, which is tell me 19, year 12. It shows John, 30, and all of that. So that's basically what we need to build a table. Very simple and very easy. We make sure we have the table class, we make sure we have the TR, and then we make sure we have data in between. Now let's talk about lists in HTML. So let's say we want to have a simple list right here that just lists, let's say, a list of names, a list of years, or whatever. First of all, let's get rid of this table that we created. We're not talking about that now. So what we're talking about is lists. So there are two types of lists. There are unordered lists and there are ordered lists. Now unordered lists are the ones that just have like a simple bullet point mark between them, before them. But an ordered list is listed from 1, 2, 3, 4, basically numerically. Now let me show you what I mean. Now for example, let's say we want to write an unordered list. We need to use a tag named UL. Once we use the UL tag, we need to open and close that tag. I'm going to press enter, and for us to now add list, this UL stands for unordered list. So for us to now add elements in this list, we're going to have to use the LI, stands for list, and we're going to say something like name 1, and we can do the same thing to have a second name, LI. We're going to say name 2, let's have a third name, we say LI. We're going to say name 3. So as you can see, we have 3 different names. If I run it, you're now going to see that we have name 1, name 2, name 3. Now this is shown listed, but it's not ordered. It doesn't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. If we want it to be ordered, like to show in ascending order, then what we just need to do is to simply change this UL to OL. Now this OL means ordered lists. So if I change that right here and I run this, you're now going to see that they have numbers before them. So if I keep adding, and let me say another list, and I say name 4, it's automatically going to add 4 as a number before that. Now there are also more to lists, like for example, we can show a description of this name. Now for us to do this, we need to change this ordered list to description list. So this description list basically allows us to show more description on each list if we want to. So what we're going to do now is we change that to description list. And let's say on the first list, we want this to be DT, not LI. That's the difference. We're going to remove all of this real quick. And under that, let's say we want to have a description of this name 1. We're going to use DD. So this just shows the description. And let's say something like, let's have like an asterisk and say this is the first name. Now once I run this, you're going to see what it shows us. So you see that it says name 1, and under here it leaves like a space and it says the description of that name. We can add another one and just say DT and just say name 2. And now to show the description of this, we just say DD, and we can have the asterisk again and say this is the second name. Now if I run this, you're now going to see that we have name 1, we have the description, we have name 2, and we have the description. Now let's look into block element and inline element. So the difference between block and inline elements is basically this. So a block element always starts on a new line, and the browser automatically adds some space before and after the element. But for an inline element, the inline element doesn't start on a new line, and it just takes the space that it needs, so it doesn't have a space before it and after it. So there are examples of block elements, and a div is one good example of block element. Now let's quickly talk more about this div tag. So div tag is written like this, div, and it's closed. So most of the time is a wrapper or is a tag where all other HTML elements are contained with. So let's say we want to group our whole application or our whole web page into different sections. We can use a div tag to do that. So for example, we have this div tag, and I can just say something like h1 first div, and after this I can just say, I can just have a b tag in here. I can say this is bold, right? And I can then have another div tag just to separate that. Now this is wrapping all of these elements in it, and this one we can have an h2 and say another one, and for b we can say I. So if I run this, it's basically just a normal text that prints this, but it wraps it into these div tags. Now we can use different things to know these div tags. Like for example, to recognize the div tag, we can have an ID as an attribute that says that this old div tag has an ID of first div, or we can represent it using a class, but we're not going to go into that for now. We can also do more things like in the beginning, when we made the background color of this first div, of this h1, like red, we can do that to this div, and now everything inside the div tag will be affected once anything here is changed. Now let me tell you what I mean. So we're going to use a style attribute. We've talked about this before, and let's say we use color and say that we want the color to be green. Now once I run this, all the elements in here are going to have the green color, right? I can also change the background color. Let me say blue. Now once I run this, all the elements in here will have a background of blue and not the other one. You can see now that we're able to actually separate different sections of our code and give them different attributes. So I can do something similar here and say that style, and I want the color to be red, and I can say I want the background color, and I want this to be something like purple. Now let me run this and see what it gives me. You can see that these are two different sections. This has a different color and a different background color. This also has a color of red and a totally different background color. Now that is what a div class is, and you can see that there's a space between and after that particular div class, space between and after that particular div tag. So now there is an example of an inline element. As I said, it doesn't take us as much space as a div tag, and it doesn't start on a new line. So an inline element, an example of that is something like an A tag, for example, or a B tag. This B tag now is an inline element. This means that I can basically, let's say, just have a normal P, right? And say this is the text. And in there, I can just have a B tag and say bold one. So it can stay within a text, it can stay wherever you put it. It doesn't really need to be separated on its own compared to a div tag. So that's the difference between a block element and an inline element. So there are various examples of block elements, like a few that I can say on top of my head are like, HR, like div, as I said, like PRE, UL, section, and there are other elements like that. And for inline elements, we have the A tag, which we used earlier. We have the bold tag, we have image tag, and various more. So this is basically the difference between those two. Now let's look into iframe in HTML. So an iframe is used to show a web page inside a web page. So what I mean by this is, using an iframe, we can have like a box that shows another web page in our own web page. So let me show you how to do this. It's very easy and very simple. All we just need to do is to use the syntax. So we're just gonna come here, we're gonna get rid of all this div, and I just want to say iframe. We're gonna close it. Now it's gonna take some attributes. The first attribute it's gonna take is the source. So once it takes the source attribute, this source attribute is the link that we want to show in here. So let's say I want to show google.com. So this is going to show google.com in here for me. So that it is that easy to do. And once I run this, you're going to see what it shows. You can see that it creates a box. It says refuse to connect. That is probably because of this replay page. But normally, once you use this iframe, as you can see, it's trying to connect to google.com. So there are more you can do to this iframe, more things like you can, specify the height, the width of how big you want this to be. So I'm going to give you more attributes and say height. And let's say 100. If I run that, you're going to see that it goes smaller. And let's say I also give it a width of 100. And if I run that, you're going to see that the width also goes smaller. So I can increase it however I like. I can say this is 500 and I can say this is 500. So if I run that, you're now going to see that we have a big iframe right here. So that's how to create a very basic iframe for us. Now you can also remove the border, this line where you see, we can do that. So to do that, we are going to use the style attribute. We've talked about this style attribute before. We use it to, add some styling to that particular element. So now what we're just going to do here is to say border. Now this border is basically the line that we see right here. I'm going to say border equals none. If I run this, you're now going to see that there is no lines there. The lines that were shown before are gone. Now let me just make this quite smaller so you can see that very well. Now if I run this, you're going to see that it's just a square. There's no lines on that. So that's a very basic way of how to create iframes in HTML. Now let's look into symbols in HTML. So let's say we want to display different symbols, like let's say the pound sign or the euro sign, or we even want to display more symbols like the copyright sign, card sign. I'm going to explain what I mean in a bit. So if you want to display all this stuff, there is a particular syntax that you have to follow in HTML. So for example, let's say in this body I have a p tag. I'm just gonna say this is euro sign. So I now want to display the sign of the euro's currency. For me to do this, I'm gonna say and. So I'm gonna use this and right here on my keyboard, and I'm gonna say euro. Now if I run this, you're going to see that it displays the euro sign for me. That didn't display the euro sign, and that's because we didn't have the semicolon. So we must make sure we have a semicolon. Now you're going to see that it displays the euro sign. Now there's more and more that we can do, and I'm going to go through most of them. So for example, let's say we want to have, something like the copyright sign. So the copyright sign, what we need to do is to do and we're going to do hashtag, and we're going to do 169. So note that it must end with this semicolon, if not, it's not going to work. So once I run this, you're going to see that we have the copyright sign. Now there's a lot, like we can have the registered sign, it's similar to this, but it is 174. And once I run this, you're going to see that we have this R sign. So we can also have like the signs on a card, like the spade, the heart, the diamond, and all of that. So for us to do this right here, let's say I want to have the spade sign. I'm just going to have 9824, and this is going to show the spade sign on a card, as you can see. And if I want to have the clubs, I'm going to do 9827, right? That's going to show the clubs. And let's say I want to have the art, I'm going to do 9829. That's going to show the art. And if I want to have the diamond, I'm gonna do 9, 8, and 30. So once I run that, you're gonna see that that shows that for us. Now there is a lot, like let's do one more, for example, like a trademark. We're gonna just change this to 8482. So once we change this, you're gonna see that we have the trademark sign, TM. So this is just a basic way, basic syntax of, showing symbols in HTML. Now there's a lot of, all of this, and you don't have to know this off by heart. You can just search on Google HTML symbol for displaying the, the pound sterling sign, for displaying the pi sign. Anything you want to do, you can just search it on Google. I don't advise actually knowing all of this off by heart. So that is how to, create symbols or show symbols in HTML. Now let's talk about forms in HTML. So a forms is a way you can collect input from a user. So when you collect the input from a user, these forms are mostly sent to like the server for, processing or whatever the data is needed for. For example, let's say you go to a website and you want to log into that website. You're going to see that there is a simple form where you fill in your username and your password. Then you click on submit, and that data is being sent to a server that checks whether your username and password are actually in the database of users. So the basic reason why we have form in HTML is to collect data from user. So let me show you how we can implement a form in HTML. So the first thing you need to know is the form tag. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm actually going to just start by saying form. And when I close it, it's going to close by itself. So now this form tag is, HTML now knows that we're trying to create a new form. So it's going to have like an input bar where a user can input, something. But now there are more to just this form than only just the element. So we need to have the input element also. So the input element is used to display what type of form or what type of data we want to collect. So for example, let's say I have input. This is how we type input, and then we close it like this, right? And what we can just do is it's going to collect various attributes, but the most important one is the type. So as I said, it shows or it specifies what type of data we are trying to collect. So let's say I just want to collect a text. I'm going to input text in here, and I can run that. So once I run this, you're going to see that we just have this simple bar right here where I can input a text, right? I can also have an input that just, collects numbers. So let's say input type, and we can say number. If I close that and I saved it, I run this, you can see now that we have these two buttons here which can help us increment and decrement the number. So this only collects numbers. So this basically tells us like what we actually want to, input, what type of data we want to input in here. So let's first of all look into this text field very well before we go into the other fields. This text type. So for example, whenever we have an input, right, we must always have a label beside it. So right here where we have this bar, if we don't have something saying input your name or username, the user is not going to know what to input. That is where the label comes in. So we have a label, and we close that label, and here we can just say name. So here where we have name, we can now say input type text. So I can run this, and you see it just says name and it has the bar beside it. So let's say I want to leave a space and I want this to be on the bottom. I can just add a BR tag, and I can run this. So you're going to see that it's now on the bottom. But now the input needs more stuff than just, the type. Like we need to know the ID and the name of that particular input. So whenever a data is being sent from this HTML or from this HTML form, right, it's being sent using the name of that particular input. If there's no name, there is no way a data can actually be collected by the server. So we need to specify the name, right, of this input, and we can just say the name of this input is username, right? And we also need to specify like an ID. Now we use this ID just to be able to recognize or to be able to refer to this particular input within our HTML page. So I can also say the ID is something like a username. I can give it the same name. Now for this label, I want this label to actually be linked to this particular input, because for all I know right now, they are just two different elements. But what I want to do is that I want HTML, this our code, to know that this label is for this particular user input. So for me to do that, it's fairly easy. I'm just gonna need to have an attribute here that says for, and we're gonna say for username. You see, we set that by using the attribute that we already defined here. So if we run this, that is not going to make much of a difference, but now we know that this label is for this input. Now let's do the same thing let's have another form. Let me just have a BR, and let me have a label. I'm going to close that label, and let me say, age. And let me just say school. Right. And I'm going to have a for, but for now, I'm just going to leave it blank. So let's quickly create an input for that. So let's say input, and then we're going to have a type, and the type of that input is also going to be text, and let's give it a name of school, and also an ID of school. Now I'm going to say this is for school. Now, once I run this, I'm going to see that I have another particular field right there. So that is the basic way of doing that. Now, let's look into another type of input. Like we've talked about text, but what if we want to talk about like another type, like let's say checkboxes, right? So let me come in here, and I'm just going to remove this particular input. So this input where it says type text, I'm going to change that text to checkbox, and I'm going to give it an ID of username, same username, and let me just say the value is something like let's just say Tommy. So I want the user to check if this is its value, and I can just give it another one and say right here I can just remove all of this, right? And I can just have this and copy it. So it's basically the same thing but with a different type. So now I'm gonna say name. This is another username. We can say username 2, and let's say Tim. Right? Now if I run this, you're gonna see what it gives us. So you can see that it gives us name, and it also gives us name. So what I want to do actually is right here, I want to have Tommy, and I want to have Tim. So once I run this, I want the user to pick which one is your username. Is your username Tommy? Then tick it. Is it Tim? Or is it both of it? Then tick any of it. Right? So that is fixed right there. And what you just need to know is that whenever the value is being sent, for example, if a user ticks Tommy or he ticks both of it, the value that is being sent is not this value that shows here. It's actually the value that we specified as an attribute in here, right? So whenever a user clicks on submit, we're also going to talk about the submit button soon. When a user clicks on submit, that all the data is going to be taken from here and sent to whatever server we want it to be sent to. But the value that is actually going to be sent is this value that we specified here. Now we can do exactly the same thing for like radio buttons. So very similar to what we just did, but what we're just going to do is instead of checkbox, we're going to say radio. Instead of checkbox, we say radio. If I run this, now you're going to see that it prints Tommy, but this time around it uses like a radio button. So that is fairly easy to understand, right? So the next thing I want to talk about is actually submitting this data. So let me remove this right here, and let me remove this BR. Let's just make it look good, so it doesn't look confusing. Now once we run this should just have it beside it, so we can pick with the one we want. Now that we have that, I want that whenever a user now clicks on submit, we actually want to submit a button. This is the easiest. What we just need to do, let's first have our BR tag right here so it doesn't collide. We're just gonna have another input, but this time around, what we just need to do is to say type submit. Once we say type submit, HTML knows that we want to have the submit button. That means the button that whenever a user clicks on this is sending all those data or those inputs somewhere. But now we also need to have a value. Let me run this first and see what it shows. You can see that it automatically writes submit there. But what if I don't want this to be submit? Let's say I want it to be, send. Then I can do value and I can say send. If I run this, you can now see that that submit button has been changed to send. Now that is how easy it is for you to do that. But now, where is this data actually being sent to? Like when we use send, remember I said for this radio and checkbox, it's not actually this to me that is being sent, it's the value that we specified here that is being sent. But when we click on send, where is it being sent to? Now this is when we need to add an attribute to the initial form. Now this attribute is called action. This action will tell us where the data is meant to be sent to. So what we're going to do is say action equals. Now let's say we want to send this data to another page. Imagine we had another page, like let's say something like form.html, right? We can create that and we want this to be sent to that form.html. Once we hit send, that is going to be sent to form.html basically. So you can also like send it anywhere you want to send it to. Let's say you have a web application you're building and we can say we want to send it to like /receive, you can do anything you want to. But this action basically specifies the place or the URL or whichever link is getting that particular form or where you want to send that particular form to. So that is fairly easy and that's how to easily do that. The first thing we need to know, let's go through what we just did. So the first thing that we did was to create our form element and then we created different labels and inputs. I showed you the types and I showed you how to use the submit button. And once you have the submit button, I also showed you how to add the action so that you actually know where it's going to. But now that we know where it's going to, right, where we put in this action, let's say form.html, we also want to know what method is being used to send this data. Now you don't need to know the details of what I'm about to say, but there are basically two methods that we can use to submit a data, and it's called get and post. So when submitting a data, you can choose to either submit it using get and post. You can learn more about that, on YouTube anywhere if you want to know. But for example, we can just specify method equals post. So let me just show you the quick difference between get and post. When you are sending a data using a get method, all the details of the data that you are sending is going to be shown in the URL bar. For example, if I search something on Google and I hit enter, everything I searched, the keyword I searched is going to be shown in the URL bar, right? That's when you use a get method. But if you use a post method, it's not going to be shown. There are also just a lot of differences between the two, but that's just one difference that, I can use to easily explain it. So you're going to pick whatever method you want to use to send this data. You can use post or we can use get. If you don't use any method, imagine you don't specify any attribute right here. As default, HTML is going to use a get method to submit that data. But for us, let's just specify it. Let's say we can say get. So it's that easy. You just need to, you need to specify the method, the action, so that everything works perfectly. So I hope you understand everything we did about these HTML forms. It's fairly easy and, I hope you were able to follow along. So earlier in this tutorial, I said that I was going to show you how to actually create an HTML file and run it in your browser. So I'm going to show you how to do it locally on your computer. So what you need to do is to open a code editor. Right here, I am in Visual Studio Code, but you can use any one you want. You can use Sublime Text. You can even use a notepad. Anything that can make you write code and you are comfortable with, you can use it. So once you have your code editor opened, I'm just going to create a new file right here. And let me name this file index.html. Now, whenever you're creating an HTML file, it must have this .html extension at the end. You can name this whatever you want to name it. Let's say test, let's say website.html. You can name it whatever you want, but it must have this .html at the end. I'm going to create that file, and I'm just going to create it in this particular folder. Now that I have this file created in here, I can now code anything I want to code. So let's say I'm just going to come here and copy all of this code that we did here, and I'm going to paste it, right? So once I have this code in here, I've coded all my HTML, everything I want to do. Now what I can do is to now run this on my browser. For me to do this, I'm going to come into the folder where I created that, and I'm just going to open index.html. So automatically when you open that index.html file, it's going to open it on your browser and show you the result of what you are coding. So earlier I talked about the title. So we tried to create a title here, but it wasn't showing just because we are using like this browser right here and not an actual page. But now that we have the page, you can see that this my page title is showing. Now if I go back to this code, and let's say I change this to test title, and whatever I change in here, once I refresh, you can see that that title is now test title. So that is an easy way of actually coding HTML files or doing it locally, then showing the result on your browser. In this section of this course, we're going to be looking into CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Now what it does is that it allows you to add styling to your HTML page. Now I'm going to take you from a beginner's level to a level where you can confidently use CSS to style your HTML code. Now without wasting any time, let's actually get straight into this section. So now we know that CSS is what we use to basically style everything we do in our HTML. So, but how do we actually even, create a CSS file? How do we let that CSS file be linked to this particular HTML file? And I'm going to show you how to do that. So first of all, to create a CSS file, you need to create a file named style.css. So first of all, right, we're using Replit. So Replit automatically created these three files for us. But right now we're going to be looking more into this style.css. So I'm just going to drag it over here. So style.css is basically a CSS file that we're going to be using on this HTML file right here. So you can name it whatever you want. You can name it, main.css. But whenever you're creating a CSS file, it must have this .css extension to it. So now that we know that we have that, how do we actually connect this CSS file to this particular HTML file right here? Now this is very easy. We're going to use a HTML element called link. So right here we need to say link, and we're going to close it like this. That is how we close this side. And it's going to take two different attributes. The first one is going to be rel, and that is going to say that this is a style sheet that we're linking to. We're going to say style sheet, and we're also going to have to say the name of that style sheet or the link to that style sheet. So right now we're just going to use the name of that particular CSS file, because on this Replit, right, all of these are under the same folder. So we can just simply say the name of the file instead of saying folder / whatever, because we have it in the current folder. So I'm just going to say style.css. Now once I say this, any CSS I code in here or anything I try to do in here is automatically going to be added to this particular page. It's going to be effective. Now that you know how to do that, I'm going to start straight into the main CSS. So I'm going to talk about the CSS syntax, like how does it even work? How do we even start coding in CSS? So to write code in CSS, we need to know two things, and they are called the selector and the declaration. So as you can see right here, automatically Replit has this basic CSS code, and what this does, right? So this HTML right here, as you can see, it is the selector. So first of all, let me just remove this HTML and just have body. Don't need to worry about that comma for now. So we have this body right here, and that is a selector. And then all of this, we're saying the height of body should be 100%, the width of body should be 100%. Don't worry about the details of what this does for now, but let me just introduce you to how we write code in CSS. So this is the selector, right? And this is the declaration. Now this means that this body we want whatever we are doing inside here to be affected on this body element. So what this is going to do now is going to go into whatever HTML is linked to it, and it's going to look for a body element. So it's going to come here and it's going to look for this body element, right? Once it sees this body element, it's going to say whatever we do inside these brackets, we want to have it being affected on this body element. Without wasting any time, let me show you how to do, our first change. So let me just get rid of this and let's actually do something. So I'm going to use the body again. Let me say body. This is how we write a CSS code. So we say the element, right, that we want to change. And then we use these curly braces and you press enter. Now anything you do in here is going to be affected with the HTML or whatever file is being linked to it. So now we're saying body. Now there are different declarations. The declaration can be, we want the color to be, red. We want this whatever font size in there to be, 15. We can do a lot of things. I'm going to go through all of that in this section of this course. So first of all, let me just show you how you can change the background color of the body to be, let's say, blue or red. So first of all, you know that this body is where all the code goes into. That means everything we're going to be coding in our HTML is going to be under this body, the visible part of the web page. So now we want the visible part of the web page to have a background color of, let's say, green. Let's make it green. So what we're going to do now, we're going to say body. Now whatever we do in here, which you should know now is the declaration, we're going to say background. This is how you change the background color. Background hyphen color. And we want that to be green. And then you must add this semicolon. Now, the reason why we must add this semicolon is so that we can have another declaration right here. Let's say I want to change the font size, I can write something else. If you don't add that semicolon, it's going to think that whatever you add here is still part of this first declaration. So you must add the semicolon to end that declaration. So this is how you do it. Background color, which is what we want to change, you put a colon and then you put a value. So think of this as a key and this is a value. Now let's run this and see. So we're going to run this. As you can see now, the background color of this is green. So it is effective immediately. Now let's check. What if, let's say, I remove this, right? I'm just going to delete this. That means this HTML page is not linked to this style.css. Now, if we try to run it, you're going to see now that it doesn't show us a background color of green no more. Now that's just to show you that no matter what you write in your CSS page, if you don't connect it or link it to your HTML page, it's not going to be effective. So now let's bring that back, and when we run this again, we should have the background color as green. Now let's talk about comments in CSS. So when we were looking into HTML earlier in this course, I talked about comments in HTML, and in there I talked about why we use comments, what it is, and how we can actually code that in our file. So in CSS is very similar to HTML. The motive for using a comment is you might want to explain a bunch of code, or you might want to just remove a part of a code that you don't want to be run when your file is run. Basically, let's say I have this CSS file here. So if I comment out all of this body, the code is still going to be present in this file, but it's not actually going to be effective. So it's not going to be run by the browser. So let me show you how to add a comment right here in CSS. So we talked about it in HTML, but it's quite different here. So let's say I want to explain what this code does. I can add a comment, and to have a comment, I'm going to have to use the /, then I'm going to use the asterisk sign, and here I'm going to write my comment. Let me just say comment for now. And then for me to close that comment, because right here you can see that CSS still sees this as a normal code due to the colors, I'm going to leave a space, asterisk mark, and I'm going to use the / again. Now you can see that that part is grayed out. You can see that the color is gray. So this just shows that this is a comment right here, and I can just write something in here like changes the background color of body, right? So that is explaining this code right here. Now that is a one use of comments. You might also want to use a comment like, let's say we have another thing that just let's say another declarative or something like that, and it has a value, right? And I might just want to comment this out. I can do exactly the same thing. I'm just going to have the /, you're going to have the asterisk sign. Right here, I have the asterisk sign and the / again. So that part is still going to be in this code, but the web browser is not going to run it when you actually run that file. So those are the main two uses of comment. But apart from just using it to, adding it on top of, like, let's say a code, you can add it somewhere else. Let's say we have different, declarations right here. Let's say we have second declaration, third declaration. That's just an example. And we want to explain each declaration by themselves. So we can have a comment right beside this particular declaration. So let me get rid of this. So right here, I can just have a comment here that says, change to green. So for me to do this, I have to add the / asterisk sign. And right here, I have to do the same thing. I'm just going to do asterisk sign and / So you can now see that that part is grayed out. Let me just make this something like this. So that is now a comment, right? So that's the easy way of, using comments in CSS. It's quite easy. Like when you're learning programming well, you're going to notice that if you learn other programming language, each programming language has a different way of writing comments. But the motive behind using comments is the same in all the programming languages. Now you can also have multiple line comment. For example, instead of just having one straight line, I can create a new comment right here, and I can just say comment, I can go to another line, continue writing the comment, yeah, okay, just something random, and then I can close it right here. So you can see that all of that has been commented out. So it doesn't just have to be a straight line. So that means I can even comment out all of this code. You can basically be very flexible with your comment. You can do whatever you want to do. So that is a very simple and basic way of using comments in CSS. Now let's talk more about selectors in CSS. So earlier in this course, I told you about how the syntax of CSS work. That this is the selector right here and this is the declaration. But now let's look more into how these selectors actually work, how we can pick different elements from HTML and style it. So the CSS selector is divided into different categories. But first of all, I'm going to break everything down right now. So once again, CSS selectors, they're basically used to select HTML elements that you want to style, right? So it's very easy. The first way to just have a selector is to come into your HTML and look at let's say we have an H1 right here. We want to look at the element, right? And then we're going to come in here and just write the element right there. We can just say for an H1 tag, we want the background color to be green. So we've basically selected that H1 tag. Very easy and very plain. Now we can select an element, or we can decide to style a text or something else without selecting the actual element. We can select an ID in that element. So remember when we did a form and then we had an ID as an attribute. Now you can have an ID not just only in a form input, you can have it on any HTML element you want. For example, I can add this ID and say the ID is welcome message. Welcome. So now that this has an ID of welcome, right? I can come in here and then select all these particular elements just by the ID. So what I need to do this is to come in here, and instead of just writing it directly, I need to write hashtag. Now once I put an hashtag, CSS automatically knows it's trying to select an element by identifying its ID. So what you just need to do now is to write the name of that ID. Now CSS is going to go into this HTML file and it's going to look for an element with the ID of welcome, and then it's going to make the background color green. Now let's run this and let's see what it gives us. Boom. You can now see that the background color of that whole element is green. So that's a very simple way of using an ID, and this is also very, very useful. Now let me explain a use case. For example, let's say we have two different H1s, and this one says Tommy. And if I run this, you can now see that only I has an ID of green. As a background color of green. Now imagine I didn't use an ID and I just use H1. This is going to affect every single H1 tag that we have here. So it's going to have all the H1 as green. But what if I want just I to be green or just Tommy to be green? That is a use case of using the ID to select it, because the ID is unique to every single element. So that is also very, very useful. So now that is one way of doing that. Let's run that again. You can see everything is working. Another way of selecting an element or a text or whatever you want to style is to select it by the class. So there is something named classes in HTML, and this class is also an attribute, right? It also identifies a particular element. So once you have a class in an HTML element, you can then use that to select that particular element and style it. So just the way we have an ID, we can have a class here. Just the normal way we write HTML attributes, you write class and then you give it a value. So let's say this class, we want this class to be something like heading. So that is the name of this class. So now we can select just this class and say we want to style all of this. For you to do that, now let's actually just create another, declaration, selection and declaration. So for us to do this now, we want to select this particular element using its class. So we're going to do dot heading. So this is the selector. When you see dot something, that means we're selecting an element based on its class. So this means we're trying to select a class, and this is the name of the class. And now we can just say we want the color of whatever is there to be blue. And we can use a semicolon to stop that. Now once I run this, you should see that it has a color of blue. Just this one. And that is because it has been seen, or it has been selected just by the class. Now this is very helpful, right? So you can also do like more advanced stuff with this. For example, let's say there are two different elements that has a class of heading. So let's say we have P, and this just say Tommy small, or let's just say Tommy again. And this also has a class of heading. If I run this is going to show a smaller Tommy, but it is also affected because we selected it by the heading. So anyone that has a class of heading is going to have this blue color on it. But let's say we just want to say just the H1 tag that has a class of heading should be blue. So that means we don't just want to get every single element that has a class of heading, just an H1 tag that has a class of heading. Now for us to do this, what we're going to do right here beside the dot, we're going to say H1. So now what this is going to do is that it's going to go into the H1 element and it's going to look for any H1 element that has a class of heading. Now if I run this, you're going to see that that P is not affected no more. This is just black, but this is still blue. That is a very good example of how you can do this. Now there's also one more thing, and this is the universal selector. So the universal selector is basically a selector that affects every single element in the HTML page. So let me show you what I mean. So let's say I want every element on this page to just have a color of red. Every single element should be red. For me to do this, I'm going to use the asterisk sign. If I use the asterisk sign and have my curly braces normally like this, this means that whatever I'm writing in here is going to be affected by every single element with no one left out. So now I can just say color. I can say purple. So let me just get rid of this. And now let me run this. So you're going to see that every element on it has a color of purple. That's because we use this asterisk sign, also known as the universal selector. Now this is, a very good use case because you might just be building a page and you want that page to, let's say all the text should be in the center. You can use this to do it, right? So that is a very good one. So the last one I'm actually going to talk about is the grouping selector. Remember when we first started this CSS video, there was like HTML and body, something that was written like this, and I got rid of one because I said we're going to talk about that later. So now what this is called the grouping selector. Let me get rid of all of this, right? And let's say I have an H1 tag, an H1 selector that says, you know, color, and let's say green. And then I have a P tag, a P selector that says color green also. Right? As you can see, I'm just repeating the same thing. If I run this, it's gonna have green all of it because these two are H1 and this is P. Now I'm repeating the same particular, you know, declaration for two different elements. Now instead of having to write all of these, because let's say I have lot of elements and I want all of them to be green, I have to start writing H1 color green, P color green, you know, B color green, strong color green. We don't want to do that. You can actually just come in here, have a comma and say P. So this means that for the H1 and P element, do this. Now once I run this, you're gonna see that that has been affected on this. So that is a more broader explanation on selectors, what they are and how you can actually use them. Now we're going to look more into backgrounds in CSS. So I briefly showed you how you can have this as how you can let this have a background of like red or purple or whatever you want it to have. But there are actually more to talk about in backgrounds in CSS. So like we can make a particular element have a background color. We can make that element have even a background image. So let's say we just want this part to have like a background image where an image will be the background. Or we can just make the whole page to have a background image. So there are, you know, lots of other stuff we can do and we're going to talk about them now. So first of all, let's just make this the body, right? And in here, instead of just saying color green, we actually want to say background color. So similarly to what we've done before, and once I just click on run, the whole background is going to be green. That is very easy and simple, right? But there are also more stuff we can do than just this. For example, instead of just having green, let's say we want to have blue. And instead of just having a normal blue, we can say we want it to be light blue. If I say light blue, you can see that it's going to be light blue compared to the normal blue. So there's a lot of stuff you can do, and I like Repli because it automatically just gives you a lot of suggestions. Once you say blue, you see all the blues that it has. So you can also go online to search like what color of blue do we have. You can see medium slate blue. You can run that, it's going to be that particular blue color. So you can go online and search all CSS colors or all CSS acceptable colors. You can see a list of it and, you know, you pick which one you want to pick. Now that is one, right? And there's another thing we can do by adding an opacity or making it more transparent basically. So there's a opacity declaration that we can add, and it's going to make this, you know, a bit lighter or a bit more transparent. For you to do this is very easy. We're just going to say opacity, and let's say we want it to be 0.4. So you can make it all the way from 0 to 1. That is the range. So the lower the value, the more transparent it's going to be. If I say 0.4, you're going to see that it's quite transparent, right? But let me say 0.1. You're going to see that it's very transparent. But what if I just say 0.9? You're going to see that it's opaque, very opaque. So you can do that, and you know, that's how to just have a transparency on your background colors. Now let's just go straight into talking about background images. So for example, let's say I don't want this to be a background color and I want it to be an image. So since we know that we've already selected the body, now if we add anything, it's going to affect the whole page. Now let's just do that real quick. Now for us to have a background image, quite similar, instead of writing background color, we just change that color to image. So I'm going to say background hyphen image. And now we're going to have to specify the URL where we want this image to come from, right? The source URL. So if I have a link copied, I'm going to paste that. So that is the link right there, and it just opens an image of the Free Code Camp logo. So I'm going to just copy that again, and I'm going to close that. So since we know we have the URL to that Free Code Camp logo, What we just need to do now to tell CSS where to get that image from is to say URL, and then we're just gonna have a bracket and we're gonna have the quotes, and in that quotes we're gonna paste the link to that image. So if I run this, you're gonna see that the background of this is actually that free code camp image. So as you can see, the text don't show, but they're actually there. They don't show just because the background is black and the text is black. So now that we know CSS, what we can just do is to say, this is H1 and P. We can say H1, we can use group selector, H1P, and then we can just say we want the color to be white. Now, once I run this again, the text should show. Exactly. So you can see that that works. This is just the background image. This doesn't really have any effect on it, but this is the text that is still showing. The next thing that we want to talk about is the background position. So for example, let's say we just have a background image that, is very small and it just stops here, right? We can have a background position and say we want it to be at the top right corner. So we're going to do background -position. And we can just say we want the position of that to be at the top right. So we can say right. Want it to be at the right. And then we're going to leave a space and say top. So this means that it's going to be at the right corner, but the top of that right corner. So that's what that does. So now that we have all of that, that's the very basic way of, having background images in CSS. Now we're going to look into margins in CSS. So margins are used to create spacings around elements. So for example, when I have this, let me change the color of this to black. I'm going to run this. So it should show the text. Let's say I want this P tag to have a margin of, let's say I want this tag to be somewhere around here instead of just from the beginning. I want it to be here. That's when we use margin. So we can specify the space we want from the left side, from the right side, from the top. I can also bring it down and I can also take it up. So that's what margins does. It basically allows you to create spaces around elements. Now there are different ways we can specify the margins. So as I said, we have the margin top, we have the margin right, we have the margin bottom and the margin left. So each of that are just used to specify the spacing for wherever we want. If we want there to be a space at the top, we use the margin top. If we want them to be a space at the right, we use the margin right. For the bottom, margin bottom, and for left, margin left. So now let's just go straight into this. So I'm going to remove this H1 and we're just going to have P. So automatically it has a color of black. We don't need to write that. So what I can just do now is to say margin. Is how I write it, hyphen, let's say left. Once I say margin left, then now when I want to give it a value, now there are different values we can give it. We can specify how far we want it to be, in actual numbers. I can say 20px. Now if I run this, you're going to see that once I run it, there's going to be a space on the left. You can see that it moved a little bit. So you can keep going like that with numbers, right? I can say 50 now. If I say 50 and I run it, you're going to see that it's going to move again a little bit. So that means I've created a space of 50px from the left, right? I can do the same thing on the right, the top and the bottom. So that is one way of specifying a value. Another way I can specify a value is by using a percentage. So I can just specify it by saying 50%. And once I run that, you're going to see that it has it in the middle. So what the percentage does is that it calculates the whole width of the element and it puts it in from 50%. So this side is 50% of this whole width. So that is why we have it there. So that is for the percentage. What I can just do now is to actually show you what more I can do. I can say, instead of having 50%, I can say 50px. So I can specify, this was just for the left. If I run it, it's going to have space in here. I can also say I want there to be margin on the top. If I say margin top and I also say 50px. Now if I run this, you're going to see now that it came down a little bit. There's now more space here. Now I can also do the same thing and say margin right. I say 50px, right? So I'm saying the margin right should have 50px. Not going to really show any difference because there's nothing is actually like moving from relative to it. Like for the left is moving 50px relative to this border. From the top is moving 50px relative to this, this H1 tag, but there's nothing here, so that's why it doesn't really move, right? But I can also say margin bottom, and I can say 50px. Now once again, it shouldn't move. That's just because there's nothing is moving relative to this, right? So that's how it's going to be. And once we have that, we basically know that we can specify what particular side we want it to move from. So instead of writing all of this right here, you can see that this is quite a lot of code just to make some spacing. You can actually compress all of this into one. So what I mean is that, let's say I get rid of all of this, I can just actually make this one. So I can say margin, and I can say it's going to have a value of, let's say, 50px, 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 and 50px. So what this does is that instead of having to write margin left, margin right, all of that, it just uses this to say this first 50px is the top margin, this second one is the right margin, this third one is the bottom margin, and this is the left margin. So you can compress all of this into just one line of code, but CSS automatically knows what this stands for. So you should also know that the first one is the top, second one is the right, third one is the bottom, and fourth one is the left. So if I run this, you're going to see that there is still some spacing, the same spacing as the same margins as we set before. Now that is for, if you want to specify 4 of it, but let's say you just want to have 3 margins. Now what does this mean? This just basically means this represents the top, this represents the right, and this represents the bottom. So I'm going to run this, and you see that we still have the same thing. I can do exactly the same thing and just have 2 margins, and you should have guessed by now this just basically represent, but this is quite different, right? This represents the top and the bottom margin, right? And this represents the right and the left margin. So that means it's basically the same thing as saying 50px 4 times, because this 50px represents both the top and bottom, and this is the right and left. If I run this, it's going to be the same, obviously. And you can also just have one margin. If I have just one margin, what this does is that this 50px represents all of the 4 margins. So top, right, bottom, left, this 50px represents it. And once I run this, you're going to see that it basically has that the way it is. So there's also one more way we can specify margins. We can say inherit. So let me explain what this inherit does. So if I come in here and let's say I have this P, right, under, let's say, a div tag. If I have this P under a div tag, right, let's just say something like a B tag. So let's say this P is under this B tag, and I come in here and I actually, style that B tag, and let's say I say margin top is something like 50px, or let's say 60px. So since this P tag is under this B tag, that means I can inherit, right? I can inherit this margin from that B tag. So if I want to specify margin top, and I don't want to actually start writing, I can just input inherit, and once I input inherit, is going to have the same margin top as this B. And when I say inherit, what CSS is going to go into HTML, and it's going to look for the tag that this is under. So since it's under a B tag, it's going to come back in here and see the margin top on that B tag, and it's going to do the same thing for this. Now if I run this, let's see what it gives us. You can see that we only have a margin on the top. So that is a simple way, or a basic way of using margins in CSS. Now we're going to talk about borders in CSS. Now what I mean by borders is basically like a wrapper for a particular element. So for example, if you want there to be like a square on this element, That's when we use a border. So without wasting any time, let me just show you how we actually use borders. So there are different styles of borders. You can have or just a simple rectangle wrapped around this, or you can make it dotted or just dashes. And I'm going to show you what we're going to do that. So I'm going to get rid of this B, and on this P tag, what I'm just going to do right now is I'm going to say, I'm going to get rid of this. I don't need this, and I'm just going to say border style. Now once I say border style, CSS now knows that I'm trying to put a border around this particular P tag. So now there are various styles, and we're going to talk through every single one of them. So let me first put dotted. Now once I put dotted and run it, you're going to see that there's a border around this that is dotted. Now that's a simple way of doing that. Actually, let me just change this to the H1 just so you can see it better. So now we are talking about the H1 tags. Good. So as you can see, that is what it does. Very simple. Now there's a lot of different styles that we can use, and I'm going to talk about all of them right now. So the first one is dotted. There's another one named solid. So if I change this to solid and I run it, you're just going to see that it's going to have a solid border around it. A normal square is not dotted. It's just a normal line. So if I didn't explain, this border style is just a way to actually put a border around this particular element. And that border style, this particular style, says or asks for us to put the value of the style that we want. So before we put dotted, now we put solid. So this is what this solid brings. If I put, let's say there's another one named groove. Once I put groove and run it, you're gonna see that it basically shows it but like more slimmer, just a normal line, and is more fade compared to the solid. Now if I put dashed and I run dashed, you're gonna see that it's not dotted, it's like a dash, you know, with spacing between it. And I can also put double. I'm just going through what you can use as your border. So if I put double, it's similar to groove, but let's say more thicker than that. Now I can also put ridge. If I put ridge and run it, you're gonna see that is how that looks like. There's another one named outset and inset. And once I run this outset, as you can see, it basically gives you like this highlighter of this particular, you know, element. Now once I say inset and I run inset, you're gonna see that it's just the opposite of that. The top are thick and the other parts are not thick. So what if, let's say, you don't want to you don't want the border, you don't actually want to have a border? That's when you just use none. If I run none, you're not going to see any border, it's just going to be there, right? And let's say I want to have a border but I don't want it to show. It's basically give you the same result as none, but this is hidden. So it basically like has a border but it's not showing. Now once I run that, you see that nothing changes, and that's just simply because we use hidden. Now let's say you want to mix different types of borders. Like let's say you want the top to be dashed, you want the bottom border to be solid, you want this part to be double, you know, we can do that. What you just need to do is to basically specify what you want. So for example, right here where we have this value hidden, what you're just going to do is to say, you can say dashed, double, dotted, and solid. Now if I run this, you're going to see that each of these stands for different ones. So I'm just going to expand this right here just so you can see it. So you can see that the first one, which is dashed, is right here. That's for the top. And this double, as you can see, is the one right here. Double is the one right on the right. And when you say dotted, that represents the bottom, and you say solid, that represents the left. So this is top, right, bottom, left. So that's just how you can mix different ones together if you want. And once you know how to do that, that's basically the basics of actually, you know, inputting a border in CSS. But there are more to that. Like, what if we actually want to be more flexible with this? What if we want to be more dynamic with this, like we want this to be like our own design. So for example, let's say we want the width of this to be larger. So first of all, let me just change all of these to solid. And now let's say I want this to have a width. Let me first run that so you can see the output of that. And let's say I want this to be quite bigger, like I don't want it to be this small. I can say border hyphen width, and I can say 10px. Now if I run that, you're gonna see that this is quite thicker. I can change that to, let's say, 6px, just to reduce the thickness. As you can see, it is less thicker. So that is one way of giving a value to the width. There are other ways we can also give values, just the way when we were dealing with margins, we could give value with numbers. We could also give value with inherit and all of that. But in this one, we can give values with px, and we can also give values with, you know, the rate. Like for example, I can say medium. Now if I say medium, this means it's gonna be thick, medium. And we can just also say thick. If I say thick, it's just gonna be very thick. That's what it is. So you can use that to basically specify the, the width of the border that you want. It's very easy. But what if we want to actually just specify different side widths? Like let's say we just want only this part to be 5px, then we want this part to be 10px, then we want this part to be 11px. We can do that. And the first thing you need to do, just the way we could mix different styles, we can also mix different width. So what we're going to do is we're going to specify for the top. We can say the top should have 10px, and then we're going to specify for the right. We can say the right should have 5px. And we're going to specify for the bottom part. We can say the bottom part should have, let's say, 11px, and then for the left part we can say it should have 22px. Now if I run this, you're just going to see that it's a mixture of different width in the border lines. So that is how to do that. But you can also split it evenly. So for example, you can imagine I have just two different px, two different sizes put here. What this is going to do is that it's going to take this 10px and input it for the top and the bottom, and it's going to take this 5px and input it for the left and right. So it's going to split it evenly. So as you can see, left and right as 5px, top and bottom as 10px. And that is a very simple and basic way of doing that. Now after specifying the width of what we want, we can also add the color. Let's say we don't want this to be black, we want this to be green, we can want this to be purple. What you just need to do, as you might have guessed, is to say border color. And once you say border color, you can just directly give it the color that you want. You can just say purple. And once we say purple, we put our semicolon. If we run that, you can now see that it has purple. Now once again, we can have a mixture of colors. Like we can want the top to be green, we can want this part to be purple, we can want this part to be violet, we can want this part to be black. Now we're going to do that right now. So we're going to say the top part should be purple, and let's say the right part should be blue, right side. And then we're going to say the bottom side is going to be, let's say, green. And let's say the left part should be red. Now if I run this, you're gonna see, so each should have a mixture of different colors. So okay, the reason why that gave us an error is because there shouldn't be comma in there. So what you just need to do is, when you're specifying different values, you don't actually use a comma. I'm gonna get rid of this comma, get rid of that, get rid of that. And once I run this, you're gonna see that there's a mixture of colors. As you can see, all the borders has different colors within them. So you can see that that is also very easy to do. So instead of also just having like this style for everything to be solid, we can basically, I'm going to remove all of this, and we can just say something to style like only the top right. So for example, I can say I want border hyphen top hyphen style. So for this, instead of saying before we basically compress everything into one when we say border style, and we could say dash, we could say, solid, we could say dotted, and everything is just going to be split. But let's say you just want to have each of them differently. You can say this should be dashed, and border hyphen, you can say right style, you can say dotted, you can also say border hyphen bottom style. Now you can just say, you can give it the same thing. Let's say dotted also, and let's say border hyphen left style. We can just say dashed. Now if I run this, you're gonna see that it's basically gonna have different ones. Like this is dash and this is dotted, this is dash and this is dotted. So this is a long way of doing it, but the way I said already, when we did style like this, and then we specify different one by saying, let's say dashed, and then we can just say dotted, so this is for the top and bottom, and this is for the left and right. So this is the shorter way of doing it. Like, see how compressed that is now. So I also highly suggest that you do that instead of actually going to do every single thing one after the other. So that is also a good one. So for example, also let's say you want to have a border, but you don't want the border to be a square. You might just want it to have a border on the left or on the bottom or on the top. Now what you can just do, very simple and straightforward, you can just say border bottom, and let's say dashed. Now once you run dashed, it's just going to have a border on the bottom and it's going to have dashed. We can change this to border left, and it's just going to have a dashed border on the left like this. Good. Now when we specify the border bottom, when we specify the border style, the color, the size and all of that, we can just do everything at once. Like where I have border left, instead of saying border left, then I'm now going to say border color, then border width. What I can just do is to first say the width. So I can say the width should be 10px. Then I'm going to say the style, and then I'm going to say the color. Let's say purple. Now what this does is that it allows us to just compress all those code we're going to write into one line. So instead of writing border width to have the width, we can just have it here, and instead of writing border color, we can just have it here. So if I run this, you're going to see now that we have a left border of all of this. So if I don't want this to just be left, I can just remove this, and now the whole border is going to have all of this. So that is very easy and straightforward. Now the last thing we're going to talk about is putting rounded borders. So let me change this back to solid, and when I change this to solid, let's see, cool. Now let me change this to something like 3. Just want it to be smaller. Cool. Now what I want to do is to make this border rounded. So if you look into this particular Replit page, you can see that this basically has a border that is rounded. But as you can see on these edges, they are not squared like the way this border is squared. These edges are actually curved. So that is a rounded border. I'm going to show you how to do that on these edges. Very straightforward. What you just need to do is to say border hyphen radius. So now you're going to specify or write how curved you want it to be. So let's go with 4px. If you want it to be that curve, and I run it, you're going to see that it is curved 4px. Let's say 10px, it's going to be very curved. As you can see, it is very curved. So the more you increase it, the more it curves. If I run it as 20px, now you can see that it's more curved. So that's basically how to do that. And I hope you understand everything now about borders in CSS. Now let's talk about CSS padding. So padding is used to create like a space around an element or text inside any border. So for example, let's say we have this I right here, and let's say we want to create a space like we want there to be more spacing on top here and below here and also on the left, that's when we use padding. So for us to use padding is very easy. For example, we already have this border right here. Now let's say we want there to be space on the top. What you just need to do is to say padding hyphen top. That easy. Then now we're going to specify how much we want the space to be. You can say 40px. And then once we run this, you're now going to see that there's going to be a space on the top of 40px. We can do the same thing by saying padding left. And let's just say 40px. Once you do that, there's going to be a space of 40px on the left. And then you can also say padding. You can say bottom. And then there's also going to be a space of 40px on the bottom. So as you can see, that works. And you can also do the same thing, you know, for the right side. We can just change this bottom right here to right. But when you run that, it doesn't really make any difference because there's already a lot of space here. Now, instead of having to write all of this, you know, top left, bottom right, you might have guessed just the way we did everything for border and for margins when we are doing margins. You can just say padding, and then we can just specify, let's say 40px, 10px, 20px, and 30px. So once you say all of that, this is basically the 40px is for the top, the right is for 10px, and 20px is for the bottom, and 30px is for the left. Now if I run this, you're gonna see that that is gonna work perfectly. Now you can also do the same thing by, you know, removing one. When you remove one, this just simply means the top, the right, and the bottom. Now if I remove the second one, what this is gonna do is gonna split it evenly. So 40 is gonna go to the top and the bottom, and this is gonna go to the left and the right. If I run that, you're gonna see what that does. So that works successfully. Now let's say I just have 40 in here and I run this. What this is gonna do is that it's gonna left the left half of padding of 40, top 40, bottom 40, and right 40. So just the way we've been doing for, you know, border, for margins, that's the exact same thing that happens here. So I hope you understand what is padding and why we even use padding. Now let's talk about height and width in CSS. Now the height and width is just used to set the height and width of a particular element. So let's get rid of this, all the borders, and let's just run this normally. So let's say we want this height to have like a, not the actual element, but, you know, around the element, the space around the element to have a height of, you know, let's say 60px. So what you need to do is just to come into H1 and say height. So you can say height and say 60px. So once you say that and you run it, right, obviously you might not see any change. Okay, you can see a change. Now this is the reason why we see a change is because there is now an height of 60px around this. So this starts from after that. That's why you can see the space in these two. So for us to actually see it visibly more, let's set a background color. So when we have a background color of purple and I run it, you can see, where is it, this has a background color of purple. Now the height of this is 60px. I can change this to 90px, and when I change this to 90px, you can see that it now has a bigger height. So this height is basically the height of, you know, everything around that particular element. Now we can also change the width, and let's say I want the width to also be 90px. Now if this width is 90px and we run it, you're gonna see that the width was reduced drastically. But let's say I just want this width to go all the way from the beginning, right, from here to the end of the page. For me to actually get the end of the page, because obviously I might not know how large anybody's screen is. So like for this screen, I don't know if the end of the page is 200px. Even if it's 200px, for another screen, it might be 500px. So for me to get rid of that problem and let it just be all the way to the end of the screen, what I just need to do is to use percentage. So when I use 100%, it's not going to be calculating it based on pixels or px. What it's going to calculate it based on is the percentage of that screen. So now once I run it, you're going to see that the width goes all the way to the end of the screen. So it calculates the 100% of that screen. If I change this to 50% of that screen, then you're going to see that it only stops at half of that screen right here. So that is a basic, thing about height and width. Now there's also something called max width, and the max width is just used to set the maximum width of an element. It's that easy. So what you can just do now is right here, I can just say max-width. If I say max width and I run this, it basically just set the maximum width of that element. It doesn't really make any change that is noticeable, but now we know that the maximum width that element can have is 50% of the screen. Now we're going to talk about outlines in CSS. So what outline does is that it draws a line outside a border in an element. So for example, we have this border in this element, right? If we add an outline to it, it basically just draws a line outside that particular border. And what it does is it just makes that element stand out. That's basically the main reason of an outline. So very, very similar to how we define borders, that's how we also define outlines. So let's say we have this border right here. Actually, we don't have a border. This is just a normal background color stuff. We can just get rid of this. And I can say outline style. So when I say outline style, just the way we say border style, that's how we say outline style. And I just want it to be normal solid. Now if I run this, you're just going to see that it has a basic, outline of solid. So it's very basic. You can change this to dashed. Once I run this, it's going to be dashed. You can change it to basically whatever you want to change it to. So that is the basic, concept of outlines. It's very easy. We don't need to, you don't need to have to put a border or whatever. You can use an outline or a border, or you can even use both. For example, let's say we have border right here. We can say border, and let's say we just say it's 2px. We can say it is let's say dashed, and we can say it is green. So if I run this, you're gonna see that we have our border normally, but then we have an outline after it. Let me change this to solid instead of dashed. So you can see that we have, let me just make this a little big. You can see that we have this dash right here, this dash border, but outside that we have this outline. So that's what an outline does. It just makes that element stand out, or it wraps around the particular element. So it's very easy and very straightforward. But you can also do something to get a space between the outline and the border, and that is called the outline offset. So what you just need to do is to come here and say outline offset. So once you have an outline offset, let's say 10px, that means we want a space of 10px between the outline and the border. So that is what it just does right here. This is the outline and this is the border. There's a space of 10px. So that's how straightforward outlines are. It's very easy. Okay, so this is how we basically define outlines in CSS. Now we're going to be diving deeper into texts in CSS. So I'm going to show you everything you need to know on styling texts in CSS. I'm going to get rid of all of this real quick. Let me just run that again. So what we're going to do first of all is to talk about how to style the colors of a text. So if you select an element and in that element you declare a color and give it a value of, let's say, blue, that is going to give the color of blue to all the text in that element. So that is the easy way of changing a text in an element. Now we've talked about this, previously a lot, and this is just emphasizing on that. So whenever you just say color and you give it a value, it's going to look for all the text in that particular element and change it to blue. Now you can also, talk about the background color of a property, but that's basically the background color of that text, but not of the text actually. Like we've also done this. You can just say background -color, and then when you say background -color, you can just simply say, red, and it's going to give it a background color of red. Good. That is easy and straightforward. Now the next thing I'm going to talk about is alignment. So I'm going to get rid of all these colors. Don't really want to talk about the colors again. Now what I want to talk about is the alignment. So what I mean by the alignment is to show how aligned the text is. So for example, if I want this text to be in the center, or instead of being at the left, I want it to be on the right, that's when I use text alignment. So for me to align a text, what I need to do is to come into the element that contains that text. And what I'm just going to do is to say text hyphen align. Once I do align, I can say right. So I can specify 3 different things: left, center, and right. If I say right, you're going to see that all the H1 tags, the text in them goes to the right. If I say center, you're going to see that they automatically align at the center right here. Now I can say left, but that is just going to be default. So as a default, if you don't give it a text alignment, it's just going to be at the left. So if you also align it to left, it's just going to be right there where you want it. Now if I say justify, let me change this to justify, and I run this. Now when you run it with justify, it doesn't really make any change. But if I come in here and let's say I change this to random text and I run this, so what justify does is that justify basically stretches out each line so that every line has like equal width and length. So what this means is that if we have, let's say we have a full text here, and then we come in here and we say text align should be justify, what this means that it basically makes sure that this particular text wraps around the whole length of that screen. So that is what justify does. Very easy. And after talking about justify, the next thing I'm going to talk about is text align last. Now what text align last does, I'm going to change this to hyphen last. What text align last does is that it basically aligns the last line of a text. So for example, if I say center, right? So if I say center and then I try to run this, you can see that it aligns that, because this is the last line of the text. That is why it aligns this at at the center. So for example, let's say I just have, let me just copy this and just keep going like that, and I run it. So you're gonna see that all of these start from the left, but only the last line aligns at the center. So that is what text align center does. I'm just gonna remove all this and put it back. And the reason why this also, that I also aligns at the center, is because it is also the last line, even if it's also the first line. So that is what the text align last does. You can make it right, you can make it left, you can make it whatever you want. So we're also going to talk about vertical align. So when I say vertical align, I'm going to change this to vertical hyphen align. So when I say vertical align, what that does is that it basically aligns that vertically. So for example, let's say that we have, this is Tommy is a guy, and let's say that this guy has a P tag, or now let's make it a B tag just so that doesn't start on a new line. And then let's give it like an ID of, or now a class. Yeah, we're gonna give you an ID, and let's just say this ID is something like text. So once we give that ID, what we just want to, actually don't let us give it an ID, let's use a class attribute so that we can just easily get that from there. So once we give this a class, what we can just do now, we give that a class of text. I'm gonna copy that text and I'm gonna come in here. So I'm just gonna say h1, now I'm gonna say b.text. So right here now, what I'm gonna do is to come in here, and I'm gonna say b.text, and I can just say b.text should have a vertical alignment of, let me say, top. Now if I run this, you're gonna see, I'm gonna wait for that to run. So it says Tommy is a guy. So that doesn't really make any change. That's just because it's the size is the same as the H1. But let's say this is actually like smaller, like this P right here. Once we make the alignment go to the top, it's basically gonna just shift all the way to the top right here. But because this guy is the same size as all of this, so when it tries to shift to the top, it basically wraps around all the whole, the whole margin of this particular text. But for example, let's say you have a smaller text, or let's say this A is smaller, then it's going to go up to the top a little bit. So that is what that does. So now that we know about the vertical text alignment, the next thing I'm going to talk about is text decoration. So I'm going to get rid of this OB. Just going to run that again, and I'm going to come back in here. So right here where we have text decoration, so what text decoration does is that it adds a line to a text. Very easy, very simple. So right here where we have H1, what I can just do is to say text decoration line, hyphen line. I can give a value and say underline. So if I say underline, this is just gonna have an underline it's just gonna have a line under the text. That's what that does. Now there are different ones, and I'm gonna try all of them now. So we can say something like line through. Once you say line through, it's just gonna strike a line across the text. So you can see there's a line striking across the text. If I say overline, as you might have guessed, there's gonna be a line on top of that particular text. Now you can also add two different decorations together. Like I can have an overline and I can have an underline. If I have both of them together, it's basically going to have one on top and also one on the bottom, as you can see right there. Now we can do more. We can actually say the color that we want for that decoration line. So we can say text decoration color. And let's just say green. Once we say that and we run it, you're going to see that just the color of that line is green and not the text. As you can see, it changed the color of that line to green. Another thing we can also do is to specify the style of this line. Like what if we want this line to be, dotted or dashed or solid? What you just need to do is to say text decoration style. And I can say dashed. Once I say dashed, this line is gonna be dashed. So I can also, change it to double. And I can also change it to dotted. I can use basically any style, just similarly to what I use in the borders. So that is dotted. So what I can also do now is to specify the thickness of that particular line. So I'm just going to say text decoration. I'm going to say thickness. Now we're going to use pixels. We can say 10px. And that is just going to give it a thickness of 10px. As you can see, it's quite thicker. If I say 90px, you're going to notice that very well. So, okay, this should be SS. So you should notice the thickness there. That's a lot. So if I say 10, let me just go back to 10. You can see that that is 10px. So now instead of having to write all of this, you might have guessed again, we can just compress all of this and, have it on one line. So I can have, what decoration do I want? Let me say overline. And the color I want should be purple. And the next one you're going to have to say is a style. So let's say we want the style to be solid. And then the thickness, let's say we want, 6px. So this is how the syntax goes. You first specify the one that you want, the line that you want, the type of line, and then you're going to specify the color, then the style, and then the thickness. So once I run this now, you're going to see that that works perfectly. There's also something else that we can do. We can just basically say text decoration. We can say none. Now this text declaration none has come very handy, especially when I'm building like pages with HTML and CSS. For example, let's say we have a link, and I'm going to show you this right now. So right in here, we are going to have an A link, and let's just say link, and let's just say href, and that goes to hashtag. If I run this, you're going to see that it automatically has this underline right there, right? But what if I don't want that underline or any decoration on this? What you can just do is to come here and say an A tag. Every A tag should have a text decoration of none, because as you know, automatically it has this underline decoration. But once I say no decoration, you're going to see that it doesn't have that underline no more, but the link still works perfectly. So that's a very useful tip that I've used a lot. And now we're going to talk about text transformation. So text transformation is basically transforming the text. You can make it uppercase, lowercase, capitalize. You can do a lot of stuff with the text transformation. So what you can do now is to just say, let's say text. I'm going to come here and type text hyphen transform. So what do I want to transform it to? Let's say I want everything to be lowercase. So now you're going to see that all of these texts are going to be transformed to lowercase. I can want it to be uppercase also. And once I run that, you're going to see that this is all uppercase. Now, I can also change this to capitalize. Now, what capitalize does is that when we have a sentence, every word in that sentence starts with an uppercase. So if I come in here, and let's say Tommy is a guy. Now every single word on it is going to start with an uppercase. So, okay, this Tommy is a guy belongs to the P tag. So, what we can just do is to come here and add that P tag so that it affects it also. So as you can see, every single word in that P tag now basically starts with a capital case. Now the next one I'm going to talk to you about is text indentation. So I'm going to remove all of this, and let's say we have a sentence like this and we want it to start with a paragraph or something like that. What you just need to do is to say text indent, and we're just going to say something like, let's say 30px. And once I say that, you're now going to see that all of this starts, as a space before it. So that's a very simple way of, showing how to indent your text. So, and I hope you understand that. One more thing, the last thing we're going to talk about now in this old text is the letter spacing. So for example, let's say you want there to be more space between each letter. What you're just going to do is to say letter spacing. So once I run this letter spacing, you're now going to see that there's going to be a spacing of 30px within every single letter. So that is how the letter spacing works. Now I hope you understood everything we talked about concerning text. Now let's look into fonts in CSS. So font just basically allows us to change how the text looks like. Let me get rid of this spacing, letter spacing, and just have it back to normal. So I'm also going to get rid of A, just want it to affect H1 and P. So what we can do now is to actually change the font of this text. So for me to change the font of this text, I need to use something called font family. Now there's a lot of fonts you can use, and you can easily search Google to get the list of CSS fonts that you can use. But I'm just going to test a few ones now to show you. The first one I'm going to test is Arial. So I can say, to use this, I'm going to say Arial, comma. So it should give us like vertical, and that is under the sans serif font. So once I run this, you're going to see that the font of this has changed to Arial. You can notice that it is now a different font. So I can also change this to, let's see the console. So that's a font. And you don't need to know all of this on the top of your head. Everything is available for you on the internet. So I can say new. And then this is under monospace. If I run this, you're going to see that that changes the font to that particular font. So it is very easy to change the font, and you know, it's not that complicated. All you just need to know is the name of the font. So I'm just going to comment that out, and the reason I commented that out is because now I want to talk about font styling. So I can say font style, and I can say that this style should be italic. If I say this style should be italic, it's just going to make the text a little bit slant. So that's just an italic style. So this is basically a font style named italic. And I can also change it to something like oblique. And once I change that to oblique, you're going to see that that is oblique, very similar to italic. And now I can just have it as normal. If I have it as normal, it's not going to change nothing. The style is not going to change. It's just going to be the same way that it is. So another thing I can do is to affect the font weight. So I'm just going to say font hyphen weight. And if I say font weight should be, let's say, bold, and that font is going to be bold. If I say font weight should be, as you can see, there's a P tag, but it's now bold. You can say font weight should be normal, and that is just going to be normal. So that is how easy it is. As you can see, this was an H1 tag, and an H1 tag is always bold, but because I told you to be normal now, as you can see, it's no more that bold, it's just normal. And the last thing I'm going to look into is talking about the font size. So the font size is basically giving it like the text size. If I say size, and let's say I say something like 50px, and I click on run, I'm going to see that this is going to be 50px. So this is that huge. So that's what it just does. You don't need to overthink it. What you just need to know is that it changes the size of that particular text. Now, the way we change this size using px, we can also change the size using em. So what we can just do now is to say, let's say 50 em is actually a lot. If I run this, you're going to see that it is massive. So actually that didn't show. Yeah, you can see how massive it is. So I think 16 pixels is equals to 1 em. So basically this is like 50 times 16 pixels, which is going to be, you know, let's say 50 multiplied by 16. So we're basically saying 800 pixels. So that is why it is that huge. So but let's say something like, you know, say 4 em, and then if we run that, you're going to see that it is that huge. So that is how to deal with fonts in CSS. Now let's talk about icons in CSS. So for example, let's say I want to show like an icon, let's say a cloud icon, or you know, a computer icon, or any icon. How do I actually show that? Now we are actually going to use like an external source. So let me just get rid of this to make the text normal back. And I'm going to come into HTML to actually do this. So what you need to do is to go into your heading element and paste this in there. Now you don't need to know like what this is. What it is just is that it basically linking a particular style sheet, which is an external CSS file, from a Google API. So Google provided like a CSS that allows us to just make icons very easily. So what you just need to do is to paste or type in this particular code in your heading element. And once you type that in your head element, what you can now do is to come into your body. And when you come into the body, Wherever you want that icon to be, now you need to type it, or you need to write that you want the icon to be at this place. So we're just going to say, we're going to use an element named I, and we're going to close it like that. And that I is going to take a class of material. So we're going to say equals to material icons. And now we are now going to write the particular icon that we want to show. So if we want the cloud icon to show, we're going to say cloud. We can do the same thing to have another icon. So you can say I, exactly the same thing. We're going to say class, and then we're going to say equals, and then we're just going to say materials icons. And when we say material icons, now we can now say, let's say we want the computer icon to show, we're going to say computer. So now we should be having the cloud and computer icon show. Now if I run this, you're going to see that two different icons are going to show. This is a cloud icon, this is a computer icon. That is a very easy way of doing it with Google Icons API that they provided for us. Now we can keep going. Let's just copy and paste this. What we just need to do is to change this actual value. So let's say we want traffic icon. If I hit run, you're going to see that it gives us the traffic icon. Now there's a list of icons you can see. You can just also go over to the Google Icons page and look at the list of icons that they provide. So that is basically it about icons in CSS. Now we're going to talk more about designing or styling tables in CSS. So right now, the first thing that I'm going to do is to just create a very basic table. So right here, I'm actually going to get rid of all of this. We don't need all of this for now. And also of this. So right here, I just want to create a very basic table. We've done this in the HTML section of this course. So now we're just going to have table, and then we're going to have a TR. And in this TR, we're going to have the heading. So let's just say name, and let's say age. So those are the headings. And now I'm going to have another TR, another table row. And right here, I'm going to have TD, which is table data. So let's have one name as John. And let's say John is, 15. And then we're going to have one more table row. So TR. And let's have a TD. And let's just say Tim. And let's say Tim is 19. So now if I run this, this is just going to show me that basic table that we have here. Name, age, and all of that. But as you can see, this just looks like a list comprised together. We actually want to make it look like an actual table. So what we're going to do now, the first thing that we want to do is to just make it have some borders. So to have the lines right here, like the way a normal table will. So for me to do this, what you just need to do is to select the table. We need to select table. We need to select this TH, which is the table heading. And we also need to select the table data. So I'm going to come in here and say table. We're going to select the table heading and then the table data. So once we select these three, what we can now do is to say border. We can specify and say 2 pixels should be that thick, and we want it to be solid. Now if I run this, you're going to see that we have this border that is 2 pixels thick and it is solid. So that is basically how we can do that. Now the next thing I want to do is to have a width for it. So I'm going to have width, and let me say the width is 100%. Now when I run this and say that the width is 100%, you're going to see that it extends all the way to the end of a particular table, to a particular screen. So what I want to do now, as you can see, it looks weird, and the reason why it looks weird is because each one has its own border. Like this has a square around it, this has a rectangle around it, a rectangle. I just want all of this to collapse into one line. So all of this should just be one line and not double lines on that. So for me to do this, what I just need to do is to say border. I can say border collapse. So once I collapse this and I run it, then you're going to see that everything basically has one line, which is very good, and this is what we want. So that is, the first step in actually designing this table. So we can make this, let's say we want this to be 50%. So that is basically 50%. So that is good. That is what we want. And now we can talk more about the, actual size of this particular table. For example, I can say I want th, let's say like I just want only this table to have a width of, so what I can do now is I can come down and say th will have a height of, let me say, 50 pixels. Now if I run this, you're going to see that the height of th is now more like broader. So I can, specify all of this by just uniquely using that as a selection, like th, then I say height and I give it a value of 50 px. So it is that easy to do, and that's straightforward. Now the next thing I can do is to actually talk about the alignment of these particular words. Like for example, I want this to be in the center, just the way the heading is. The heading as default is in the center, but for the data, I want this to be in center or on the right or wherever. What I just need to do is I need to just say td, because these are the data, right? So I'm going to say td, and I'm going to say text align. And if I say right, you're going to see that all the text aligns to the right side of that particular table. But for it to look good, I'm going to say center. And once I say center, you're going to see that aligns perfectly. So I can also, change this th to align on the left, so everything can align on the left. So let's say I want this to be the left. I can just, copy this particular one and come into th and put that in the left. So you're going to see now that every single thing is in the left. Now that is another way of basically doing that. Now let's say I want there to be spacing between like every one of these. Like as you can see, this is quite congested. What I can just do, instead of having like increasing the width, I can add a padding to it. So I can just get rid of this actually, and I can say th and td should have a padding of, let me say, 10 px. I'm gonna get rid of this height. Now if I run this, you're now gonna see that they all have like an equal amount of space with it. So that's basically what that does, right? And that is straightforward because it makes the table actually look very good, and that is literally what we want. So what we can just do now is to also add some like something that we can hover over. So for example, if let's say I want to be able to hover over this particular line, right, what I need to do is to come here and say table row. And what I mean by hover is that when I bring my mouse on this particular part, I want, let's say, it should show a particular color, so it can, or it should highlight that particular row, so it shows that I am over that. So that all of this belongs to table row. So what I'm just going to do is to say tr, which is table row. I'm going to use something different this time. I'm going to say column over. Now when I use column over, whatever I do here is only going to happen whenever my mouse is on top of that particular element that is being selected. So what this means now is that if I say I want the background color of this tr to be, let's say, blue, now this is only going to happen, it's only going to be true, only going to happen when my mouse is on it. Now let me run this and show you what that is going to do. So now when you see that my mouse is on it, you can see that the background color changed to blue. Now this is only true when my mouse is over it. So that is a very good one also, because it allows you to easily look at or easily highlight what you want to do on a table. So this is basically the basic way, or the simple way of designing tables using CSS. Now we're going to be looking at the display property in CSS. Now what this display property does is that it allows us to display a particular element, or maybe even hide the element, or even remove the element from the web page, but the code is still present. For example, I can get rid of this table and say display shouldn't show, or I can hide it, or I can do whatever I want to do. Now let me show you what I mean. Now for example, if I come into table right here and I say display should be none, if I run this, you're going to see that everything right here is not going to show no more. And the reason why this doesn't show is just because we've said display should be none. Now, there are also many other things I can do, like I can set visibility to be hidden. So if I say visibility should be hidden, now instead of this not displaying, it also doesn't display, but it is still right there. Now what I mean by it is still right there is, if I come in here and let's say I have an H1 tag and I say I, now if I run this, you're gonna see that this particular H1 tag starts from here. And the reason why the H1 tag starts from here and not here is because we set the visibility of that table to be none. That means it is still present there, but it's not showing. That is why H1 tag starts from here. But if I set display to be none, display, if I set it to be none, this basically means remove that particular one from, remove that particular table or whatever element from this particular web page. So as you can now see, I starts from the top. So that's the major difference between display none and visibility hidden. None allows us to remove that element entirely from the web page. Visibility still lets the element be present in the web page but not show. Now we're going to talk about combinators in CSS. Now, a combinator is something that basically explains like or shows you the relationship between different selectors. Now, there are different combinators and I'm going to explain everything right now. So I want to get rid of all of this. Just going to get rid of all of that and also get rid of the whole table. Now, let's say, for example, we have this H1 tag, and in this H1 tag, we now have a, let me just say I, and within this H1 tag, let's say I have another B tag that says A. So this B is inside this H1 tag. Now what I can just do is to say I'm going to use something called a descendant selector. So if I now say H1 and I leave a space and say B, what this is going to do is that it's going to select all the B elements inside an H1 tag, and whatever we do here is going to be done to that. So if I say color should be red, now you're going to see that this A is going to be red. Now as you can see, A is red. Now what this is a descendant selector, which means that it selects all the elements that are inside this initial element. So that means select all the B element that is inside H1. Now if I create another B element, let's say I just create another one like that. If I run this, because that B element is still there, you can see that it says that. And imagine I have a P element, right? And inside that P element, and I have a B element that says what's up. And once I run it, because B element is still under this H1 element, right? It's still a descendant of it, it's still gonna affect it and it's gonna be red. But now, if we use a child selector, it's gonna be different. So what we just used now was a descendant selector, but what we want to talk about now is a child selector. Now, if I say H1 greater than B, this means that it's gonna select all the element that is a children or that is a child, or the B element that is a child of H1. So if I run it, you're going to see one difference, and I'm going to explain why. You can now see that this is no more red, this is black. Now the reason why is because if I come in here, it's looking for only the B element that are children of H1. Even though this B element inside this P, and let me just make this like this so you can see it better. Even though this B element that is within this P is still under this H1, but because it is not a direct child of this H1, it's not going to be seen as a child selector. So if I have, let's say I have one B outside this P after A, that B is going to be, that B element is going to be red, as you can see. But because this B is not a child of H1, is a child of P, and P is a child of H1, that's why this is still black. Now that's the main difference between a child selector and a descendant selector. Now the next one is an adjacent sibling selector. Now this just basically selects, if I'm going to use plus to note this, but this selects all the adjacent B after an H1. If I run this, you're going to see that none of it is red. Now the reason is because all of this are children of B, but they are not really after B. So if I come in here now and I paste this, so this is adjacent to H1. It's not a child of it, but it is after H1. Once I run it, you're going to see that this one now is actually red. Now the next one I'm going to talk about is general sibling selector. So this adjacent sibling selector only selects the one that is adjacent to it. So if I come here and paste another B and run it, you're going to see that what shows under here is not going to be, as you can see, it is not red. This is because it only takes the adjacent one to it, and this is the only adjacent one to H1. This one is adjacent to B, it's not adjacent to H1. But if I use the general sibling selector, which is this right here, so we're just gonna get that particular one. There's a sign to select the adjacent sibling selector, and it is this particular sign right here. So once I use this sign, this shows that any B that is, that next, that is like siblings of H1 is going to be red. Now once I run it, you're going to see that this second one is also red. Now this is because this second one also come as a sibling to this. It's not just only looking for the one adjacent to it, it's looking for the one that is close to H1. So those are the major 4 CSS combinators. Now we're going to look into building drop-down menu. So normally when you have like an option where you can like hover over it, and once you come over it, you see something that drops down like a menu. I'm going to show you how you can build that right now. So this is fairly easy. What we just need to do right here in the HTML body, I'm first of all I remove everything in the body, and what I just want to do is that I want to create a div class. I'm going to create a new div class. We talked about what div class were. I'm going to create this div class, and I'm going to just have it like that, and I'm going to give it a class of drop down menu. So I gave you a class of drop down menu. So this is what I actually want to be dropped down, right? But right here, I want there to be like a button that we are going to hover over, and once our mouse goes on it, we want this drop down menu to show. So here we want to have a button. So there's a button element that just allows us to have a button basically, and right here we can just say drop down menu or button. So now we can have a class, and we can make this class say drop down button. So I'm just giving this class so we can identify it later in our CSS. So now that we have this is basically the drop down button. If I run this, let's see what we have. You can see that we just have a drop down button normally, and this div class, we're going to have a basic link. So let's just say A. Let's close it, and let's say menu, or we can just say list, and then we can say, for now let's just make it go nowhere, so we can just say link to hashtag. So we have, let's say, 4 different lists. If I run this, you're gonna now see that we have that button with 4 different lists, right? But what I want to do now is first of all I want this list to not show, and I want to style this button a little bit. Okay, let's take it a step at a time. Let's first style this button a little bit. So what I'm going to do is to come into styles.cxs, and I'm going to come here and do this. I'm going to get rid of this, and this drop down button, since I want to style it, I'm going to take that drop down class, and I'm going to say dot drop down button. So I want to give you a background color, and let me say I give you a background color of blue. So now if I run this, it should have a background color of blue, which is good. And I want to give the text color, so I want to give the text color white. I want the color of the text should be white. So let's see, good. And what I'm just going to do is to say padding, just so there's going to be a little bit of space. And let me give the padding something like 13px. So let's have our colon right here, and I'm gonna run this. So that is good. And what I'm now gonna do is to say, let me just try to add some font size. I'm gonna say 16 pixels. So I just gave that the font size, so now it looks a little bit bigger. And what I can just do now is to say border none. Now the reason why I'm saying border none is because, as you can see on this particular button, it has this border that wraps it around, but I want to remove that, so that's why I say border none. If I run this, we shouldn't see any border no more, which is good. And now I want to say cursor. Now I want the cursor to be pointer, so we're going to run that cursor pointer, right? Good. So that means when we come on this, the cursor is going to change to a pointer. As you can see, that and icon is showing when we come on this. So we've designed this the way we want it to be. The next thing I'm going to do is to actually now come, and this list, I want it to first be a list, and then I want it to not show until my mouse comes over this particular button. Now let's go ahead and do that. So what we just need to do is to, let me copy this drop down menu class. So yeah, I'm going to say dot drop down menu. And first of all, I'm going to say display. Since I don't want to display it, I'm going to say display equals none. But I'm going to leave that blank for now because I want to see the changes I'm making. So let me say the position is absolute. And once you say position absolute, we can then, let's run this first of all. So let's make sure this is this. And then let's say we give it a background color of, let's say something like blue, but this time around let's give it light blue. So if I run this, you should see that that has a background color of light blue. And what I also want to give it is a minimum weight. We talked about this. I'm going to say min weight. And when we give it the min weight, we're going to say something like 150 pixels. And then what we are just going to do is to, let's just run this. Okay, great. So what we can now do now is to say, for the list under this, we're going to say dot drop down menu A. We want to say for the list under this, the A tag, we want the color to be black. And we're going to give you a padding of something like, let's say 11 pixels and 15px. Let's give a text decoration of none because it is a link. It's going to have this underline text decoration. So let's make sure the text decoration is none. Once we say that, we can say display. So we can give the display value block. Now if we run this, this should, show the changes. As you can see now, it's being listed this way, which is what we want. And then we gave you a text decoration of none. So now it's still a link. That means I can still click it and it's going to take me somewhere, as you can see. But it just doesn't show that underline no more, which is what we want. So now we want to have an over. So what we want to do is to say that the drop down content, right? We're going to say A. But what we want to do, instead of just saying A directly, we want to say A over. I'm going to do this and say over. And then I'm going to give it a background color. So by giving this a particular background color when, we over every single list on it. So I'm just going to give a background color of, let's say white. Let's see how that looks like. If I run this and I come over, you can see that when I over each of it now, it turns white. So what I'm now going to do is that I want this to only show. So first of all, let me make the display of this. Let me remove that comment and make the display of this none. So now you can see that, let's wait for it. The list is not showing no more. but I want this list to show only when we hover on this. So what I'm going to do is to say dot this drop down right here, which we already had from the beginning. So what I'm just going to do is to say dot drop down, and we're going to say colon. So instead of saying this, we're going to say over. And then we're going to say dot this drop button. What we want to do now is to just okay, so the first thing that we actually need to do is to say the drop down over. We're going to say the drop down menu. So this whole menu, we want the display to be block, right? So we're going to say display block. Now when we run this, what we want is that when we hover over this should have a display of block, but this doesn't have a display of block. So the reason why this doesn't have a display of block is simply because when we come in here, we want to have this div class to be, so we have this guy that has a class of drop down menu. We actually want, let's see, we want all of these to be wrapped in a div class. So let's say we cut all of this and say div, right? And then we say this is like class, and then we just say equals, let's say drop down. Now, since we know we have this drop down here, we can just say from drop down dot over, that means all of this colon over, we want to show drop down menu. Now let's see what this does. So as you can see now, when we hover on this, it basically shows that drop down menu. This is literally what we want to happen. Now what we can do, we can just add, a little bit of sauce on it and say the drop down. And when we hover on it, we now want to even change the color of this drop down button to maybe something lighter. So we can then say dot the button. So the class of the button is drop down button. We're going to say dot the button. And we're going to say background color should be something like, let's see, gray. Let's try that out. Now when we run this, you can now see that we have when I hover on it, the colors change to gray, and we have this basic list right here. Now that is literally what we want to happen, and that is what has happened. Now we can also, as you can see, everything is basically done successfully, but we can just come in here and under this drop down button, let's say we just want to add some styling to this drop down class. I'm going to come here and just say dot drop down, and I'm going to have it, let's say the position should be relative, and let's say the display inline. So we talked about this when we were looking into all the different display and all of that in CSS. So as you can see, everything basically works successfully right now. We can also have this list come into the center if you want. That is optional. But as you can see, this is a basic drop down, and once we come over this, we can basically look at all of this and we can click on it and it takes us to a particular link. So as you can see, all of that works successfully. That's how to build a simple drop down with CSS. Now let's look into attribute selectors in CSS. So let's get rid of all of this, and I'm also going to get rid of all of this. And let's say I have, let's see, a div class, a div element that has a class of, let's say, test, and in here we then have a p that says I. So if I then run this, we just have a basic div class that has a p that says I. That's that. So right here, let's say we want to change something to this old div class. Instead of selecting it using its element name, we can select it using its class name. So what we can do is to come in here now, and we can just simply say div So it's going to say any div that has an attribute named class. Then we want to change the color to red. So if I run this, you're going to see that the color of this changes to red. Now this is because we selected a div that has an attribute of class. So that is a very basic way to actually select an attribute, but an element by an attribute. But let's say that you want to select with the exact value. For example, let's say I want to select the element that has a div class, that have a div element and it has an attribute, right, with a value of test. What I need to do is to say div, and then I'm going to say class equals, I'm going to write the value. So this is still going to be I, right? And it's going to have the red. This is because it's going to look for a div class with a div element with a class named test. So if we come in here, you're going to see that we have a div element with a class named test. Imagine I just remove T and I say test. Now this is not going to be red no more. It's just going to be black because that is not true for this particular condition. So that is a basic way of, selecting with the value. So that's how to use attribute selector in CSS.
Now that you know the basics of HTML and CSS, I'm going to teach you how to code in JavaScript. You're about to learn all the basics of JavaScript programming by coding an RPG game line by line. This way of learning JavaScript will help you understand better how everything works together. So if you're following along, you'll be able to code each line right before I do based on my instructions. There is some starter code, so go to the link in the description and it should open up just like this, and then you can fork the REPL. This will give you my starter code. So just click fork REPL, and then you'll have to sign up or log in if you haven't already. So this is the starter code for the RPG. I've already provided the HTML and CSS, and we're now going to create the JavaScript. So let's look what the starter code looks like. So when it's loaded in the browser, it looks like this. So you can see it's a text-based RPG, and it will give you a description of what's happening right here. And then you'll have a few different options in these buttons here. And it's going to keep track of your experience points, your health, and your gold. Now, right now, none of these buttons do anything. We still have to create that. And all of this is just hard-coded right now. So you can see in the HTML, we've already learned about how to set up an HTML page. So a lot of this should look familiar to you. So you can see we have a div full of the stats. That's this top div. And then we have a div for the controls. Those are these controls here. And then we have this special one called monster stats, and this is not showing up yet because we're using CSS to hide that for now. And we're basically hiding this whole section, the whole monster stats section, and because that will only appear if you're fighting a monster. And then we have our main text here. And you can see we have all these elements of the page, but nothing is happening yet because we haven't created our JavaScript. But let's look at the CSS really quick. So this is also provided, and it's basically just styling the page how you can see it. And one thing to look at is the monster stats, which I already talked about. Currently it's set as display none. It's only going to show the monster stats if you're fighting a monster. But we're not yet fighting a monster. We haven't even implemented that feature of the game yet. So now we'll go over to our JavaScript file. So if you want to just kind of explore the HTML and CSS a little more to understand it, you can. But we're now going to code this game from scratch. And you are going to code the game step by step based on my instructions. So I'm going to just close this section here. I will zoom in just a little more so you can see the code a little better. So the first thing I'm going to have you do is create a variable, but first let me show you how to do that. I'm going to do var xp equals 0, and we'll zoom in one more time, and I can just put a semicolon here. So to keep track of the player's experience points, we've declared a variable called xp, and then we've assigned it to the starting value of 0. So I want you to follow this example and create another variable to keep track of health and start it at 100. So hopefully you're following along and you're trying it before I show you. So now I'm going to show you. Var health equals 100. And so you can see we follow the same pattern. So we say it's a variable with var, then we say the variable name, and then we assign it with the equal sign, and then this is the value that we're assigning. And then the semicolon here, in JavaScript, semicolons are optional. So you can use a semicolon to signify that it's at the end of a line, but you don't have to do it. But for now, we're going to use semicolons. So now that you have the pattern down, see if you can create another variable called gold and set it to 50. Okay, now we're going to create another variable, and this is going to be called current weapon, and we're going to set it to 0. But when a name has two words, the convention is to use what's called lower camel case, which is how you do is the first word is all lowercase, and then the first letter of every preceding word is uppercased. So we'll do var current weapon equals 0. So we've been declaring all our variables with var. However, in modern JavaScript, it's better to use let instead of var. You can actually, there's three ways to declare a variable. You can use var, let, or const. It's better to use let instead of var because it fixes a number of unusual behaviors with var that make it difficult to reason about. So let's change all the vars to let. And one quick way to do that in Replit is I can highlight the first var and either do Command or Control D to highlight the next. And every time I press Command or Control D, it highlights the next instance of var. And now I'm actually using multiple cursors. And I can just type in all at once. So I change them all to let. Now let's declare a variable without initializing it. So in every one of these examples, we've initialized the variable. That's this part where we set it to equal something. But you can create if you just don't put the equal number or equal value, you can declare it without initializing it. So using the let keyword, let's declare a variable called fighting, but not set it equal to anything. So it's just like this, let fighting. Now we'll do the same thing with variables for monster health and inventory. It's common to just create all your variables up front toward the beginning of your program before you start using them. You want to have them declared before you use them later in your program. So we'll do let monster health and let inventory. Now let's set the variable inventory to equal a string, stick. Strings are a group of characters surrounded by quotation marks. So we'll do equal string or equal stick. And we use double quotation marks, but you can also use single quotation marks as long as the quotation marks are the same. Another thing, you can also use backticks, but you just have to make sure that at the beginning and the end are both the same. For now, we'll just use double quotation marks. Now, right now, the inventory is just a single thing, a stick. But the inventory can store multiple items. So we're going to change the value of inventory to be an array with the items stick, dagger, and sword. An array is basically just a list of different values. You can store multiple values in an array. And you create an array by putting brackets around the list of values. So it's just going to be like this. So the first item, we're going to put the bracket here, stick, and then we will have dagger and sword. And then we do an in bracket there. So now we've created an array of 3 strings. Now, putting 3 items in this list was just an example. So for now, let's just start the player with just the stick. So we're going to keep this as an array, but we only want 1 item. So we're going to delete dagger and sword, those items. And then later, we'll give the player an opportunity to add more items to the inventory. But it has to start out as an array if we want to add elements to the array. In order to update HTML elements on a web page, on an HTML page, you need to get references to them in your JavaScript code. So here's an example. This is not the one we're using. I'm just giving you this as an example where we can, this will get a reference to the HTML element with an ID of L, because this is the CSS selector for ID, and it's going to have the ID of EL. And we're going to store that HTML element in a variable called L. What I want you to do is update this to get a reference to the HTML element with the ID of button1 and assign it to a variable with the name button1. So basically, we're just going to do button1 and button1. Let's just look over at our HTML really quick so you can see where that is. If we go to the HTML and we can see here the button ID of button1, that's this one where it says go to store. So now we're getting access to this element and we can do things to it. Like we can change the text in the element or basically do whatever we want using JavaScript once we have a reference to that element. So we'll go back to our JavaScript. And now what we're going to do is change this let to const. So I already told you earlier that you can create a variable with var, let, or const. So var allows the most changing, basically. So you can basically do anything you want with a var later, but that could open yourself up to bugs. And const, it means that it is the least amount of changing. Once you declare a variable as a const, you cannot update it. So we are going to want to update the XP, the health, the gold, but now once we get access to this button, we're never going to want to update this variable. We're not going to assign button1 to button2. It's always going to be button1. So that's why we can use const. You want to use const anytime you are creating a variable that should never change. If the value is never going to change, you declare the variable with const because it's a constant. So now we want to get access to a bunch of other elements on the website. We're going to basically get access to elements with all of these different IDs. I'm just going to about to paste it in here, but you can give it a try yourself if you want first. Okay, so we got these all pasted in. So basically we have access to all the different elements on our website that we want to update using JavaScript. So now instead of typing this whole thing in every time, document.querySelector, and then the ID, we can just refer to the variable. Okay, now we're going to make a comment to describe what the next few lines of code will do. Comments can be written with either 2 forward slashes or with a multi-line sequence. So if you're going to make comments on one line, it can just be 2 forward slashes and you can do comment. Or if you want to make a multi-line comment, you can do /* at the beginning and */ at the end. And then you can say, this is a comment. And then you can see that the comment, the code editor automatically makes comments gray. And because this is a multi-line comment, you can see it's all gray here. So basically, we just want a single comment that's going to say initialize buttons. So now this indicates what the next part of code will do. So let's designate what the first button in the HTML does by setting the onClick property of button1. And we're going to set that property to the function name goToStore. So here's an example of how you would do it for a different button. So this is just a generic button, and if you want to make the button call the function open program, you could do it like this. But we're trying to make it so button1 will call the goStore function, which is a function we'll create later. So basically, it's going to be button1 and just goStore. And so we can see that the button1 already says go to store. So now when we click the button1, it's going to call this function, which is going to make our game go to the store in the game. Now we're just going to follow the same example to set the onClick property of button2 and button3 to be go cave and fight dragon. So I can just actually copy this line, paste it in here. So this will be button2, button3, and it'll be go cave and fight dragon. Now we're going to create a function. So we already made it so these functions will be called when you click the buttons, but let's now create these functions that are called. Now functions are just a group of a section of code that you can run over and over again every time you call that function. So it's a way to easily repeat code. So every time that function is called, it just runs all those lines of code in that function. So let me show you how you would just create a generic function. So see, you always start with the keyword function, and then you do a space, and then you put the function name, which can be anything. And you're always going to have two brackets or two parentheses, and then these curly brackets. And inside the curly brackets are where you put the code that's going to run when you call the function. So right now, instead of creating the function called function name, we're going to create a function called go store. So that's pretty simple. You just do go store. That's what it's called now. Okay, now let's make this function do something. We're just going to basically do some example code really quick, but we're going to make the go store function output the message going to store to the web console. So basically we do console.log, and then in parentheses, we put the string going to store, just like this. Console.log, so it's going to log it to the web console, going to store. And that's it. Now we have something that this function will do. And now we've actually done enough to test our program out. So now when we click go to store, it's going to put going to store in the console. Now, where's the console? It's not this. This isn't the console. This is part of the website. So to get to the console, you can do it either from your browser's dev tools, or right in Replit, we can click this wrench here, toggle developer tools. And now down here, we have our console. So click the run button. And now we do get this go cave is not defined because we haven't created it yet, but it still should work. I'll click go to store, and it says going to store right in the console. So let's create a go cave function that will log to the console going to cave. So I can just copy this and just paste and put go cave, going to cave. And then we'll just create a fight dragon function that will say fighting dragon. So we'll just paste in another one here, and this will be called fight dragon. And it'll say fighting dragon. And now we should be able to run this, and we don't get an error down here because all the functions are defined. So go to store, go to cave, and fight dragon. We can see in the console those are appearing. Okay, well, let's do some refactoring. Refactoring is when you change code to improve code or make it better that you've already created. So we're going to change the go to store function. This was just kind of to demo it. We're not actually going to console going to store, and we're not going to log that to the console because when people are playing the game, they won't actually be seeing the console. So when a player clicks the go to store button, the buttons and text in the game should change. So what's in these buttons should change, and what's in this text up here, it should tell you what's happening at the store right down here. So we're going to remove the console.log. We're going to remove this, and we're going to add a new line of code inside the function that updates the text of button 1. So it says, buy 10 health for 10 gold. So I'm going to delete that, and then let me just show a quick example. We're not going to use this one, but this is how you would update the text of a button. Button.inner text, and then set what it equals. And we're going to make the button 1 say, buy 10 health for 10 gold. So we just change this to button 1, and then we just change the text in here. The inner text is now going to be buy 10 health, and then we'll just put it in parentheses 10 gold. Now we also want the text of button 2 to say buy weapon 30 gold, and the text of button 3 to say go to town square. So basically you're going to go back to where you began. So I can just copy this and then we'll do button 2, button 3, and then this will say buy weapon for 30 gold, and go to town square. So now that the text on these buttons have changed, the on-click properties on the buttons should change. So inside the Go Store function, we'll update the on-click property of all 3 buttons. The new functions should be buy health, buy weapon, and go town. And you should already know enough right now to be able to do that all on your own. But basically, I can just copy the initializing these buttons and then put it here. Now, see how it's not indented the same amount? Now, indenting is actually optional in JavaScript. It's just to make sure that your code is more readable, but it's still good to do. Anytime something's in a block of code in these curly braces, you want to indent it the same amount, even though it doesn't actually impact how your code's working. So I'm going to highlight everything, and now I can just press tab and we'll indent everything at once. So the button 1 is now going to say buy health. Button 2, or is not going to go to, not say, buy weapon. This is the function that's going to be called, and then go town. Now, we're changing the inner text of the buttons, but we also want to change the inner text of this section here. That's the property, this is has the ID of text. And we want to say, you enter the store. So I'm just going to copy this again and just say text, you enter the store. And now let's create 3 new empty functions called buy health, buy weapon, and go town. So in order to create a function, you have to use the keyword function, buy health, parentheses, and that's just going to be an empty function. And then we'll do another one and another one. So buy weapon and go town. And at this point, we can test it out. So if I click Go Store, I'm going to just move this here so you can the buttons still stay in a row here. So you enter the store, and unfortunately we can't go back to the town yet, but we were able to enter the store. If I refresh this, I can try it again. Go Store, you enter the store. Okay, so every time you click a button, it's basically going to do all these things. It's going to update the button 1, update button 2, update button 3, and then change the functions for the buttons, and it's going to put some new text here. So we're going to move this go town function to be the first function, and then we're just going to copy all this and put it in that function. So I'm going to just do Command X or Control X to cut it, and then we'll put it right here, Command or Control V, and this time I'll do Control or Command C, and then I'm just going to paste it. And basically when you go to the town, we want all this to be what we started off with. All the text we started off with is what's in the town, and all the on clicks we started off with was what we want the town to have. So I'm just going to just paste in the updated code with go to store, go to cave, fight dragon, and you can see these 3 are the same as these 3. But instead of the text being you enter the store, now we're going to say you are in the town square. You see a sign that says store. You see a sign that says store. Well, this should be actually in quotation marks because it's what it says. So let's put quotation marks around the word store. So now we can see, based on what the color of this, that something's wrong. So usually strings are this brownish color, but it's switching to black and we have these squiggly lines because you can't put quotation marks inside a string. Well, actually you can't. I'm going to show you how. If we put a backslash before each one, you can see now it all is the right color. So putting this backslash, this is called escaping. And it's signifying that the next character after that slash is not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be the end of the string, it's supposed to be literally rendered. So there's quite a few different special characters that you can put in with escaping the character like that. So you may have noticed that there's some repetition in our code. So if we look at this, all this code looks very similar to all this code. And when you have repetition in code, it's a sign that you need a new function. So above the goTown function, let's add another function. We'll create an empty function called update. This time the function should take a parameter named location, so data can be passed into the function when it's called. A parameter is a variable that you just put in the parentheses. So let me show you what that looks like. So we have the function called update, and this is the parameter. We can now pass in, when we call the function, we can pass in the location. So let's create a new const here called locations, and we're going to set it equal to an empty array. This will be used to store all the data for the locations in the game. Now, arrays can store any data type, including objects. Objects are similar to arrays, except that instead of using indexes to access and modify their data, you access the data in objects through what are called properties. So inside the locations array, we'll add an empty object using curly braces. So basically, we just put these two curly braces in here. So now inside the array, there's one item, which is this empty object. And the object is going to consist of key value pairs. So let me just give you another example of an object. So here is an array that has an object, the curly braces, and there's one key value pair. The name is the key, the value is Quincy Larson. So we're not going to use this. This is just an example. So here, now we're going to create a property called name, or the property is also another name for a key. So the property name called name with the value of town square. So we'll just put these onto new lines like in the other example we saw. And then I will do name town square. So now after the name property, we're going to put a comma, and then on the next line, we're going to add a property named button text that has a value of an empty array. But since button text is two words instead of name is just one word, we're going to need to put quotation marks around it. So I hope you're following along and you've tried this. So just as a reminder, you should be trying everything right before I show you, and that will help you learn this on your own. So we're going to do button text, and then we're going to just set that to an empty array. Oh, and like I said, we do need a comma here. So each element in the object, each key value pair in the object is separated by a comma. So we have two elements in this object. Okay, so now this button text inside this array, we're going to make it a list of three strings. There's going to be three elements inside the array, and it's going to be the button text that we see in the goTown function. Go to store, go to cave, and fight dragon. So I'll just actually paste that in there just like that. And now we're going to add another property in the object with the name button functions. And the value should be an array containing the three on-click functions, the go store, go cave, fight dragon. And you see these aren't strings, so they will not be strings in the array either. So it should look just like that. Now we'll just add one final property called text, and it will be the text from here. You are in the town, you see a sign that says store. Just like that. The locations array currently has one element, which is an object. Within the array, and after the object's final curly brace, we'll add a comma, and on the next line within the array, we'll add another object with all the same properties as the first object. We'll keep the property names the same on the second object, but change all the property values to the information from the goStore function. And we'll set the property name to store. So I'll just go up here and I'll just paste it in to make it a little quicker here. So now we have an element in this array that's an object containing all the information from the goStore function. Now we can consolidate the code inside the goTown and goStore functions. So we'll copy the code inside the goTown function and paste it in the update function. Then we'll delete all the code inside the goTown and goStore functions. So we're going to come down here. So here's where we're going to copy that and put it right in the update function. And then we don't need this code here now. And then we don't need this code. Okay, so instead of assigning the inner text and the onClick like we're doing now, the update function will now use data from the location that's passed into it. First, data needs to be passed into the update function. So inside the goTown function, we'll call the update function. So to call a function, you just put the name and then parentheses after it. So we now have called the update function. So when you call the goTown function, it will now call the update function. And we're not just going to call the function. When we call the function, we need to pass in an argument. See, it accepts a location. When we call the function, we can pass in a location. So here we're going to pass in the locations array. Just like that. And so this is the locations array right up here. So the locations array actually contains two locations, the town square and the store. Currently, the entire array with both locations is being passed into the update function. But we just want to pass in the first element of the locations array. So we can do that by putting brackets at the end and putting a 0, just like this. So this is going to pass in the first element in the array because in programming, counting starts at 0. So 0 is the first element, 1 is the second element, 2 is the third element, and so on. So when you put the name of an array and then use these brackets and then put a number in those brackets, that's how you specify a single element in the array. So now that the goTown function calls the update function with the first element of the locations array, it's time to use that location information to update the inner text and onClick properties. Inside the update function, let's change the button1.innerText, this one right here, to equal the button text, the location button text. So we can do it like this. We'll use location, that's what was passed in, and then we'll use brackets just like before. But to specify a specific part of the object, we're going to do it just like this. See how we have button text? We want that button text. So that's what we're going to put. I just copied that. I'm going to paste it in here. So the location with brackets button text, that's how we access a specific element in an object. And you can see this just happens to be an array. And we already know how to access a certain element in an array, which is the same way. We use brackets again, and we put the index number. In this case, index 0. So the location gets us this whole thing, and then we put the bracket button text, that gets us this, and then we put bracket 0, that gets us this. So we've now accessed the goToStore. So now let's update these next two items using this same pattern. So I'll just paste these in, and then we can just do element at index 1, element at index 2. So the first, second, and third element. Now we can just use the same pattern for the onClick of the buttons. So I'm just going to paste this in, but instead of button text, it's going to be button functions. So I'll just copy the word functions, button functions, and it's still going to be 0 again because the first item here. So let's update the go cave, fight dragon, 0, 1, 2. And then finally, we'll update the text.innerText to also get from locations. Now, there's two ways we can do this. We've been using bracket location, which is just like this. Location text. So we could use this notation, but we can also use dot notation. So to use dot notation, there's just two ways to do it. We'll do dot text. So we can do location dot, and then you just put the word here. Now this only works if it's a single word like this. When your key is two words, like button functions, you have to use bracket notation. But for the text, we can just use the dot notation. Okay, now we'll just update the go store function. And so the code should look basically the same as the go town function, except the number 0 should be changed to 1. So let's just do that really quick. And then it will be time to test our game. So update locations 1. And now I'll click run. And we should be able to move between the store. Oh, good. See, it has the information for the buttons. We have you enter the store. I can go back to the town square. You are now in the town square. You see a sign that says store. So now we can move between the town square and the store. If we press these other buttons, nothing happens. We haven't done that quite yet. But this game is starting to work. Now, I'm just going to shrink this a little bit. And we're going to add a third object in the locations array. And it's going to have the same properties as the other two objects. The name will be cave, and then the button text is going to be fight slime, fight fang beast, and go to town square. And then the button functions, we're going to have some new functions, fight slime, fight beast, and go town. And then the text is just going to be, you enter the cave, you see some monsters. So maybe you tried that on your own. I'm just going to paste it in here. See, we have the cave with new button text here. And then new button functions. A few of these we still have to create. And you enter the cave, you see some monsters. So now we'll just update the go cave function with calling our update function. And let's create some more empty functions here for the fight slime and fight beast. So fight slime. So now that the store and cave locations are complete, we'll code the actions at those locations. So first we'll do the buy health function. So inside the buy health function, set gold to equal gold minus 10. So it's just like this. Gold equals gold minus 10. And you can see we're getting the gold from our variable that we've already said we start with 50 gold. But when you buy health, we're going to subtract 10 from the gold. And if we're subtracting 10 from the gold, we need to give some health. So let's add 10 to the health. So that's pretty straightforward, but let me tell you about a quicker way you can do something like this. So there's a shorthand way to add or subtract from a variable called compound assignment. The long way to add it is like this, but there's a short way where you can do gold plus where you can do gold minus equals 10. So let me show you. If we just do minus equals 10, that's just the shorthand of subtracting 10 from whatever that value is and assigning the new value to the value. So this basically does the same thing as before. So let's change this to also use the compound assignment. So it's just going to be health plus equals 10. So the line that I changed this from does the same thing as the line that I changed it to. Okay, now that the gold and health value variables have been updated, we need to update the values displayed on the screen. So if we look at what's being displayed here, we have health 100, gold 50. Well, we've changed the variables, but it didn't actually change anything on the screen. So how can we do that? Well, we can set the inner text to gold. So for the gold text, that inner text, let's set to gold. And then we'll use the same thing for health text. So gold text inner text equals gold, health text inner text equals health. So we can update the text on the screen. So what if the player doesn't have enough gold to buy health? Well, let's put the code in this buy health function. We're going to put all this code inside an if statement. So let me just show you how to do that. So I am going to add an extra line here, and it's going to say if and we want to say if condition, we'll update that later, and then I'm going to put curly braces, just like we have the curly. It's kind of looks similar to a function where we have something in parentheses and then we have the curly braces. I'm going to copy this, or I'm going to cut it, and then I'm going to put it here. Let me get the tabs correct. Okay, so this is an if statement. So if something is true, we haven't specified what we want to be true though, but if something is true, then we do all these things right here. If this is not true, then all this code will be skipped. This is called a conditional. So it's code that you only want to run in a certain circumstance. In this case, the circumstance is we want to check if the amount of gold the player has is greater than or equal to 10. So we just have to do gold is greater than or equal to 10. So if this is true, if the variable is equal to greater than or equal to 10, then we can buy health. If not, all this will be skipped and we cannot buy health. And you can also do, instead of just greater than, it can just be, instead of greater than equal to, it could be greater than, it could be less than. And so there's a few different conditional operators that you can use, but we're just using greater than or equal to. So if you want code to run only if this is false, then we can put an else statement. So an else statement is just like this, else, and then we put curly braces. So any code in these curly braces will run if this is false. So if it's true, we run this code. If it's false, we run this code. So if the player doesn't have enough money to buy health, we'll inform the player. We'll set the text.enter text to you do not have enough gold to buy health. Just like that. Okay, so before we write the code for the buy weapon function, we'll use const to create a weapons variable right above the locations array and set it to an empty array. So I'm going to go up here, we got the locations array, and then I'm going to do const weapons equals empty array. And just like in the locations array, all the elements in the weapons array will be objects. So we'll add 4 objects to the weapons array, each with 2 properties. The properties are name and power. So the first should be the name stick with power set to 5, then dagger with power set to 30, claw hammer with power of 50, and finally sword with power of 100. So if you do all that, it will look like this. So we can see we have all the different weapons. And just so you know, these don't all have to be on different lines. This whole thing could actually just be one line of code, but spacing things out this way just makes it more easily readable for humans. So let's go back down to the buy weapons function, and we want to check if gold is greater than or equal to 30. So just like that. And we're going to put some code in this if statement if that's true. The first thing is we're going to set gold to equal 30 less than its current value. So gold minus equal 30. And you can see every once in a while I forget the semicolons, and they are optional. It's just usually people will just always use semicolons or never use semicolons. So if we go back up to the top, we can see that the value of current weapon is going to correspond to an index in the weapons array. You start with the weapon at index 0. That's stick. So let's go back down to buy weapon. And the player starts with a stick, but in the buy weapons function, we want to add 1 to current weapon, since the user is buying the next weapon in the weapons array. So we just do current weapon plus equals 1. Oh, and this was supposed to be an equal sign. That you probably heard me say it and you probably noticed, but yeah, minus equal 30. So just how there was a shortcut. At first we did gold equals gold minus 30, and then we did a shortcut to do gold minus equals 30. Since it's so common to want to increment by 1 or decrement by 1, so add 1 or subtract 1, there's a shortcut just for doing that. So whenever you want to do current weapon plus equals 1 or current weapon equals current weapon plus 1, here's the shortcut, just current weapon plus plus. So doing plus plus just adds 1 to the current weapon. And now we'll update the inner text property of gold text and text. Text is going to equal, you now have a new weapon. So it should just look like this. Now let's tell the player what weapon they bought. So in between the two lines that we just wrote, in between these two, we're going to add a new line. We're going to use let to initialize a new variable called new weapon and set new weapon to equal weapons. So let new weapon equals weapons. So right now we're just making it equal the entire array. But now we're going to add brackets so we can get to an individual weapon, and we're going to set it to the current weapon. So instead of just putting a number here, we can put a variable. And this is going to be the index of a certain weapon in the weapons array. But we don't want just the entire weapon, we just want the name. So we can use dot notation and do dot name. And now, let's see how we can insert variables into a string. We can do that with the concatenation operator, which is actually just a plus symbol. So we're going to update this string to, at the end of a string, add a plus, and then put the new weapon. So we want this to say, you now have a, and then put the new weapon. So basically, it's going to be like this. You now have a, and then I will do plus new weapon. So this is outside of the string, and we have to make sure we put the space here. So it's going to put in a space, a new weapon, but we also want a period at the end. So we're going to have to concatenate a period at the end. You now have it, and then it's going to show the new weapon. So way back at the beginning, we made this variable called inventory. And the inventory, it starts off with just a stick. So what we want to do is add the new weapon onto the end of the inventory, because you still keep the inventory, what you already have, will still keep the stick. But if you buy a new weapon, now you should have the next weapon in your inventory. And you can do that by using dot push. So we just do inventory dot push, and then we put the new weapon in parentheses. It's just like this. We'll go back down here, and then we will, where is it? Inventory dot push new weapon. So we've added that to the inventory. So far, anytime that inner text was updated, the old text was completely erased. But this time, let's use the plus equal operator instead of the equal operator, so we can add text to the end of text.innerText. And we're going to add the text. So we're going to have this text, but then the next line, we are going to add a string in your inventory you have, and then we are going to put what we have in our inventory. So it's basically going to look like this. Text.innerText plus equals, and then we're going to have a space because we want to have space after this period. And in your inventory you have, and then I can just put inventory. Now this is an array. And whenever you print out an array, it's just going to put every element in the array separated with a comma. Okay, now we just want an else statement, and the else, if it's just going to say, we're going to update the inner text to say, you do not have enough gold to buy a weapon. Just like that. Once a player has the best weapon, they can't buy another one. So let's wrap all this code in the buy weapon function inside another if statement. So basically we'll have an if statement inside another if statement. This is called nested if statements. So this outer if statement, the condition should check if current weapon is less than 3, which is the index of the last weapon. So I'm going to add this if statement here. Now let me tab everything over and then put another curly brace here. If I move this over, now we can see everything. Okay, so if, oh wait, this has to be lined up right there. Okay, so if current weapon is less than 3, then we'll do all that. So at some point in the future, you may want to add more weapons. So instead of checking if current weapon is less than 3, like this, let's check if current weapon is less than the length of the weapon's array. So we just have to put the name of the array dot length. So just like this, weapons dot length. Well, not quite. This is not quite what we need to do because we've now introduced an error. The current weapon variable is the array index. Array indexing starts at 0. So the index of the last element in the array is 1 less than the length of the array. So in this if statement, let's change weapons.length to weapons.length minus 1. And if the user can't buy a weapon, we'll update the inner text to say you already have the most powerful weapon. So here we go. Else, inner text, text inner text, you already have the most powerful weapon. And once a player has the most powerful weapon, we'll give them the ability to sell their older weapons back. So in the else statement, we'll set button2.innerText to equal sell weapon for 15 gold, and we'll set button2.onClick to the function named sell weapon. So just like that. So you already have the most powerful weapon, and then the button is going to change. And then you can, if you click it, it will do sell weapon. So after the buy weapon function, let's create an empty function called sell weapon. So first of all, players should not be able to sell their only weapon. So inside the sell weapon function, we'll add an if statement with a condition that checks if the length of the inventory array is greater than 1. Okay, and then inside this statement, we'll set gold to equal 15 more than its current value, and update gold.innerText to the new value. Okay, now let's use the let keyword to create a variable named current weapon, but we won't set it to anything yet. And if you notice, if you remember, we already have a current weapon up here. We've already have a current weapon that we've used in another function. We've used in the buy weapon function. But since the let keyword is used instead of var, this new version of current weapon is scoped only to this if statement. So at the close of the if statement, once the if statement is over, then the old version of current weapon will be used again. So this can't come out of the if statement because we use let. If we use var, then it would be able to be used outside of the if statement. We're going to remove the first element from the inventory array and put it into this current weapon variable. We're going to use the .shift method. So it's going to be like this, equals inventory dot shift. Okay, just like that. So shift is now removing the first element from the array and returning it into this variable. And now we'll just set the inner text to you sold a, and then put the current weapon. So it's just going to look like this, you sold a plus current weapon plus period. Now we can use the plus equal operator to add to the inner text and add the string in your inventory you have, and then add the inventory variable at the end of the string. Just like that. So now let's add code so that if the length of the inventory is not more than 1, a text message appears that says, don't sell your only weapon. So we can just do that with an else. So now we'll start working on fighting monsters. Let's organize the code by moving the fight dragon function to the bottom of the code near the other fight functions. So I'll just go to fight dragon, cut it, and then we'll just put it here. So now we have all the monster fighting functions all together. Now below where the weapons variable is declared, so we have the weapons here, we're going to create another array called monsters. And in the monsters, we are going to set the monsters with 3 different monsters that each have a name, a level, and a health. This time I'll just show you. Okay, so see, we have the monster Slime at level 2, health 15, the Fanged Beast, level 8, health 60, and the Dragon, level 20, and health 300. And fighting each type of monster will be very similar. So all 3 fighting functions will call a function named goFight. So at the end of the code, let's add an empty function named goFight. Let's go down here. I can just copy this function, and this will be called goFight. So inside the fight slime function, we'll set fighting to equal 0, which is the index of the slime in the monsters array, and then we'll call the goFight function. So just like this, fighting equals 0, goFight. And then we'll do the same for fight beasts and fight dragons. So this is going to be 1, and then we don't need the console.log, and this is going to be 2. So 0, 1, 2. And now we need a new location in the locations array. And it's going to have the same properties as the other objects in the array. We'll set name to fight. The button text is attack, dodge, and run. And the button functions are attack, dodge, and go down. And we'll set the text so you are fighting a monster. So, just like that. And now we have an attack and a dodge. We need 2 more functions. Let's create those functions at the very end here. So we have attack and dodge. So in the goFight function, let's update and pass in the location of the fighting location. So just like that. Next in the goFight function, we'll set monster health to equal the health of the current monster. You can try to figure that out first, or you can just wait for me to show you how to do it. So monster health equal monsters. So that'll be from the list of monsters, and then we have the index of what monster we're fighting, like say it was 2, and then we're going to get the health. So it's using the combination of bracket and dot notation. Okay, let's go look back at the HTML really quick. If you remember from when we talked about this, the HTML earlier, we have this monster stats. And the monster stats has a style of display none. So it's hidden, it's not showing up. But when we're fighting a monster, we want the monster stats to show up. So we're going to display the monster stats HTML element by updating its CSS display property to equal block. So you just basically do the element.style.display equal block. So it should just look like this. See, monster stats.style.display, and this is if we use an element.style, this is how we can update CSS styles through JavaScript. Now let's set the inner text property of the monster name text to equal the name of the monster we're fighting, and the inner text property of the monster health text to equal the monster health. So it should look just like this. So the name text is monsters, the monster that we're fighting, the name property, and then the monster health. We already got that from up here. So we'll build out the attack function now. For the first line in the attack function, let's update the text message to say the monster attacks, but use the actual monster name of what the monster of which monster is attacking. So it's just gonna be like this. The monster, that's how we get the name, attacks. Okay, now we'll use the plus equal operator to append more text to text that inner text. We'll add the text, you attack it with your, and then it'll say the weapon name. So that's going to be just like this. We have the plus equals, we have the space here, so we'll have a space out of this period. You attack it with your, and then we use string concatenation to get the weapon name here. Now let's set the health to equal health minus the monster's level. And you can get the monster's level very similar to this, but instead of name, it's just going to be level. So it's just like that. Now we'll set the monster health to monster health minus the power of the current weapon. Okay, so when you attack, you get damage, the monster gets damage. And then at the end of the line, we'll add a random number between 1 and the value of XP, that's the experience. So let me show you, I'll just paste that in here so you can see what that looks like. So we're subtracting from the monster health the power of the weapon plus just some random amount based on the experience. So math.random is going to create a random number between 0 and 1. And then it will multiply it by the experience points. And then math.floor will round down to the nearest whole number. So we'll get this all rounded down to the nearest whole number and then add 1. So basically that's the formula for getting a random number between 1 and the value of XP. And we'll just update the inner text of the health and monster health. And then we'll check if health is less than or equal to 0. If it is, we'll call the lose function. So then remember, see if you can try to figure out this stuff before I show you, but that's just like this. If health is less than or equal to 0, lose. So we've talked about if and else statements. An else statement can be conditional with an else if statement. So at the end of the if statement, let's add an else if statement to check if monster health is less than or equal to 0. And if it is, we'll call the defeat monster function. So that just looks like this. So normally it's else and then we have a curly brace here, but now we're doing else if, and we can put another if statement and then defeat monster. So if this, else, then we'll do another if statement. We'll only go to this if statement if this one is not true. So if we haven't lost, then we'll check if the monster has lost. If the monster's health is lower, we'll call it defeat monster. So we'll just have to add those two empty functions for defeat monster and lose. Okay, there we go. And inside the dodge function, let's set text.inner text to you dodge the attack from, and then put the monster's name. So just like that, you dodge the attack from, and then monsters, then we get the monster who we're fighting, the name, and then the period. And then we can update the defeat monsters function. So inside this defeat monsters function, we're going to set gold to equal the monster's level times 6.7, but then we want to round that all down to the nearest whole number. So just like this, gold plus equals, and so we're going to add this new amount of gold, which is going to be the level times 6.7, and then round down to the nearest whole number. Then we'll set XP to equal XP plus the monster's level. And now we just have to update the inner text on the screen. And finally, we'll finish this function by calling the update function and pass in locations for. So update locations for. So that's obviously a brand new location that we're going to have to add to the location section because that's actually the 5th location, index 4. And so we're going to add a new location. We're going to have the same properties as all the other objects. The name is kill monster. The button text is go to town square, and go to town square, because there's only one thing you can do after you kill a monster. And then the button functions, go town, go town, go town. In the text, the monster screams arg as it dies. You gain experience and find gold. So we have all that updated for what happens after you kill a monster. Now, where it says the monster screams arg here, if you're saying something, there should be quotes around it. So let's add quotes around it. We already learned about escaping quotes, but there's another way you can include quote marks. is if the outer quotes are a different type than the inner quotes. So if we want to have the inner quotes be double quotes, we can make the outer quotes single quotes. So let's do that. So now you can see the color all looks correct. So we're using the single quotes at the beginning and the end, so we can use the double quotes in the middle. And now these will appear, and we don't have to escape them. They'll actually appear, this text will appear as with the quotation marks. And let's just add another location for when you lose. Name lose, button text is just all three says replay, question mark. Button functions are just restart. And it's just going to say you die. So it's going to look just like that. So there's only three options that can happen. The buttons all say the same thing, and the button functions are all the same. So after a monster is defeated, the monster stat box should no longer display. So on the first line of the update function, let's add that the monster stats style display is none. So every time it updates, it's just going to make sure that the display box goes away. The monster stats box goes away. So it's just here, and I'll just put in there. So whenever you go to a new location, the monster stats will no longer show up. Okay, now let's go use we have the lose function at the bottom. So let's make it go to the correct location. Update. Locations. 5. And now at the end, we're going to make a restart function. So after you lose, you may want to restart. And we just want to set all the initial variables back to their initial settings. And then we want to go to the town. So let's go all the way back to the bottom and create that function. So then we got restart, and see we're setting all the variables back to how they were at the very beginning. We're making sure the inner text of all these things on the screen are the correct values, and then we go to town. Okay, now let's make an update to the attack function. Inside the attack function, we're going to update the contents of the else if statement. Which is this statement right here. So we're going to update the contents here. Instead of calling the defeat monster function right away, we'll create an if statement with an else statement. If the player is fighting the dragon, which is if fighting equals 2, then we'll call the win game function. Else, we'll call the defeat monster function. So let me show you what that looks like, and we're going to talk about something new, which is this operator. So if fighting equals 2, win game, else defeat monster. So here, you never just want to use a single equal sign, because a single equal sign is an equality operator. You either want to use the double equal sign or the triple equal sign. If you want to compare two things, if you want to see if one thing equals another thing as far as comparing, you're going to use double or triple equal sign. And so the double equal operator will compare for equality after doing any necessary type conversions, and the triple equal operator will not do the conversions. So two values have to be the exact same type. So it's often safer to use the triple equal sign because it's not going to do any conversions to test the equality. And this is the perfect time to talk about the ternary operator, or sometimes called the conditional operator. It's basically can be used to do a one-line if-else expression. I'm just going to show you, paste in some example code, which we're going to delete. So here's the example code. So if age is greater than or equal to 18, adult function, else kid function. We can simplify this using the ternary operator. So basically, you put what's in the if statement right here, and then we have a question mark. And this would be the if true, and then you will put a colon, and this is else. So this is going to be the if true, this is the else. So the key things to see here are the question mark and the colon. So basically it's a one-line if-else statement when you only need, they're very helpful if you only need to do one thing in the if and one thing in the else, which is exactly what we have up here. So I'm going to delete this, and we're going to update this code to use a ternary statement. So it's just going to look like this. So basically it simplifies things quite a bit. If fighting equals 2, then if it's true, win game. If it's false, defeat monster. Okay, after the lose function, we're going to create a new function called win game. And inside that function, we'll call the update function and pass in location 6. So you can see it's going to look very similar to the lose function, where we're just calling location 6. And that's a new location. So let's create a new location. Everything should basically be the same as the lose location, except the name's going to be win. And instead of saying you die, it will say you defeat the dragon, you win the game. Just like that. The replay and restart are going to be the same. Now the game could be complete now. We're going to add a few extra features, but let's test it out. So I'm going to click run up here, and we'll be able to see if we made any mistakes already. So monster stats, unexpected identifier. So let's go to line 109. And it looks like it's because we forgot this curly brace, or I forgot it. Hopefully you got it right, because I probably put a little note at the time saying that I made a mistake there. So this is why it's sometimes helpful to test out your code more frequently, so you don't have a error a while back. So let's try it again. So I'll click run, and then we have another error here. So let's check that. 144. And again, it's just a missing curly brace. And hopefully we don't get any more of those missing curly braces. Okay. And then we have a missing semicolon. So at 217, one thing this helps you realize is that finding errors can actually be easy just by looking at the console and the errors you get right in there. So it looks like we just need to have a semicolon here. Okay. And no more errors. I fixed all my mistakes that hopefully you already had fixed in your code. Okay, so let's test out the rest of this application here. So, welcome to Dragon Repeller. So we have all this information here. Go to store. Oh, let's see if we can buy a weapon. Yep, my gold went down, and now I have an extra thing in my inventory. I can buy some health, and my gold went down, my health went up. Let's go down to Town Square, go to the cave. I'll fight the slime. Name slime, health 15. You are fighting a monster. I am going to attack. And my health went down, my experience went up, and it tells right here what happened. So I'll go to Town Square. I'm going to go to the cave again, fight the slime, attack. And now I have more gold, so I can go to the store and buy a better weapon. Now I have a claw hammer, so I'm going to go to the cave, and now I can fight the fanged beast and attack that a few times. I defeated it. Now I'm not going to check every single thing here, but let's check what happens if I fight the dragon and die. Attack. Okay, my health is going down quickly. I don't have the most powerful weapon yet. You die. See, my health went down. So if I replay, yep, it starts back over. You are on the town square. You see a sign that says store. Great, everything seems to be working so far. Okay, let's do a few things to make the game even more interesting. First of all, I'm going to close the console here. We don't need that anymore. I'm going to bring this over. And now, let's go to the attack function. So, in the attack function, we're going to change this line right here to something that's going to be a little more complicated, basically. So instead of just subtracting the level of the monster, we are going to get an attack value based on the level of the monster. So I'm going to I'm going to call a function here actually. So get monster attack value, and then I'm going to pass into the function the level of the monster. So we're passing in the level of the monster to this function, and this whole function is going to return a number that's going to be subtracted from the health. So let's create that function. So we're going to call that function. It's going to be right here, and it's going to take a level. So get monster attack value. It takes in a level here. And now the attack of the monster will be based on the monster's level and the player's XP. So in this function, we'll use let to create a variable called hit, and we'll set it to equal to an equation. Let me just show you instead of explaining it to you first. So you can experiment with different equations to figure out what the attack value is going to be. But in our case, we're multiplying the level of the monster times 5, and then we're subtracting, we're getting a random number times XP, and then we are rounding it down. So let's do a console.log. We're going to log the value of hit to the console to use in debugging. This is something we talked about at the beginning, console.log. So do console.log and then pass in hit. And now we're going to do something we haven't done before in a function, is to return a value. We already talked about how we're going to get the return value to pass into health, but we haven't created a function with the returned value yet. So we're going to return, we're just going to use the return keyword and then put hit. So just like this, return hit. Okay, so now when we call this function, it's going to return a value that we can then use in this health equation up here. Okay, now we want to make it so a player can potentially miss. When they go to attack, they can miss. So first of all, there's an extra semicolon here. Extra semicolons basically don't do anything. They're not going to make your code fail or anything. So we want to put this whole line in an if statement. So if, and then the condition of the if statement is we're actually going to call a function to get the result to see if this is true or false. So we're going to say if is monster hit, and we're going to check if the monster's hit, and if so, then we are going to subtract from the health. And if the monster is not hit, we'll have an else, and we'll use the plus equal operator to add the text you miss onto the end of text.innerText. So it's just going to look like that. So maybe I can even put some lines around here so we can see what happens. So if the monster is hit, we'll subtract this attack value. If not, you miss. Obviously, we now have to create the isMonsterHit function. We're going to use the math.random function to make it so 20% of the time it's a miss and 80% of the time it's a hit. So after the get monster attack value, I'll make another function, the other function, and this is how we're going to do that. isMonsterHit, we're going to return, and then we're going to do a conditional. Anytime you have a conditional, like more than, less than, more than or equal to, or like the double equal sign, the triple equal sign, it's always going to return a true or false. So math.random, if you remember, I said it gives a number between 0 and 1. So 0.2, that's basically 20% of the time it's going to be 0.2 or less, and then 80% of the time it's going to be above that. So it's going to return when if math.random is greater than 0.2, that's 8% of the time, it's going to return true, otherwise false. So 80% of the time, there's going to be a hit. Now, we want to the player should hit if either math.random is greater than 0.2 or if the player's health is less than 20. So basically, it's always a hit if the player's health is less than 20. So let's look at how you can use an OR in an if statement. So you can check for two conditions in an if statement. So we actually want to return true under two conditions. If math.random is greater than 0.2, or if the player's health is less than 20. So if the player has low health, there's always going to be a hit. So at the end of the return statement, we're going to add the logical OR operator, which is just two straight lines. And then we can check if health is less than 20. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the two straight lines. This is the OR operator. So we're checking for this or this. So if either one of these is true, then it's going to return true. We could also use the AND operator. If you do two ampersigns, that would be saying both of these have to be true to return true. And if either one is false, then it returns false. But we're going to go back to the OR operator. Okay, now let's add another thing. So for the attack, we're going to make it so on every attack, there's a small chance that the player's weapon breaks. So at the end of the attack function, we're going to add an if expression with the condition math.random is greater than or equal to 0.1. So let's go down here. Okay, now we'll use the plus equal operator to add your, and then it's going to say the first item in inventory array, your weapon breaks. And it's going to add that to the end of inner.text. And we can use inventory.pop to both remove the last element from the array and return the element. Let me show you what I mean. So right in here, text inner text plus equals your, and then we're using a string concatenation with the plus, your, and now we do inventory.pop. This is both going to remove an item, remove the final item in the array, and return it so it appears in the string here, breaks. So it's not going to be in the inventory anymore, and we get to see what the item is. And now we can next decrement the value of current weapon. So we'll just do that with current weapon minus minus. But we never want the player's only weapon to break. So let's use the logical AND operator, which I was talking about earlier, to add a second condition to the if expression we just wrote. If a player's weapon should only be able to break if inventory.length does not equal 1. So you can do does not equal with an exclamation point before the double equal sign. So let's see that. So we're using the ampersand for and then this is the does not equal. So there's two conditions. Both conditions have to be true. Math.random has to be less than or equal to 0.1, and also the inventory.length should not equal 1. So for not equal, you can either, this is the not equal that's equivalent to 3 equal signs, and this is the not equal that's equivalent to 2 equal signs. It's, for the most part, you should use the one that's equivalent to the 3 equal signs. So we're checking for both, though. It can't just be one or the other. Both have to be true for the inventory item to break. Let's do a quick test and see if we can get our inventory, our item to break. So if I just go to cave, I'm just going to keep fighting the slime until we hopefully, well, actually we have to buy, first we have to buy it, go to the store, I forgot, we have to buy the weapon, and then we can see if we can get that to break. So go to the cave, we may have to do it quite a few times to get it to break. Your dagger breaks. It happened. Well, so we kind of got lucky, or I guess unlucky, to get it to break. So our dagger breaks, and now we only have a knife or a stick or whatever the first one was. so that's actually working correctly. So everything's working basically how we want. There's just one more thing to do, which is to add a mini game Easter egg. basically a hidden feature of the game. And really, this is just a reason to be able to teach you one last part of JavaScript. So at the end, we'll add another function called Easter egg, and it's going to call the update function and passes in locations 7. So we'll add that at the very end. Easter egg location 7. And then we're going to have to add the new location for the Easter egg. It's going to have a name of Easter egg, and the button text is going to be 2, 8, or go to town square, and the functions are going to be pick 2, pick 8, or go to town. And then the text is going to be you find a secret game. Pick a number above. 10 numbers will be randomly chosen between 0 and 10. If the number you choose matches one of the random numbers, you win. So we'll just add that, and you can see that text here. Basically, you can only choose 2 or 8 for the numbers. So now we just have to add the code that's going to randomly choose these numbers between 0 and 10. But first, let's create the pick 2 and pick 8 functions. And each function is going to call the pick function, which we still have to create, and pass either a 2 or an 8 into the pick function, depending on the function name. So we'll just go down and add those functions. Pick 2, what's going to pick 2, or pick 8 is going to pick 8. And then the final thing is to create the pick function. So let's create that function. So function pick, and obviously it's going to need a guess. And then what's going to happen in this function? Well, first let's create a new variable called numbers, and it's going to be an empty array. So let numbers, and it's going to equal this empty array. And we're going to push numbers onto this array using a while loop. So we're going to talk about 2 different types of loops in this section. The first is a while loop, and a while loop will keep doing something while a condition is true. So a while loop, it starts off looking kind of like an if statement. So we're going to do while, and there's going to be a condition. We'll fill that in a second. And then there's going to be some code in between these curly braces. So the condition we want to put in is while numbers.length is less than 10. So numbers.length is less than 10. So right now the length is 0. So while it's less than 10, it's going to do something. So we want to push an item onto this array. So we'll do numbers.push. So numbers.push, and then we're going to put what item we want to put on. And here we're going to create a random number between 1 and 11, or 1 and 10. So to create a random number, there's basically a formula. We've already discussed the formula, but we're going to do math.random to get a random number between 0 and 1, and we multiply it by 11. So now if we just round this down, because it's going to have a decimal, so we'll do math.floor. This will give us a random number between 1 and 10 to put onto the numbers list. So there's definitely different ways we could have created this list, but I wanted to demonstrate how to use a while loop. So while this condition is true, while there's less than 10 numbers, we will run this code. And then after this code pushes the 10th number onto the list, the 10th random number, it will go back to the condition again, and it won't be true anymore, so we'll pop out of the while loop and go to the next line of code. And the next line of code is we are going to display using the text.innerText. We're going to set it to equal you picked, and then put what they picked. Here are the random numbers. One thing I just added to the end of this is an escape character. So with this \n, that's the how you say new line. So if you want to add a new line right in the string, you can use the escape character, the \n, and it will add a new line into the string. And let me just add a few semicolons here. Okay, now we're going to talk about a new type of loop called a for loop. Again, it's going to be set up just like the while loop at first. So we're going to have the for, that's the keyword. There's going to be parentheses, and then we're going to have the brackets, or the curly braces. So we're going to run this code in here based on what's in these parentheses. So there's going to be 3 items in these parentheses, each separated with a semicolon. So first, we're going to initialize a variable. So first, we're going to initialize a variable. Then we're going to put the condition that we're looking for the variable to have before we're done with the for loop. And then we are going to be able to change the variable. So let me show you what I mean. We'll do let I equal 0, semicolon, I less than 10, semicolon, I plus plus. So let's go over this. So first, when we go into this for loop, we're creating a new variable just for the for loop. Since we use let, it's only going to apply in this block of code. And we are going to loop until I is less than 10. So once I is less than 10, we'll be out of the loop. And this is something that's going to run at the end of each iteration of the loop, I plus plus. That just means I equals I plus 1. So I is going to start at 0, and then at the end of each iteration of the loop, it's going to go up 1. And once I is, and it's actually, basically it's while I is less than 10, it's going to keep looping. So while I is less than 10, it's going to keep looping, and once I is no longer less than 10, the loop will be over. We are just going to use this loop to add all the numbers from our list. And we'll put a new line character after each number on the list. So just like that. So we'll do plus equal numbers. And so when we do numbers I, so first it's going to be, so I is going to be updated each time we go through this loop. So the first time we go through the loop, I is going to equal 0. So this is going to be the number, this is the number here, at index 0, which is the first number. And then I will be updated, and then it'll be index 1, index 2, index 3, until the loop is over with. And after each number, we will put a new line. Okay, so now we have our final section. We're going to put an if-else statement. We want to figure out if the number that was picked is in this list. Well, there's a kind of a fancy way we can do that. So first, let's create the if statement. So we're going to put the condition here. We are going to find the index of the guessed number. So we can do numbers.index of, and we can pass in the guess. So in this case, it's going to either be 2 or 8, but we can use this function for a guess of any type of number. So we're trying to find the index of it. We're looking for that number in the numbers array, and we're trying to find the index. So the index starts with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So which part of the array, which order in the array is that number? But if the number, so this is always going to return a number, but if the number is not in the array, if it cannot find the index of that guess, it's going to return -1. So we can use that. So if the index of guess does not equal -1, that means it's in the list. That means you guessed a correct number. So we're going to do the does not equal and then put -1. So in that case, we are going to set inner text to, right, you win 20 gold. We're going to add 20 gold, and we're going to update the inner text of the gold. Just like that. To plus equal, right, you win 20 gold. We're going to add to the gold and then update the inner text of the gold. Else, it's going to say, wrong, you lose 10 health. We're going to subtract 10 health, and we are going to set the inner text of the health. So it's going to look just like that. Let's put the other curly brace here. And anytime you subtract health, we have to check if the player has lost. So that's what we'll do now. See if you can figure out what code you should add to if the player has died. Well, it's going to be just like this. If health is less than or equal to 0, lose. Okay, we are done. The only other thing we need to do is make it so you can get into this Easter egg. So how we're going to make it so you can get into the Easter egg is we're going to go back up to the locations. And during the kill monster, once you've killed the monster, it's going to say go to town square, go to town square, go to town square. But we're not going to use the same functions for each of these. The final function, we're going to do Easter egg. So even though it says go to town square, if you know the Easter egg, you're going to go to the Easter egg function. Okay, so now there's nothing else to add. So let's just try out the Easter egg. I'm going to go to run, and we know that if we go to the cave, we know. Okay, now let's just check out. Oh, yeah, we got. Obviously, there's some sort of error we have to fix here. So let's go to line 100, and oh, when I added the Easter egg, I somehow deleted that curly brace. Okay, so now I'm going to first I'll just go to the store, buy a weapon. Now I'm gonna go to the cave, fight the slime, attack. Okay, now I'm gonna click the third go to town square. Oh yeah, and while we're doing that, you can see in the console it's putting the 10 here, because if you remember, we did do a console.log when there was an attack. Where was that? Here, where we console.log the hit. So, but I'm going to click the third go to town square. You find a secret game. Pick a number above. 10 numbers will be randomly chosen between 0 and 10, and then if the number you choose matches one of the random numbers, you win. So I'm going to click 8. You picked 8. Here are the random numbers. Let me just turn off this console. Right! You win 20 gold because 8 was in there. And then if I choose the wrong, because I can play again. So you picked 2. Right! I got it right that time. Right again. Oh man, I'm on a roll here. Wrong! You lose 10 health. So I tried too many times. So now I can go to town square. The game is complete. Now that you know the basics of JavaScript, Tomi will take over again for this next section. He's going to teach you how to create a front-end web app with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Afterwards, I'll teach you how to create a back-end web API using Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. Then I'll teach you how to connect Tomi's front-end web app to the back-end web API.
In this section of this course, we're going to be building this web application that you see right here. So it's going to be a very basic app, and what it's going to do is that you're going to be able to just allow a user to search for any movies, and it's going to show results of those movies. For example, if I search for Smile, you're going to see that I have results of the movie Smile. So I'm going to show you how to build this from scratch. So we're going to design the HTML, the CSS. Then once we're done with that, we're going to use JavaScript to fetch this data from an API. So let's get straight into it. So I'm just going to close this tab, and we're going to come back to Replit. So now we are just going to get rid of this whole style.css, and let's just start with our index. So I'm going to close this, and what I'm actually going to do is that I'm going to open this on another tab so that we can just see how the application looks live rather than having it like in a small frame. So that is also what you can do with Replit. So now I'm going to close that, and we have all our code with enough screen for us to use. So what we're going to do, first of all, I'm going to actually just have all the HTML, div element, everything I'm going to use. Then I'm going to start styling everything that we code in here. And after styling it, then I'm going to use JavaScript to fetch some data from an API. So I'm going to show you how to do all of this. If you don't know what these are, don't worry, I'm going to walk you through it. So the first thing I want to do is to actually just get rid of all of this. And right here, I'm just going to leave this title blank. So to this point, you know that this is just the basic HTML, template. This is how the normal HTML structure should look. So we have this doc type HTML, which tells us that we are using HTML5. And then we have the root element, which is HTML. And this is where every other thing goes in. And in there, we have the head. And as I said previously in this course, in the head, we have the title. And then the CSS that we're going to be using, which is this style.css, we have it linked right here. And then this body is where most of the visible stuff, or basically all of the visible stuff of the web page is going to be. So let's get straight into this. So what I want to do now is I want to change this title to movie site. So once I change that to movie site, let's just come straight. And the first thing I want to create is like a very basic nav bar right here. So as you saw in the demo I showed you, there was a nav bar that just shows movies, and at this right corner there was like a search bar where a user could search for something. So let's start with that. So the first thing I want to do, I'm going to create a new div element, and that div element I want to give it, let's say, a class of top nav. So I'm just going to give all of them different attributes so I can use the attributes to actually style them later in the CSS. So now that I have that, the next thing I want to do is to just, let's say, have an A tag, and this should just say movies site. So this movie site now is, what is going to be shown right here. And let me say, I'm going to give this a class also so we can style it. So let me just say this is active. And I'm going to say it should link to, we don't actually want it to link to anywhere. So we're just going to give it this value hashtag so it doesn't really go anywhere. So that is what we need to do for the movies heading. Now the next thing I want to do is to actually create another div tag in here. And I'm going to give this div tag a class also. So this should also close. I'm going to close that div tag. So now that I've closed the div tag, we just need to make sure everything is right and structured. So this is the div that is ending here. That's the A tag. And this is div tag. So in here, what I want to have is basically a form. So I'm going to have a simple form right here. I'm just going to say form. I'm going to create that form for us. Let me just bring this here. Now, before we have this form, let me give this div its own class so we can style every single thing if we want to. And let me say this, because this form is going to contain the search bar. So and this search bar is going to be part of this div class. So let me say it's like a search container, right? And then this form, I want to give it, let's say, a role of search. And I'm going to give it its own ID. And I'm going to use this ID later in the JavaScript also, so I need to name it form. Now it's just going to have one input, and the input is going to close that input, and the type is going to be search. There's actually a type that is search, and when I say ID, let me just give it, let's say query, and we can give it a name of just Q. And let's give it a placeholder. And let's just say search. Now this is what we've done till this point. Let's actually come here and see what that gives us. So if we refresh this, you can see that we just have this basic movie site and this search bar. Now let's come back in here. And what I can just do is, let me change this to search. What I'm going to do now is, after this div tag or this div class, I just want to have another div element that is gonna take care of the whole film. So when we search movies in that site, when we search movies and we saw some like cards here that shows the image of the movie and the title, that's what I want to do right now. So I'm gonna have one div, and I'm gonna have a class of row. It's gonna be row. And I'm actually going to have another div in there. So now this is going to take care of the column class. So we're going to say class equals colon. So just the way we have rows, because you know that we're going to have a row and we're going to have different columns. So we need to have that specified in the div tag. And then let's create one more div tag. And this one is going to have a class of card, because this is going to be the one that contains the actual, details of that particular movie. So I want to have an image in here, and that image is, let's say, going to have a source. So for now, let's leave the source as hashtag. So let's say that is hashtag, but I want to have a class, and I want to name this class thumbnail. So that's what I'm going to do to that. And what I want to do is I want to put this in an element named center. So once I say center, I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to show you why I did this later when we are styling it. Now we're also going to have, let's use an h3 tag to take care of the title of the image of the movie. So let's say movie title, right? And that is basically what we need for this part. So let's have, if I save this and you just come here and hit refresh, let's see. So this is the image, this is movie title. Everything is all over the place for now, but don't worry about that. Let's actually give you like an image. So if I open this up, I put this image.jpg there, and if I click on it, it just shows this Wakanda Forever image. So what I'm going to do is in here, let me just say images.jpg. If I come here now and hit refresh, so that should show basically right there. So we're going to style this later, but let's keep going. So what we can now do now, since we have all of this, let's actually have a padding, because as you can see, just after that navbar, there is like the movie card is right after it. So we want to have some spacing beside it. So we can just have like, let's see, we can start this in the CSS, but let's take care of it right now. And we can say div, right? And then what we can just do is to say style, let's say padding, let's say left, and we give it 16px just so it has padding from the left. And automatically, I'm going to explain something right now. So this basically has a padding on the left. So what we're going to do now is to make sure everything is correlated. So we have that having a padding on the left, but we also want it to have like spacing on the top of it. So what we can just do, let's actually get rid of this. And this is just going to give you some padding on the left. For it to have some spacing on top of it, that is automatic because we already have one div tag here. So once I save that, that should be fine right now. And let's see what we've done to this point. Okay, cool. So that doesn't take care of the spacing here, but we're going to take care of that in the CSS. But let's just move forward with the styling. So let's go through what we just did right here. So we created a div class for the top nav. That's for the navbar. We add all the details of the navbar in there, and then we just added this div tag for some spacing. And right here we have the row, we have the column, we have the card, and in the card we have the image and the h3 tag. So we have all of this done. Now the next thing we want to do is to actually go into the CSS and start styling all of this. So right now we're going to come into the style.css file, and let's just get straight into it. So first I'm going to use this asterisk selector, and I'm going to say the whole element in this should have a box sizing of border box. Yeah, let's give it that. So as you know, the asterisk selector basically affects all the whole elements in the HTML file. Before we even get here, we must make sure that this style.css is connected to this HTML. If not, it's not going to affect it. So since we know that we've linked it right here using this link element, we can go ahead and start coding right here. So let's see, let's say we want to have the body to have a background color. I'm going to give it this background color. So I'm going to show you the color code. It's hashtag 131720. Yeah, it should look like that. then we're going to do that, and let's give it a font family, and let's say sans serif. And let's save this, and let's just see if we come here and hit refresh. Good. So you can see now that it's looking like what I showed you in the beginning. So we have the background color, and we're going to take care of this later, but let's just keep going. So when you're using Replit, you actually don't need to save the file before you come here and hit refresh. Automatically, it's like saves it for you. That's also why I like Replit. So since we've taken care of the body, let's just see. So we can see that right here, this is black, but we want it to be white so it actually shows because of the background color. And that is in, let's see, is an H3 tag. So we're going to come in here into our style.css, and we're going to say for H3 tag, you select that. I want to give it a color of white. So now if I hit refresh, we should see that that is white. Good. And what we're going to do now is to just add some proper styling to this nav bar that we have right here. We want this to be here. We want this movie site to actually look good. Let's do that. So we're going to say, let's see the class we used for that top nav. So let's just copy that. So now we're going to say dot top nav. Let's give it an overflow. Let's say that should be hidden. And we're going to give that a background color. Let's give it the same background color as the normal background color of the body. So we're going to say 131720. And we want to have a padding of 10px. So it's going to have a padding on the top, on the bottom, on the left, and the right of 10px. Remember earlier in this course, I talked about, this padding when you have just one. In CSS, when you say padding and you have just one value, it uses that value for the left, right, top, and bottom. So now let's come here and let's see what that has done. So you can see that there's some padding up here, and you can see that the space that we talked about earlier is, it's not as close as it was before. If we have a padding of like 30, this is going to come down a lot. But let's just keep going. So now what I'm going to do, let's see, we have in here, we have, okay, cool. So let's style this movie site. So this movie site is in an A tag. That's what we're going to do right now. So we're going to say for the top nav, we want to select the A tag in there, the A element. And we're going to say, let's see, let's float it to left. We're going to say left. And then let's have a display of block. And let's give that a color also of white. And we want to give it, let's align the text to the center. So we can say text align. Center, and let's give it a padding of 14px and 16px. So this is going to split it evenly between both top right and both left, both top and bottom and left and right. So let's also have a text decoration of none, because it is a link, right? It's an A tag. It's going to have this underline on it. So when we say text decoration none, then that should take care of that. We are not going to have, it's not going to look like a link basically. And let's give you a font size. So instead of using, instead of using px, let's just use rem. So I can say 2 rem, and let's make it uppercase. This is the title, the text transform, and we can say uppercase. I think that's enough styling for this, and let's see what that does. So as you can see now, it changes all of that. It doesn't look like a link. Everything is uppercase. Text decoration is done. Good. So now the next thing that we want to do is to take care of this particular search. It's not looking good. So let's see what that is. So it's under the top nav also, and it's called search container, right? It's in this div class of search container. So what we're going to do is to say dot top nav. Since we're using the class and not the actual element, we're going to say dot search container, and let's float it to the right. So Let's save that. Let's hit refresh. You can now see that that is on the right. That is good. Now the next thing we want to do is to take care of, let's see, let's come in here. Okay, so we're already taking care of that particular search bar, and let's just take care of this whole form in general. So what we can do, since we took care of this particular input, but we want to add more design to this form because it's not looking good right now, so we're going to do that. So what we're just going to do, since this is already a form tag, we can just come in here and say form. We want the form to have a background color. I want it to be different from the normal background color, so it's noticeable. Let's say 151 F30. Yeah, that's how it looks like. And then we should have, let's see, a width of 300 px, and let's also have an height of 43 px, and let's give a border radius so it's actually circular at the edges, something like this. Border radius, let's say 11 px, and display, let's make this display flex now, just so that looks better. And let's align the items to the center. Let's come here and see what that makes. Good, so this is what we want to see. Okay, so this is how that looks. What I want to do now is to give it more styling, because I want this, you can see that it still has like an edge, but this has a border radius. I want it to look better, so I'm gonna actually style the input, because this is the old form, but this input now is what I want to style. So it has an input tag. Let me just copy that, and in here I'm gonna say input, let's say all should be on set, and we're going to give you a font of, let's say 15 px, and let's give it system UI. Let's give it a different color. Let's just say normal FFF, and height. Now let's wrap it around everything that the whole height that it can take, so 100% of that, and the width should also be 100% of that. Let's make sure that we have our semicolon, and let's give you a padding so there's spacing around it. Let's give it 6 pixels, and then we can say 9 px. Let's see, that should look good. Good, so as you can see, this looks a lot better. Now let's keep going and let's see what we can do. So now that we have that done, I think the next thing we should just talk about is this image. It's not looking good right now, so let's see what we use to identify that image. If I come in here, so we gave you a class of thumbnail. I'm gonna copy that thumbnail. I'm gonna come into style.css, and I'm just gonna say, since it's a class, I'm gonna use dot. Let me give you a height. I'm gonna say height should be 350, and I'm gonna give it a width. I'm gonna say that width should be, let's say 300. And let's give you a border radius so it's not just like showing like this, as you can see. The border radius of, let's say 19. Let's see how that looks like. So as you can see, that is smaller. Okay, that's good. That's what we want to see. Now the next thing that I want to talk about is, let me come in here and see. So what we can do now is to style this div tag that has this colon class. So what I'm just going to do is to copy that colon class. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say dot colon. And let's look at what is wrong with this now. As you can see, it's in the right, but we want it to float to the left. So what we can do is to say float left. And let's say width, let's give it a width of 25%. 25. And let's give it a padding. So it's going to have some spacing around it. Let's say 10 px, and let's just say 10 px also. So that should, give it a little bit of styling. Let's hit refresh and let's see. Good. So this is how it looks like. But now, what do we want to do? We want this to be in a card. If we come in here, you're gonna see that we have this card class that belongs to a div element. So I'm gonna style this card, and I'm gonna say dot card. What I want to do now is to say, let me give the card its own a border radius. So it's gonna have like a border on its own. So I'm gonna give you a border radius of like 19 px, and I'm gonna give you a padding also. So you're gonna see the spacing around the card. So you're gonna see what is on top of the card basically. Let's say 15 px, and let's align it to the center. So anything that is with it should be, any text within it should be in the center. And let's give it its own background color. And let's say hashtag 151F30, just the one we used before. So now I think this should be good with the styling. Let's see the result and see if we need to add anything. So let me hit refresh. Good. So you can see now that this is the card, right? It has its own border radius. This is the image, it has its own border radius. And the text within that card is centered to the middle. So this is actually what we want to do. Now that we've done all the styling that we need, what I want us to do, or what we're going to do now, is to just add our, JavaScript to it. So we're going to be getting some results from an API. So let me just open page again. So just drag this, be able to open that. So right now what I want us to do is that once we search this, let's say we search something like smile, which is a movie, it should bring out the results of that movie for us with the image and then the title. So for now, this is just a static data, because right now it's just the data that we put right here in our HTML. But we want, let's just close this real quick, but we want this data to be like dynamic, like whenever we search something, that is what you show there. So what we're going to use to do this is an API. So we're going to use this MovieDB API. So what you just need to do, you don't need to read all of this. You just need to make sure that you have an API key from this MovieDB API to move forward. Now for you to have this API key, you need to come to this page right here, right? And then you need to click on this API link. So once you click on this API link, it's going to take you to where you're going to create an account and log in. Once you do that, make sure that you click on this API link, and then it's going to take you to where you can create an API key. So I have created my API key, and this is the API key I have right here. You need this API key to move forward in this tutorial. So once you know that you have this done, we can move forward. So the first thing that I actually want to do before I go into my JavaScript is that right here, I want to make all this old div be inside like a section. So I'm going to have a section element, and I'm going to put all of that in there. Now this is just so that I can group all of this into one section, and when I'm using the JavaScript, you're going to understand later when we are coding it in JavaScript. So I want to give it an ID of, let's say the ID should be section, and I actually want to get rid of all of this. So for now I'm going to comment it out. Now this might look weird for now, but I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. If we come back in here and hit refresh, we're not going to see any data for now. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use JavaScript to dynamically or automatically create all of these tags right here. I'm going to show you in a bit. So if I open this up, you're going to see that we have this script.js. So I'm just going to drag that script.js right here because we need that now. But before we can even use this script.js, we need to link it from our HTML. So to connect your HTML file to this script.js file, you're going to have to use the script element, and it's going to have a source. So you're going to give it a source, and the source should just be script.js. So that is that. And now when any JavaScript you put here will have an effect on this right here. So I'm going to walk you through everything that we're going to do right now. The first thing we're going to do is to create like 6 different constants or variables. So I'm going to have const. I'm going to say API link. And for now, I'm going to leave this blank. I'm going to come back to this. And I'm going to have another constant. And I'm going to say img path. So this is the image path that is going to show, that is going to, specify the path or the link to the image of every movie. And I'm going to have another constant, and let's say search API. Now these are the API. Remember I said we are using that API, right? So this is specifying the link of where we can access that API from, and this is specifying, how are we actually going to search for something and get some response from that API. So now that I have all of that, what I'm going to do is to give you some values. So right here on API link, I'm going to paste in this code, this link actually, and what you just need to do is to type out what I pasted, and I'm going to explain it for you. So right here, I'm going to paste this in here. So as you can see, this is like the link to the movie DB that I talked about, but we're accessing it through its API. So just write everything out the way it is right here with the page and every single thing. The only thing you need to change is your API key. Remember when I showed you how to create an API key from there? Make sure that this key right here is your API key. So this is my API key, but make sure you change it to yours. And for the image part, I'm also going to paste in an image link, and I'm going to show you what this is. So this image part is actually the root part to every single image of the movies. So that is what this is. And then for the search API, I'm also going to paste in the query. So what this does is that if I paste this, it uses the movie DB, right, to search for a movie, and you must change this to your API key also. That's the only thing you need to change. And this query, we are going to add our own query to it. So what I mean by that is that the query that we use is what we're going to add. Like, let's say, for example, if a user searches for like, Black Adam or something else, that is what is going to be put in this query right here. So that is what you need to know. So let's get rid of this. Let's make this double quotes, right? So now that we know that we have all of that, since this is JavaScript, you should add a semicolon at the end of this. And now the next thing I'm going to do is to actually get some elements in this HTML file. So I want to get this whole section. So let me just walk you through what I'm going to do to actually make this work. So what I'm going to do is that when a user searches for something and click enter, we're going to have a function that gets the result of what the user searched, then sends that query to this API, and the API is going to send up some response. So let's say the user searches for like Barbie, right? It's going to send us, let's say, 10 or 20 different responses with the image and the name. So when I get those image and the name, I'm then going to create a div, all of this div tag, right, containing the data of that particular image and name. Right here, you can see that we just have one div tag, but what I want is that depending on how many results, right, that we get, that is the amount of div tag I want to have. So that's why we're going to have to create this div tag from JavaScript. So there's a way JavaScript can create an element for us, and it's basically going to create all of this. I'm actually going to delete all of this later, but for now I'm going to use it to reference when we are creating all this tag in JavaScript. So let's move forward and let me explain. So what we need to do now is to get this. We're going to get this section, right? And then we have to get the form, which is this form right here, so we can actually get from the form we can get the query that the user searched for. So what I'm going to do now, we need this section. So I'm going to say, let me name it main. I'm going to say equals to document dot get element by ID. I'm going to name it section. So we're getting the element by the ID, and the ID is section, right? We're going to do the same thing for the form and search. So we're going to say form search. So we want to get this whole form, right? And if we're getting it by the ID, we need to use the ID of form. And then for the search, since we want to get the actual query, we're going to use the ID of this input, and we're going to say query. So once we have that done, the next thing that I want to do now, we're going to have to create a function named return movies. So let's just say, let's say function, and we're going to say return movies, and we're going to give it a URL. So outside here, I want to have this. And what we're just going to say is we're going to use the fetch. So we're going to fetch from the URL. So then I'm going to say res equals greater than res.json, because we're going to get a JSON response. Then we're also going to say dot then function, and here we're going to say data, right? And right here we're going to open under curly braces, and let's just say console. Let's print out the data in the console. So we can just say data.results. We can use this to debug later. So let's just have that right there. And now what we can just basically do is to say data results. So I'm going to come down in here and I'm going to say right here we actually need to have the semicolon to show that that ends there. So I'm going to say the data that we get dot results dot for each. So we're basically looping through all the elements in the result. So for each element, I'm going to say, let me have it here, element. And then what we want to do is to say, I'm going to create some constants now. So I'm going to show you all of this, why I create all these constants. But for now, let me just say div equals to document dot create element. So I'm creating a new div tag, right, in this my HTML. So as you can see, when we say create element, it's creating a new div element, and we're storing that in this constant name div. So for now, let's just, go through all of this. And what I want to do, I'm going to show you why we use all of this later. But for now, let's make this here. I'm going to do this. And what I need to do is to add this here just to have perfect. And right here, we need to have the closing bracket, and we put that there. So this is everything in this particular function for now, which is working. So what I want to do is up here, I actually want to call these return movies. So up here, I'm going to paste that function. So I want to, call that function up here. And the URL that I'm going to give it is this API link right here. So that's the link that, we want it to fetch from. So now I'm going to explain everything I'm going to do now briefly. So what I want to do is I want to create, a div tag for all of this. So I'm going to create a div tag for the row. I'm going to create a div element for the column for the class. Yeah. I'm also even going to create like an image element. I'm going to create this center element, this h3. I'm going to create everything. And once I create everything, I'm going to show you how I'm going to put this image in the center. I'm going to put this center in this div that has a class of card. So I'm going to show you how we can do that. So what I'm going to do, right here I have div, right? What I'm going to do is to say div card, because that's the first one I want to create right here. The first div card. And I'm going to say document.create element div. So it's just creating a div card element. And the next thing I want to do, let me just actually copy this. I want to create the div row, which is also create element div. And I'm going to create the div colon. And the next thing I want to create is for the image. So I'm going to create an image element. So I'm going to create img. And I'm going to create the title. So the title right here, which is an h3. So we have to say title. And we're going to create an h3 element. And I'm going to create, the last one I'm going to create is, let's see, I think I need to create, this center one right here. Now we're creating every single element just so it doesn't, affect the styling. So I'm going to say, right here, I'm just going to say center, or create element center. Right? Now that should work. Now that I've created all these elements, what I am going to do is that I am now going to start inputting them into each other. So first of all, before I even input anything, what I'm going to do is to say this title, since I know that this title right here is basically showing the movie title, right? And I know that this image that I created right here is meant to show the image of that movie. Then what I can now do is to say title dot inner HTML. So using inner HTML, I'm gonna say, so we're gonna have to use this particular quote. The quote is the one that we use when we are, giving it a value in here in the inner HTML. So this quote. So in there, I'm gonna use the $, and I'm gonna say element dot title. So this element that we, right here, we're looping through every single result and we're giving it this element. So we're saying element dot title. And whenever we get a response from this particular API, it returns the movie name as title, right? So that's why we're using element dot title. And the next thing that we're going to do is to say image dot, so this image. Now when we say inner HTML, it basically says this value. So we're saying this value should be, the title of the movie. But for this image, we're not giving it a value. What we want to set is the attribute, which is src. We want to give that attribute a value. So we're going to say image dot src, right? And we're going to say equals to. Now remember this image path that we created. This shows the path to that image. So we're going to say image path plus. Now we're going to say element dot poster path. Now what this does is that, remember when we did element dot title, I said that's because it returns the movie name as title. And for poster path, it returns the link to that image as poster path. But we need to add that particular link or that particular one that it returns to this. So imagine it returns, let's say it returns something like, 6 days / whatever. Imagine that's the poster path to that URL. We're adding it to this root URL. That is why we do. So I'm just going to get rid of that. That is why we do image path dot element dot poster path. So now that we know that we have that, we basically already have what we need, which is the movie name and the image of the movie. So what I want to do now is, I'm going to say this center that we created, I want to add this image tag under this center, since it is under the center right here. To do this, I'm going to say center that we created dot append child. Now when we say append child, it allows us to add an element under another element. So now if I say append image as a child of center, that is true here because image is actually a child of center. So once I do that, the next thing I want to append, if I come in here, is I want to append this center now to this card, and I want to append this H3 also to this card. So I'm going to append the center element and the title element. So now I'm going to say div card right here dot append child, and the child I want to append is the center, so that should be under that. I'm going to do the same thing, but this time around I also want to append the title. Now the next thing I want to append is now this whole card div. I want to append it to this colon div, and after that I want to append this colon div to this row div. So we're just going to do that. So I'm going to say div colon, I want to append div card as a child. And now I'm going to do it for the last one, and I'm going to say div row, I want to append div colon as a child. So now as you can see, it says we first have div row, which is what we have here, and under it we have colon, under it we have card. You can see under div row we have colon, under colon we have card, under card we have title and center. Look, under card we have title, right, and center, and under center we have the image. As you can see right here, under center we have the image. But now all of this, I want to add it to this section right here, because if I just say add, right, it's just going to add it like anywhere it wants. Or right now, basically what I've done is I created this div and I said we should append all of this, but I've not told you where all of this should actually go. So if I say this div row, right, should go into this section that is already in here, then what it's going to do is that it's going to take all of this and put it in this section. So what I'm just going to do is to say, I think we already got the section using main. So this main right here, I'm just going to say main.append child. And once I append div row as a child, that means all of this goes under this. So div row is now a child, and that is basically what we want. So all of this should be good. And yeah, I think all of this should be working. The next thing that we want to do is to actually create an event listener. So this event listener is going to be like for the form, so that when the form is submitted, we know when it's submitted and we get the value of that form. And then, we call these return movies right here. So what I can just do is to say form.add event listener. So I want to listen on submit. So submit is the one for the form. So whenever the form is submitted, right, say E. And then what we can just do is to say, let's remove all of this and just add this and say E.prevent default. So right here, we're going to stop that. And then we're going to say main.inner HTML equals blank. Now, the reason why we're saying main.inner HTML equals blank is because when someone searches for like a new query, a new movie, we want to remove all the other movies that were there and replace it with the new movie that is searched for. So this allows us to remove all the movies that were initially there. And now we want to replace it. So let's first say, let's get the search item. Goes to search the value, right? So this is actually the actual value that the user input. And this search, remember, is what we got from here, which is the query of this particular, if we come here, of this input. So now that we are getting the value of that search, then we can now state a condition and say if there's actually a search item, like if we actually get a search item, then we want to say, we want to call these return movies. And we're going to call return movies, giving it the search API plus the search item plus this search item that we are passing in here. And after that, we just want to clear up that particular input. So search the value equals clear. So what this is doing is that whenever someone searches and hits enter, we just want to show the result and clear up what was in there. You can add that, you don't need to add that, it's not that important. So we put the semicolon to end that. So as you can see, all of this should be working. Now let's test it and see what we've done to this point. If I hit refresh, now you can see that nothing shows. Let me search, let's say smile and hit enter. Cool, nothing shows still. Now what we need to do is right here, we need to add, let's say, the particular attribute. So what I'm going to do is, because in here you can see that this div card, where's the div card? If we come here, you can see that, for example, the card, this div has a card, has a class of card. So we actually need to set all these attributes for it. So this div card, we already know that it has a class of card. So we can now say div card. We need to set its attribute when we are creating it out here. Say dot set attribute. And we're going to say class. I'm going to say card. So this is what we need. And we're going to keep doing that for basically all of them, because all of them has one or two attributes. So we're going to say colon. And I think the image has two attributes. And the title, yes, it has an attribute also. This center doesn't have an attribute. So now let's check what attribute for row and column. So row basically has a class of row and column has a class of column. So let's copy column. So set a class of column, and for row set a class of row. So div card has a class of card, div row has a class of row, and div column has a class of column. And for the image, we have two different attributes, and the attributes we have are this class. So we need this class, and we actually need an ID for this image also. So let's see, for image, copy the class. So let's say thumbnail. We need an ID for this image, and let's give it an ID of, let's say image. When we give it an ID of image, for the title just has a ID. Come in here. So we didn't create an ID here, but let's give it an ID of title. Now the reason why we're giving all of this ID is because we need to get the values of all of this right. So let's see. So we already have title, we have element.title, we have image. So we're already giving it these values, and the reason why we're giving it all this ID and classes and all these attributes is basically because in our CSS, when we're styling it, we use the attributes to style them. So now that we have all of this done, let's see if there's any changes. So if we, let's say, so as you can see, no result is showing. There's probably some errors in here. So let's see what that is. We scroll down to this function. Let's see. Okay, right here we have two brackets. That should just be one. Let's see if that make any difference. Let's hit refresh. Oh, good. So as you can see, we have some results showing, right? So let me see if I search, let's say smile. That doesn't change the result, so there's still some errors, and this is not the styling that we want. So let's go down and try to fix it. So first of all, for the styling, okay, so you see where we're setting attributes. For here, we're setting the attribute for div card. Right here, we should be setting the attribute for div row. Right here, we should be setting the attribute for div column, but we are setting all the attribute for div card. So that's where the error is coming from. So if we just try to fix that, image, the set attribute, and then title and that. So now if we come back in here and let's just try to refresh this page. Great. So as you can see, the results are showing. So if I search for smile, let's see, the result doesn't change. That means there's an error somewhere. The error can't be here because this is not where that happens. Let's see, form.add event. Okay, so there is a error in the spelling of listener, so there should be E before N, and right here we should have a semicolon. So after all this, our app should be working perfectly. If I come in here now, let me hit refresh, let me search for smile. Great. So as you can see now, we have results on smile. We can scroll down to see different results. As you can see, everything is basically working perfectly. It gives us a bunch of results on the movie Smile. Let's say I search Barbie, right? It gives us lots of results on the movie Barbie. So that is working very well, and this is the basic app that we've built. So let me go through everything that we did. The first thing we did was to style the create all the elements we need in the HTML. Then we came into the CSS and styled it, and then we came into JavaScript and showed you how to get results from the API and use that and show those results on this page. So as you can see, that is working perfectly. And right now we can even get rid of this particular row if we want. So if I come in here and let's say I hit refresh, everything is still showing. And let me explain why we, even without searching, we just have some results. So right here where I ran, so I'm just gonna go back in here. Right here where I ran this return movies URL, and I just use the API link. So what this is doing is that it's just getting all the images, all the movies on the normal page of the MovieDB website. So without searching for anything, without filtering any search, it's just giving you like the latest movies on the site. So that's why we have some results showing here. But then when you search, like I search smile, it then shows some results about what we search. So that is working perfectly and everything is running. So I hope you understood everything that we've done in this tutorial up to this point.
I'm about to show you how to create a backend API that can be used to create movie reviews. An API is a way for two or more computer programs to communicate with each other. In our case, we'll use URL endpoints that can be used to interact with a database. This is more advanced than the beginning JavaScript project, but don't worry if you don't understand everything at first. I recommend following along on your own, and you'll eventually see how everything comes together. So let's create the backend API that we'll use to create, read, update, and delete movie reviews. I'm on replit.com and I'm going to create a new replit. And we're going to create a Node.js replit to write JavaScript for the backend. So I'll just do create REPL. And now I'll just, I could have created the name when I was creating it, but I can also update the name here. So we have the default name, but I can just type in review backend. Okay, and that's a good name. So one good thing about Replit is that you don't really have to do npm install anything, because when you run your code, anything that you've imported, it will automatically install for you. But one thing we're going to do, we're actually going to be using import statements from ES6, and with Node.js, that's not done by default. So we have to go into our package.json. Now, if you're doing this locally, you could do the same thing. Once you initialize your project with npm init, it will create a package.json, but we're doing it automatically is created on Replit. So what I'm going to do is right after main, I'm going to add type input module. This will allow us to use import statements, which I will be talking about more later. And I like how there's two spaces here. Everything's indented twice. Well, let's make that the default. It's currently not the default. So I'm going to go to indent size and go to 2. Okay. Now I am going to open my index.js. And we're going to create the backend server. We're going to separate our main server code from the code that is accessing the database. And all the routes will be in separate files. Now, we could do this all in one file, especially since we're doing a pretty basic app. But when you create a much larger application, you really want to have separation of concerns between your different files. So we're going to use some best practices for how to separate different parts of your code, and that will allow you to see how you can access code from one file in another file. And eventually we will be using index.js, but actually we're going to first create another file called server.js. So click new file, server.js, and I am going to make this a little smaller because we're going to be focusing on the code for now. And in this server file, we're going to create an Express server, attach the cores and express.json middleware, since we'll be sending and receiving JSON, and make the server listen on port 5000. So let me explain a few of those things before I start typing some code here. But we're going to be using Express, which is a fast and lightweight web framework for Node.js, and it makes it easier to make HTTP endpoints that we can use for our web server. And then we're also going to be using CORS. That's the cross-origin resource sharing, which allows AJAX requests to skip the same origin policy and access resources from remote hosts. Basically, it will prevent some errors when we're trying to access our database from a different host as our server. And the CORS package provides an Express middleware that can be used to enable CORS with different options. Now, if a lot of this that doesn't make sense, don't worry about it. Just follow along, and a lot of things will start to make sense as we go. So I said we're going to be using Express, so I'll do import Express from Express. So normally, if you're doing this locally, you would have to do npm. You would have to go, well, let me just show you how you do that locally. In Replit, we have a shell, and I can clear that, and I could do npm install express. And that's how you would do it locally. And I could do it on Replit also, but it's going to automatically install Express when we press this play button to run our program. So we don't need to install it manually. So it's going to be looking for the Express that's been installed, and it's going to install into our node modules directory. That's one great thing about JavaScript, is that there's tons of extra frameworks, and there's tons of frameworks and code that has already been written, and you can just import that code, and then you don't have to write things from scratch. And it makes it much easier to write programs in JavaScript to use code that someone else has already written. So Express is just one of those popular JavaScript packages, or a set of JavaScript code that we can use to make creating our JavaScript program a lot easier. And then we're also going to import cores, like I said. And we'll do from cores, and this is something else that will be installed automatically into our node modules directory when we run our program. And like I said, that helps with the cross-origin resource sharing. If you've done other web development, you'll probably be familiar with that. And if you haven't, you're going to get familiar with it soon. And we're also going to now import a file that we are going to create. So these first two things we're not creating, it'll just be imported. But now we're going to import a file that we're going to create. So we're going to import the file reviews from, well, that's not the name of the file, that's the name of what we're going to export from this file. And the file URL is just api/reviews.route.js. So we are going to have our URL routes separate from our main server file. And now we have to get access to Express const app. That's a variable that we're just going to load Express into. And this is what we'll be using to create our web server. Now we can do app.use. Now this is how we can use middleware. Middleware are just different, basically programs that Express is going to use to change how things work. So we're going to first do cores that we've already imported, and then we're going to do app.use express.json. So what this one is, this will allow our server to accept JSON in the body of a request. So if somebody sends a GET request or POST request to our server, it'll be able to read JSON. So requests are, when you go to a website, that there's a GET request to get the information from the website, or you can do a POST request to send information to the to the URL. And now we'll be able to send and receive JSON because we're using this middleware. It just adds some extra features to our web server that we're creating. Okay, now let's specify some of the initial routes. So the initial routes are basically the URL that you access to get to send and receive information. So we'll do app.use, and then we'll pass in basically the URL. And so it's going to be, we have a root URL, and then it's going to be /API/v1/reviews. Now this is just that we can use any URL here, but this is best practice. When we are creating an API, you often want to specify that it's an API, and then often it's good to have versions of the API, just in case in the future you create a new version. Now this is just like a demo app, so we know there's never going to be a version 2, but it's good to start learning the best practices now. And for this URL, we are going to use the routes from this file. So I'm just going to put a comma here, and then I'll put reviews. Okay, so now we're going to use the routes that we still have to create later, but this is showing that for this URL, we're using that route. Okay, now we're going to create just the backup route. If someone goes to a URL that's not included in what we create in that route file, we'll do app.use, and then if I put asterisk, that just means anything else. And now, instead of loading it from a different file, we'll just put it right here. And we're putting a little function right in the line here. So I'll put REQ, RES, so that's the request and result. And this is something that's just part of Express, the information that it's requesting here. And for the RES, that's the response, not result. The response is going to be res.status, and it will send the 404 code, and then it's going to send some JSON, and it'll say error not found. Now we'll eventually see this appear in a web browser when we go to a specific URL that's not included here. And finally, we talked about how we are going to be connecting different files together. Well, next we are going to export our app as a module, just like this. Export default app. So that app is this app that we created here, that we added all these things to. And this will allow us to import app in the file that accesses the database, which will be the file we'll run to get the server running. So when you want to use code between files, you're usually going to have an export statement at the end to export something from that file to use to import into a different file. So we want to separate our main server code from the database code. So here's our main server code. So let's go back to the index.js. This is where we're going to start making the database code. But for to start working with the database, we need a database. Now, there is a way to use a database that's included in Replit. It has a, where is it here? The database here. But this is a pretty simplified database, which probably would be okay for our purposes, but it's not going to really work in a production environment. So I'm going to show you how to set up MongoDB as our database. We're actually going to use a different the MongoDB Atlas website to set up our database. Now, you can run MongoDB locally, and we could even set up to run MongoDB right in our shell here. But we're going to be using the online version of MongoDB, where it just stores everything in the cloud. It actually simplifies things, and they have a free plan that we can use. Okay, so now I'm over on the MongoDB Atlas website, and you can either create an account or sign in. I'm just going to click sign in here. Now, you may have to figure out some things that when you're creating your account for the first time, it's not going to go to this right away. But at some point, either during the account creation process or after the account creation process, you'll be on your projects page and you'll go to new project. It may go directly into the create a project page when you're creating a new account. So we'll just name the project. I'm going to call this movie reviews. Okay, next. And then we can just go through, we'll just use the default project owner, which is me. Okay, now I'm going to build a database. Now, we have a few different options. I'm going to go with the free option, which will definitely be good enough for our purposes. If you want to specify any of these things here, I'm just going to leave this all default and click Create Cluster. So this will create a free database here. And now I can create a username and password. So I will create a username and password here, and then just click create user. Okay, so the username and password, just so you know, this is just for this database. The username you put here is completely separate from your MongoDB username. It's separate from your Replit username. You can basically use anything here. It's only for the specific database we're creating right now. And then we have to decide how we're going to connect to it. Well, I'm going to do cloud environment because we're connecting from Replit, which is a cloud environment. And then we have to configure enable access from specific IP addresses. Now, since Replit uses, it doesn't always have the same IP address. It could be a variable. We have to make it accessible from any IP address. To do that, we'll just do 0.0.0.0/0. And now we'll be able to access from any IP address. And I'll just click add entry there. And then we'll keep going down and then finish and close. And now we can say go to database. I am going to, I'll just keep that clicked. So now it's creating our database, which is going to take a few minutes to create here. while this is creating, oh, I guess it just already created. It did not take a few minutes. I'll zoom out here so you can kind of see what this this is what the page is more likely to look like to you. So if I go to connect, this is what we're going to get some information here to connect to our database from Replit. So I'm going to go to connect your application here, and then I'm going to make sure I'm on the Node.js. It's the default here, and we have this connection string. Now we're going to need this later. I'm just going to click the copy button to connect. I'm copying this connection string, which is we're going to put into a certain spot on Replit so they can connect to our database. So now let me just go back over to Replit. So before we start typing into anything into our index.js, let's create some environment variables. Because if you remember, we just created a password, and you never want to store a password right in your JavaScript file. You want to store it in an environment variables. Environment variables are things that are not often are not saved. They're harder to access. Any special information like passwords or anything that could change regularly, you may want to put in an environment variable instead of right in your code. And also with environment variables, if you're going to ever put things onto GitHub, you never want to upload passwords or anything onto GitHub. So you want to store that into an environment variable that's only stored in the environment, and then you can still access that what that variable is from your program, but you don't actually have to have the hard-coded password right in your program. So in Replit, there's a special way to deal with environment variables. It would be slightly different if you're working on a local machine, but if you're just doing it locally, you can just kind of look up how you would deal with environment variables locally. But on Replit, we're going to go to secrets, and let me bring this out here. So we're going to create a key. So the key is like the variable name, and then the value would be the value of the variable. So we're going to create one called Mongo username, and then I will put Bo. So this was just the username I created for our database. Add new secret. Now let's do Mongo password. Okay, you have to promise not to tell anybody what this password is. This is just between me and you. It's a complete secret. You cannot share this password with anybody. But I use free code camp. Okay, so I'll add new secret, and now we can now access these in our code. But I'll just close that for now, and let's start creating this file. So first, so in this file, we're going to connect to the database and start the server. So first we'll do import app from, let's see, server.js. That was just the other file we created, server.js, and we exported the app down here, and now we're importing it. So now we can use that code in this file, and we kind of have separation of concerns between what we're trying to do here. So now we'll do import MongoDB from MongoDB. Now this is just a JavaScript library that when we run our code, it'll automatically be imported, and then we can use these special functions that were created, that the people who created MongoDB also created this JavaScript library to make it easier to interact with our MongoDB database from JavaScript. And now we're going to import another thing from a file that we still have to create. So this is going to be called reviews DAO. Now, and it's going to be called, it's going to be from /DAO/reviews DAO.js. Now, DAO here, that stands for Data Access Object. This is basically a common pattern for writing programs that work with databases. So the Data Access Object pattern separates a data resources client interface from its data access mechanisms. It adapts a specific data resources access API to a generic client interface. And so we're following that pattern in how we set up this program. And that's why it's called DAO here. Okay, we've imported everything we need to import. Now we'll create some variables. We're first going to create a Mongo client. This is something that comes right from MongoDB, the MongoDB JavaScript library that was created by MongoDB to make it easier to work with our database. So MongoDB.mongo client. So I've created a variable called Mongo client that we get from this. And now you'll see how we'll be able to use that to connect to our database. Now let's get access to our username and password that we stored in environment variables. So we'll do const Mongo username equals, and then we will do, this is how we get an environment variable, process.env. Now this is actually basically what you would do to access an environment variable on the local machine too. Process.env, and then we will do Mongo underscore username. So remember, that was the name of our one. Now I'm just going to copy this line, and then we'll do Mongo password, and then Mongo password. So now we have access to both of our environment variables in these JavaScript variables. Okay, now this is the last one. This is important. Const, and this is the URI. Now that's what we got here on the MongoDB website, where we copy this right here. This is the URI is the connection string. So I'm going to go back over here, and I am going to put it in a string. I'm going to use, I could put the string, I could use double quotes or single quotes, but I'm going to use the backtick. And using a backtick allows us to do something special. It allows us to access JavaScript variables from inside the string. So we have the username hard-coded right in the string here, but I'm not going to use that variable here. So actually, I'm going to copy that variable, and now I'm going to do $, and then curly braces, and now I can just put that variable here. Now you can see, since this is a different color, it's black, that's how we know that this isn't part of the string. We're actually just inserting that variable into the string. And we can do the same thing with the password. So where it has the angle brackets with the word password, I'll do curly brackets like that. I'm going to copy this and then just paste it right in there. So now we're putting our username and password right in the string, and that will allow us to connect to our database. Okay, we're making one more variable, which is the port. We're basically running our server on a specific port, and the port that we're going to be running on is going to be 8000. So you can, the port number isn't super important. There's just different ones that are common to use for different things. Okay, now we are going to connect to our database. So we'll do Mongo client. Oh, I meant to do Mongo client.connect. And this is just something that comes with the MongoDB JavaScript library. And I will do a parentheses, and we'll start by passing in the URI. And now we're going to pass in some options. Now these options are going to be a JavaScript object. That's why we have the curly braces here, which is going to be a set of key value pairs. And these are just options that the Mongo client is built in to be able to accept. We'll do a max pool size, which is the amount of people that can be connected to at one time. We'll set it at 50, and then we'll do a w timeout.ms, and we'll set that to 2500. That's 2500 milliseconds or 25 seconds. That's how long a connection can be trying to connect before it times out. And the final thing we'll do is use new URL parser and set that to true. Now, that's added because the MongoDB Node.js driver rewrote the tool that it uses to parse MongoDB connection strings, and it put the new parser behind a flag. So you basically always have to set that to true. And so that will end the connection. So we've connected by passing in the URI and then the options. But after we connect, we want to do a dot catch. So this will catch any errors that happened when you're connecting. So whenever you're going to access an external resource like this database, you want to deal with errors. So we're going to do a .catch to catch any errors that could happen, but they may not happen. And I'm going to put in an arrow function. This is a special type of JavaScript function that makes it easier, that just simplifies what a function looks like, and you can put it all in one line and you don't have to name the function. So this is the ERR is what we're passing into the function, and then I put an arrow just like that with the equal sign and angle bracket, and this is the body of the function in these curly braces. So what we'll do if there's an error, we will console.error. Now console.error is similar to console.log, but it just communicates that it's an error. It'll appear right. It'll be a message that'll appear in a console, and it's just like a special type of console.log, and we'll log error.stack. So the error that comes from connection, if there is an error, we'll just log the error stack. And then we will also do process.exit1. That just means we're going to end. This is just like a fancy way of ending the program. We're exiting the process, and the process would be the program that we're running. So after when there's no error, then we can go to the next part, which is a then statement. So first we're going to connect, then we're going to do something. Well, we're going to pass in a function into here. So it's going to be an error function, and it's going to be a special type of function, an async function. An async function is just a function that can run asynchronously, or it can run at the same time as other things. So you don't have to wait for one thing to end before something else happens. Or you can use an async to make sure you wait for something to end before something else happens, which is what we're using it for. So we are going to get the client. So the client is what comes from, we're connecting to the database, and it's going to return a client. So then it's this client variable is coming from the connection to the database, and we're making this into an arrow function. Okay, we're not going to actually use the client just yet. First, we're just going to start the web server so we can just kind of test everything out. So I'm going to do app.listen. So remember the app came from our server up here, and app.listen is how you start the server. So we are going to listen on a specific port number, and so there's two, basically this is a function here, and we're passing in two pieces of information, the port, and then we're passing in a function, and we're going to use an arrow function. So if you use parentheses here, that means we're not passing any data into the arrow function. So we're passing in nothing to this arrow function, and inside the body of the arrow function, we are going to just log some information, console.log, and we will just log listening on port, and then just the port number, port. Okay, it's actually almost time to test out our server, but we also need to get a route. So if you remember back over on our other file, our server.js, we have this reviews route. So we need to create a route before we can test out the server. Now we're going to make it as simple as possible to test it out, and then we'll make it a little more complicated. So I'm going to create a new directory. Now you don't have to, but it helps to keep your code organized. And this directory is called API. So all the code for API will be in this directory. First, we will create the reviews.route.js. So reviews.route.js. Let me make this over a little bit here. And so to create our route, we'll first import Express from Express. Then we will create our router, const router. So this will, when people go to our URL, this will route the request to different parts of our application. So express.router is just part of the Express that helps us make our web server. And now we'll do router.route, and then we can pass in. So slash just means the base route. And we'll do .get. And then you always, when you're creating a route, you always have the request and the result. And this is going to be a little arrow function here. And the result.send, we're going to send this result to whoever is requesting that route. And it's just going to say, hello world. Let me close that so it can be all in one line there. And then I will just do export default router. So it can be, we import the route in our other file. Okay, I think it's time to test out. Let's try this. So when we press run, it's going to run index.js, where it's going to get access to our database, but we're not actually going to do anything to our database quite yet. But when we do app.listen here, after connecting to our database, it's going to run this. It's going to run our app when we have, we're using this route. And so this is kind of our base URL, which I'm going to copy right there. And then it's going to put this at the end of our base route. And then if you go to that URL, it's going to do hello world. So let's test that out. I just press run. And so the first time you run, it's going to have to install everything. So it's doing npm install cores, express, MongoDB. See, we imported all of these libraries, cores, express, and MongoDB. And so we're basically just waiting for it to finish. But you can see we import express here, we import cores, and let's see, we already have an error. It cannot find a module. And because this is one we haven't actually finished creating the reviews DAO, reviews DAO. So if we go back over to our index.js, let's just, we're not using it yet. So let me just comment that out with, the 2 slashes will comment, or what I just did, you can do command or control and then press slash and it'll automatically make into a comment. You can actually do that for multiple. So if I highlight everything, I do command or control slash, and then I can kind of turn off it and on a comment. So we're not creating that yet. So let's try running this again. And then here, oh, I somehow didn't end up with that still being a comment. So comment that out, now run it. Okay, so it's opening up our web view, error not found. Well, that's coming directly from our server here. If you go to a URL that hasn't been specified, it's going to say error not found. Now let's see what happens if we go to a URL that is specified. Another thing I want to show you is that you don't have to use this little web view right here. So this web view actually only lets you go to the root URL. But since I'm going to copy this, now I'm just going to go open this up in a new tab. And you can see it's saying error not found, just like before. But now I'm going to get this to add to the end here. And I'm going to add that to the end of the URL. And it says, hello world. So when we go to the URL, it says hello world, and it's coming right from our route. The route that we created here, it's sending hello world when we go to the root URL and then just add slash at the end, and it works. So whenever you go to a URL in a web browser, it's almost always doing a GET request. But as you may know, there's other types of requests like post, put, and delete requests, which we will be using as we continue here. Okay, so let's update this. So this is just a sample to see how you can go to a specific route. And here we just put it right in that file. But we are going to put what's returned in, or what happens when you go to that route in a different file. So right now, what happens when you go to that GET request route, it shows right here. But we're going to try to separate that out. So we have our route file, and then we're going to have our controller file. And we're going to access our controller file to tell what we're going to do when we go to the different routes. So I'm going to import another file here. So import reviews controller from, and we'll do reviews controller.js. Okay, so we have to create that file, but before we create the file, let's use it in this file. So this time I'm just gonna paste in some code here and we'll talk about it. So now we have a different type of route. So before we just had the slash as the route, but now we have /movie/ID, but it has a colon here. So if you have a colon in your route here, that means this could be anything here, and this becomes a variable called ID. So now we can do movie and then put the movie ID like 5678 or something like that. And then in our review controller, we can get access to whatever ID was put into the URL to do something with that ID. So this is a GET request where we're trying to get information, and see, we can see we're we're using the review, we're calling functions in the reviews controller. We're going to create all these functions to say what happens when we go to that route. So this is the API GET reviews function, where it's going to return all the reviews that are attached to a specific movie. And then here, route/new is when we want to create a new review. So review controller.api post review. We're going to be using it's a post request here, and post requests are usually used when you're creating something new. And then we use a different format here, where now all these routes these are all different HTTP request keywords for the same route. So it's /ID. So here it's the movie ID, but here it's the review ID. It's a different type of ID, and we can get access to the ID. And if it's a GET request, we'll call this function. If it's a PUT request, we'll call this function. If it's a delete request, we'll call this function. So let's create our reviews.controller. So I'm going to go over here and we'll do reviews.controller.js. And you can kind of see what that looks like here. Now I'll close that. We're in our reviews controller. Okay, this time I'm just going to paste in some code to make it a lot faster, then we'll review it. Now, it's going to look pretty complicated. It's more complicated than our last JavaScript project, but just stay with me and I'll explain how it all works. So let's go back to the top. So first we are going to import our reviews DAO. Now this is what we're going to use to actually access the database, to actually make changes to the database. And we'll be creating that next. So basically this file is all about getting information from that was sent to the route and sending it to the reviews DAO. So the controller is just getting information from the route and then doing something with that information. And what it's doing with that information is sending it to the reviews DAO, which will actually access the database, and then it's going to get information back from the database. So let's look what we're doing here. So we're going to be exporting default class reviews controller. So this just means we've had exports on all of our files so far. So since we're exporting the reviews controller, that means we can import it in other places. And this time we are creating a class. So a class is something, a class is used in JavaScript to have multiple functions. So we're going to create a few different functions in our review controller that we can then call in our routes file. So here's the first function here. It's a static function because you can call it directly from the reviews controller. If it wasn't static, we would have to create an instance of a reviews controller, which we're not going to talk about right now in this section. But since it's static, we don't have to create an instance. Now, since it's async, we can then use a wait to wait for things to happen. And so the name of it is API post review. So if we go back over to our routes file, we can see it's this one right here, reviews controller.api post review. So we're creating that right here. That's what we're creating. So this information is actually just coming right from Express. The main things we need to look at are the request information and the response. So here we're going in the request is going to have a body. So a body of the request, that's going to be some JSON that's submitted with the URL request, the HTTP request, and it's going to have some information. It's going to have the movie ID that we're connecting the review to. It's going to have the review, the actual text of the review, and the user. So the user that's creating the review. So, and right now we can see that we're doing a try catch. So we're going to try to do all these things, and it's going to try to do all these things. And if there's an error, it will catch the error and it will respond. So right now we're just trying all these things. And if there's no error, then it never it never catches the error. So first we get access to these variables, the movie ID, the review, and the user. And now this is where we add the review. So we're creating a variable called review response, and we're awaiting the result of this, which we have to create this. So the reviews DAO.add review, we're throwing in all the different information, and then we are responding the res.json. Remember, before we respond with hello world, now we're responding with a JSON that says static success. And if we go down, a lot of these things are pretty similar. So there are some things different. So now here was all that rec.body. Now we're doing rec.params. If you do rec.params, then let's go back to the route file. That's where we get this right here. This is a param. So a body is actually some JSON that you include, but the params, you can get it right from the URL. There's just different ways of getting information. So we got it's either we're going to either get the ID or it's just going to be an empty object. And then we are going to get the review. We're passing in the ID that we want the review. And if there is no review, then we respond with not found, and then we just return from the function. But if we haven't returned from the function, then we'll respond with the review. We'll give back JSON of the review that we're trying to get based on the ID. And then you can see that we can also log an error. And then here to update the review, well, first we have to get access to the review ID. This is from rec.params, but the actual review and the user are from the body. Now, when we test this out, you'll see exactly how this works, how you can give data with a parameter and how you can give data in the body when we're testing this out later. So then we're going to update the review, use DAO.update review. This is a function we still have to create. We pass in the information, the review ID of the user and the review. And then if there could be an error, or there could be basically these are just two ways there could be an error. So this is one way there could be an error. This is another way it can be an error. Basically, if nothing was modified, so there's going to be a response here that's coming directly from MongoDB. There's going to be a response from MongoDB. And if the modified count equals 0, that means nothing was changed. And then we'll create an error, throw new error. This is creating a new error, unable to update review. So if there's not an error, then we come down here where we respond with the JSON success. And if we did throw an error, if this error happened, then that error is going to get to this catch block here, which is going to just respond saying what the error is. Okay, then the next few are pretty similar. Delete review. Here we only need an ID. We're getting the ID parameter, and then we are awaiting calling reviews DAO.delete review. We're passing in the ID, and it's either going to be successful or there's going to be an error. And then the final one, get reviews. So this is slightly different because we're getting a list of all reviews for a specific movie. And so the ID here is not the review ID, but is the movie ID. And this we're going to be calling the reviews.getMovies ID. And if there's no reviews, then we'll say not found, or else we're going to respond with the reviews. So, or there could be another error that we'll then log here. Okay, so now let's create our final file. Now we already referenced the file here. And since we referenced it, let's use the file before. So we put it in here, but we haven't actually used it in our index.js. So basically the reviews DAO is where we're actually interacting with the database, but we connect to the database in index.js. So we have to somehow send the database connection to the reviews DAO, which we'll do down here. So right before we start listening, we're going to basically connect this together. So await reviews DAO dot inject db. Now this is a function we have to create that we'll see in just a second. So we're going to inject the client. Basically, this is just a way to send our database connection to the reviews DAO that which then we can use to access the database. So let's actually create that now. We can see that it's /DAO/reviews-DAO.js. So I'm going to create that now. I will create a new folder called DAO, and then I will create a new file called, you can see I just pasted that in there. Oh, there it goes, reviews-DAO.js. Okay, we're now going to see how to actually connect to the database. We actually haven't yet connected to MongoDB yet, and this is where it all happens. So again, I'm going to paste in some code, and then we're going to talk about it. Well, first we're going to import MongoDB. That's important because we are using the MongoDB JavaScript library to access MongoDB. Now, from MongoDB, we're going to get access to object ID. Basically, we're going to be sending and receiving text and integers from our backend to our database. But our database can't, when we're actually searching for a record in our database by its ID, we can't just search by a integer or a string. We have to actually search by a specific data type called object ID, which is different than a string or integer. So we're going to convert our string or integer into an object ID when we send the ID to the database, so the database will be able to correctly look up a record. You'll see how that works in just a minute here. So first we're going to create reviews. Now it says let reviews. That means we're creating a variable called reviews that we haven't put into where we've created the variable, but we have not assigned the variable to anything. But this is where we're going to assign basically our connection to the database. So remember we called the inject DB function. Well, first of all, we can see that we're exporting this class reviews DAO, so we can do reviews DAO.inject DB because it's a static. That means we don't have to instantiate the class before we call the function. So we are getting a connection. That's the connection that we got in the other file. And if there's already, it says if reviews return. That means if there's already a database connection, don't do anything. But if there's not the database connection, we're going to try this. So this is a try catch block. So first we're going to try this. If there's an error, we do what's next. So this is specifically right from the MongoDB JavaScript library. So we're going to wait for the database connection. So here's the connection that we got from the other file, and then we're going to first get the DB, the database called reviews, and then we're going to get the collection called reviews. Now, MongoDB database has like on the top level, you have your database, and you can have multiple collections in the database. Now, it's not we could name these anything we want, but since all of this is just reviews, I just named the database reviews and the collection reviews. But you can just change this to be anything you want. So you may have like this could be movies, and then you could have multiple collections. There could be a reviews collection. You could have the movie information collection. You could have the movie posters collection. So you could have a bunch of collections, and a collection is basically what you would think of as a database. So it's like a bunch of smaller databases within the overarching database. You'll see what I mean later once we actually see what this looks like on MongoDB Atlas. So basically, we're getting access to our database. Okay, so now the rest of the functions here are all doing something with the database. So we can add review, and so all these functions are functions that we already called in our other file. So if we just go back over there really quick, so for instance, we have our add review, where it just passed in the movie ID, a user, and a review. So we go back here, we are now going to receive the movie ID, user, and review. So first we're going to create our document. This is basically our database entry, and it's going to be a JavaScript object with the movie ID. So these are the key value. Now, we are now going to return from this function what happens when we await this to happen. So reviews, that's our database, insert one. Insert one is a MongoDB command, and it's how you insert a document into the database. And we're inserting review doc. So that's pretty simple. And then we can catch if there's an error. We'll say unable to post review, it'll list the error, and then it's going to return the error. Okay, now to get a review, instead of inserting one, we're going to find one. And if you're going to find a document in a MongoDB database, you have to find it, you have to say what you're going to be searching for the document by. It's very common to search by the ID. By default, there's a single, every ID is different. So, and these IDs are created automatically. So when we created our document, the movie ID is not the ID. The ID was created automatically when we created the document. So if we know the ID, we can now search by the ID. Now, review ID, this is coming in as it's probably coming in as a string, but we're using object ID, that's from here, to convert the string to an object ID that we can then use we can find the ID that has the object ID of the ID that we passed in. And if there's an error, we catch the error. And then same with update review. We pass in the review ID, the user, and the review. And we don't need this console.log. This is a test thing I was doing earlier. So now we can update one. So we basically have insert one, find one, update one. And when you're updating one, it's like a combination of a find and basically creating then putting the information. So we're passing in two things. So first is the object, which says what we're searching for. So we're trying to find the document with that review ID. That's the one we're going to update. And this is how we're going to update it. We are going to set, so you're going to have to, this is just something specific to MongoDB. You're going to have to set a user to be the user and set the review to be the review. And then we can return the response that we get. And then we have the error. And then finally, delete review. So this is just getting an ID, delete one. And this is, we're searching by the object ID to the review ID to find what we're going to delete. And then finally, get movies by ID. So this time we have a movie ID. This isn't an object ID. This is basically just an integer that we're passing in, and again, we don't need this console.log. So we're going to cursor. So this is, well, basically when you find multiple items, it's going to return a cursor. And we're finding every item that has the ID. And you can see we are having this, we're passing in the ID to this parseInt function. So it's going to be a string, but parseInt, this is from JavaScript. ParseInt is a function from JavaScript to convert a string to an integer, which we're then going to pass in to our find command of MongoDB. And we're going to get a cursor, which is basically just a list of all the documents, but it's not in it's not in the format that we want. So we have to convert it to an array. We're going to return cursor.toArray. And then it's going to catch an error. Okay, let's try this out. So I am going to bring here. Let's just press play here. See if we have any errors. No errors so far. So what I'm going to do is go into, so with this here, basically with a web browser, you can only do GET requests. But if you remember on our routes, we have a bunch of other types of requests. We have the post request, put request, delete request. You need something special to be able to do those types of requests. So we're going to use a common command called curl. Now, a lot of computers come with curl built in, and Replit does also. So we can go to the shell, and we can now run some curl commands. So the first thing we're going to try to do is to create a review. Before though, let's go back to MongoDB Atlas. Before we create a review, I'm going to go to Browse Collection. So we're going to browse all the documents in our database. So we can see that for databases, we have 0 databases, 0 collections. So we don't have any information, we don't have any records in our database, but we're about to change that. So I'm going to go back over here, and in my console, I'm going to paste in a curl command. Now, there's a few different ways we could test this API. You cannot really do it with a web browser very easily, because web browsers are mainly dealing with GET requests. But there's some programs such as Postman, or I think it's called Insomnia, you can use to do it more in a graphical way. But most computers have curl, and or at least, or many computers have curl, and Replit has it built in. So I'm going to paste in this curl command, and we can see it spans a few different lines here. So we have curl -x. So this is how we're going to specify what HTTP type of request we're doing. We're doing a post request. And then we have the URL here. So this URL is just coming from up here. And then we have the /API/v1/reviews. That's our base URL, and then /new. That's right here, our /new right here, and we're doing a post request, and now we are going to set the headers of the request. So we're going to set the headers. The content type is going to be application/JSON, and now we're going to set the body of the request. So for the body, we need to set the movie ID, we need to set the user, and we need to set the review. So the user is me, Bo, and the review is just good. And the movie ID is just an integer here. So you can go back, we can actually go into the file where we use that information. In the post review, we're getting the movie ID, the review, and the user, and then we're going to create a movie. So I'm just going to press return. It says success. Okay, there's a few different ways we can test that it actually works, but one way is to go right back over here, and now I'm going to click refresh. You can see it's now showing the information in our database, and we have the movie ID 12, user Bo, and review good, and we have it created an object ID. So it automatically creates an object ID. Like I said, every ID is different. Well, I'm going to actually we're going to actually use the object ID, but first let's go back over here. So let me just clear this again, and we'll make it so you can see more of the console. So let's see if we can get that document that we just created. Well, let's create a few more documents and then we'll try to get them. So I'm going to do a curl. We'll do same movie ID. We'll do movie ID 12. We'll do for the user. We'll do Quincy for the review. Quincy did not like that movie. Bad movie. That was his review. Okay, let's add one more. And this time we'll do a different movie ID. We'll do movie ID 13. I don't know how this changed. Review. Wait. Name. No. User. So movie ID 13. User. This time we'll go back to Bo. Sometimes the Replit console does some weird things. When you kind of move it back and forth to update. Let's see. Movie ID 12, user Quincy. Oh yeah, see, this number kind of got in there. Okay, user Bo and review. Will be awesome. Okay, let me just see if I messed anything up with how everything was changing here. I think that's what we want. Oh, except I wanted a different movie ID. Okay. Okay, now let's just check back in here what they look like. So I'm refreshing in here. And we got the first one, the movie 12, Bo and Quincy, and then we have another one, movie 13. Awesome. Okay, now what I'm going to do is go back over here, and now I'm going to make a GET request. So let me clear that, and we'll do curl x get, and I'll show you how we can actually just make this instead of just pasting it all in. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to put slash API / v1 / reviews, and this is just going to be a GET request, but I'm going to put the object ID of the review at the end of this. So I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to copy this ID. I'm going to see if I can get access to this specific URL. So I'm just going to copy that string and put that in there and return. Okay, we got it. Look, movie ID 12, user Bo, and the review is good. Okay, now let's see if we can get the reviews for all the reviews for movie 12. So I'm going to clear that, and I'm just going to, this is going to be a GET request, but if remember how you do that, we're going to do review / movie / 12. And now we've returned 2 reviews. So we have user Bo, review good, user Quincy, review bad movie. So we just returned all the reviews for movie 12, which was 2 different reviews. Okay, now let's see how we can change a review. So to change a review, I'm going to do curl x put, and then I'm going to put the URL. I'm actually going to I'm going to copy most of this, but we have to put the ID. So I can get the ID from right here. And now I'm going to create this header, and I'm going to set the user to Bo, which already was, but I could change the username, but I'm going to leave it the same. And then now the review is going to be horrible. So it used to be good, now it's going to be horrible. Okay, now I'm going to go back to where we get all the reviews really quick. And this is something with Replit. This is not the command. Somehow it knew the correct command, but it didn't display the correct command. It was supposed to look like this, and I just pressed up a few times to get back to the command, but it still was able to. I pressed up the correct amount of times to get to that command, and it did run that command, but for some reason it didn't look like that command in the shell. That's okay. It still gave us the correct information. Look, Bo, review is horrible, and Quincy review is bad movie. So it changed to horrible. And we can verify by just going here. I'm going to refresh, says good. I'll click this. I thought there was, here's the refresh button here. And now it's horrible. So we've been able to create a review, edit a review, get a single review, get all the reviews for a movie. Now let's just test the delete one. So for delete, I can let me just clear that out. So we'll do curl x delete, and then I'll put the URL, which is just that /API/v1/reviews/ and then I have to get, again, I'm just going to go back and just copy this of the one I want to delete, this object ID. And then I put the object ID at the end. And now it should delete. Let's go back over there and see if the first one, it says Bo Horrible. If I refresh that, it shouldn't be one that says Bo Horrible. See, it starts at Quincy Bad Movie, and there's only 2 objects now. There used to be 3. So it worked. Our API all worked. So the next step is connecting this API with the front end. Okay, the first step in connecting the front end to the back end is to clone the front end. So this is the front end that Tommy made, and I'm just going to go to fork repo, and I'm going to call it HTML front end. That's going to be my version. And now let's let it load. Okay, I'm just going to hit the play button right here to start so we can see what it looks like. You can see if we spread it out, you can see a little more. I can also open this in a new tab. So let me copy that. Okay, this is what it looks like. I can do a search for things, and just how Tommy had it. So let's go back to that's my back end, which we are going to, while I'm on the back end, I did make one change to the back end, which was in the routes or the controllers, the movie ID. Well, we have to parse it as an int because it could come in as a string or an integer, and we have to make sure it's an integer before it gets saved to the database. Okay, let's go back to the front end. So right now, there is no way to see any reviews. It's not made up for any review. So what we want to do is make it so under each movie on here, there'll be a link that goes to the page of reviews. So let's make 2 more pages here, or 2 more files. First, I'll make a file called movie.html, which will be the page that's just about the movie that has all the reviews. And then I'll make another file called movie.js, which will be the JavaScript file. And let me just move that over here. And to start off with, we're going to just go into the index.html. I'm going to copy all this, and then I'm just going to bring it right into the movies.html. And then I'm going to make some changes. I'm not going to have this sample code here, but we are going to end up the review. We're going to load the reviews kind of like the movie, so there'll be a card for each review. But I'll take that off. We don't need this. And what else are we not going to have? Okay, we're not going to need the search because this is just the review. And we want to make sure that when we click the word movie site, it will go back to the index.html. That's the page that Tommy made. And then we want to make sure that instead of script.js, we're going to make it movie.js. So we'll be linking to the other JavaScript file. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now I'm going to go to the script.js. I'm actually going to copy all that too and bring over to movie.js. We're going to have some things are going to be kind of similar. Some of the tabbing got messed up a little here, so let me make sure we get the tabbing how we want it. So if I select everything, and if I press Shift Tab, it goes back one, or if I do Shift, or if I just do Tab, it goes forward one. So what we're going to do is change. We don't need these two links, but we still need an API link. But now instead of using the MovieDB API link, we're using the API that we created on the back end. So I'm going to go back to my backend code, and we just need to get, so this is the URL. If you're following along, it could be different depending on what your URL is. We go back here, and I'll just paste in this URL. And then remember, we have the other part of the URL, which is just, what is it? API v1 / reviews /. Okay, and we took off the search and the form, so we don't need that. And then we're going to delete this because we don't have that anymore. And now we're going to make some additional changes here. But before we make the additional changes, let's make it so a user can actually get to the movie page. So I'm going to go to the script.js. Remember, this is for our main root site, the one that Tommy made, and I'm going to make some changes so we can add a link here. So what we're going to do on this section right here, where we update the inner HTML of the title, we can, since it's inner HTML, we can just add additional HTML. It just doesn't just have to be a title. We can actually put any HTML in these backticks. So what I'm going to do is add a link to the review page in this HTML. So first of all, I'm going to put a BR, which means a break, a line break. So we'll go to the next line, and then we'll do a href. That's an anchor tag or a link, and we just have to put the URL. So this case is just going to be movie.html. But we're not just going to only put movie.html. We're going to put some query parameters. We want to pass some information from the index.html to movie.html. And there's a few different ways to pass information between pages, but one of the easier ones is just to use query parameters in the URL. So you've probably seen this before. You do the movie.html, and we put a question mark to say that we're just about to put some query parameters, which are just basically key value pairs. So first we're going to pass in the ID, the movie ID of the movie that the person is clicking on. So we want to make sure it loads the reviews for the right movie based on the movie ID. So I'll do ID equals, and then I have to get the movie ID. Basically, we can use this exact same way that we got the title to get the ID. So I'm just going to copy that and element.title, but instead of element.title, it's going to be element.id. And then we can just put an ampersand or an and symbol to do another query parameter. And it's going to follow this same format of the ID, but instead of ID, it's going to be title. We're going to just pass in the movie title, and then we'll put title. And then we have to, so this is we're still in this anchor tag, or the link element. So I'm going to put what the link is going to say. It's going to just say reviews. And then I'll put the closing tag just like that. Okay, so now I am going to just run that, and let's just test that so far. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the page. I'll refresh here. Now we can see it says reviews. Now it is kind of hard to read with the blue like that, and you could go in and change the CSS. I'm not going to focus so much on changing the CSS and styling, but that's something that you can do on your own if you want to make it look a little better. So if I just go right into this one, it doesn't show anything because we haven't loaded anything on the page yet, but we can see it definitely did load the page. And we go back and see the URL bar, we can see that it's saying movie.html, we have ID, then we have the title, and then it because there's spaces, to put a space in a URL, you can't just put a space in URL, so it put the %20 to represent the space. Okay, let's go back over to our file, and now we're basically done with our updates to the root, the script.js and the index.html. Let's go back to movie.js. So I'm not going to type in everything here. Sometimes I'm going to paste some things in here. And so this is going to get information from our URL. So right here, when we do a const URL, we're making a variable called URL, and we're using new URL. This is a way to basically make a URL object from the actual URL. So this is just something built into the browser, built into JavaScript. If you do location.href, it'll be a string based on the URL that the person is at. And we can create a URL object like that. And once we have a URL object, we can access different parts of the URL. Specifically, we're trying to get the search params. So the query parameters, we're getting the one that has the key of ID and putting the value into movie ID, and then the key of title and putting the value into movie title. So we got that, we were able to pass that information into this next page. Since we have the title, we're actually going to put in the movie title onto the page. So we already have access to the main element. I'm just going to copy that and paste that in. And now we're going to get access to the title element. If you remember, we actually don't even have a title element, so we have to create that. So let's go over to movie.html, and then I am going to just put in some code here, reviews for movie title. Now H1, if you remember, it has a dark background, and right now H1s are colored black. So let me go to the style.css, and I'm just going to, in the body, I'm just going to put color white. So now all the text color is refers to text color. So we already have the H3s are white. Now we have all the text being white, which makes sense because we have a dark background. And now we don't even need that one anymore because everything's going to be white. So let's just see what that looks like so far. First of all, let me just make sure everything is correct. Oh, before we see what it looks like, let's load the title into that title element that we just created. So that's just going to be like this. It's what you've already learned about. Title.innerText is going to be title. Oh, before you may have actually learned about inner HTML. I think that's the inner HTML, you can put basically any HTML. Inner text is just going to focus only on changing the text. It's generally safer to use inner text because you won't accidentally put some HTML that's going to just mess up everything. So if you can use inner text, but then use inner HTML if you need to. So let's just play that or run that. Basically just reload it. And then I'm going to just refresh over here. And now look, we're getting reviews for Jeepers Creepers Reborn. If I click movie site, I can go to any of these. So how about Black Adam? Reviews for Black Adam. It's kind of over onto the side here. So we could go up and change the CSS so it's kind of centered. I'm going to leave that as something for you to do on your own. But you can see whatever we click on, it's going to put the movie title right in there. Let's go to Pinocchio. Reviews for Pinocchio. So now let's make it so the reviews actually show up. It doesn't actually show up as any reviews there. So we're going to change this. So it says return movies. We actually want this to be return reviews. So I just did Command or Control D to select multiple text pieces at the same time. And then I can just say return reviews, and I can change them both at the same time. So then you only have to type it once, and it types it, we have multiple cursors to type those on. So we're going to go to the URL. But we are going to have to change something, because if we go up here, we see the URL is this, which is /reviews. And if you remember from our backend, here's our backend here. The route we actually want to go to has /movies/ID at the end. So we are going to keep the base URL, but now I'm going to say plus movie / and then plus, and then I'm going to put movie ID, which is what we got directly from the query parameter. Okay, now we're going to go to this newer URL. We're going to get the data, and this time we don't need data.results. Different APIs work differently. So in the API for the movie page, we did have to do .results, but with the API we created, it just gives the data directly. So I'm going to do Command or Control D to select every time it says data.results and just get rid of .results. It's just going to be data. And we can keep this console.log here to see if anything is important. Now here, in programming, there's just a bunch of ways to do everything. So you already learned this method, but I'm going to show you now another method. So we already talked about how with .inner HTML, you can basically put a lot of HTML. So that's what I'm going to do. Instead of creating a div, basically the card div, the row div, the column div, all like this, I'm just going to create it as HTML. Now, there's definitely reasons to do it either way, and it just depends on your use case. So it's really good to know both ways of doing it. So I just want to teach you a new way that you can do it. So this is going to be called div card. I'm going to keep this the same, but I'm actually going to delete all these things, and you'll see soon how we're going to change this. And yeah, all this actually. See, all this, I'm going to show you a different way to do almost all of that. We're not going to do all of it because we're not going to have the image. There's not going to be an image. We're not going to have basically that's the main thing we're not going to have. We're not going to have this center element. So I'm just going to delete all that. And we can see that right now, okay, we're only going to append that card. But first we have to update the card. So right now we've created that element and then it gets appended here. Oh, and actually no, we don't even need to do that because we're just going to append this onto main, div card. So I'm just going to do div card.inner HTML, and now I'm just going to put in the actual direct HTML instead of making everything individually like that. I'm just going to paste it in here and then we'll go over it. So you can see the HTML format is very similar to before. We create the div with class row, we create the div with class column, we create the div with class card, and now it's going to be a little different because remember, we're doing reviews now, not movies. So let me show you what we're going to do here. If I close that here, we can see that I'm going to add an ID that gets the review ID. The review ID is coming directly from our API because, oh, actually, this needs to be changed to review. It's not element because we're getting the data from our API, and the data is basically an array of a lot of different review elements. But since we're doing for each, we're doing something for each review in the returned data. And each review is going to have an ID, it's going to have a review property and a user property. And we saw all that when we were talking about the backend. So we're going to create an ID for this card element based on the review ID. The main reason is because we want it to be basically a unique ID that we can then refer to later, so we can get access to this specific element later. And we know that the review ID is going to be unique, so that's why we're setting that as the ID. So now we are going to create a few paragraphs. So we have 3 paragraph tags. The first paragraph is going to contain the review. So strong, the strong element just makes it bold. So this is going to be bold, and you can see right here the review. We just put in the review that we got from the backend database. And then we get the user that we get from the backend database. And then, now this is where it gets trickier here. This part right here. So there's a few different components. Basically, on the screen, it's just going to look like 2 emojis. It's just going to look like a pencil emoji and a trash can emoji. But this is what we're doing. We're creating it as a link, but it's not going to go anywhere. That's what this pound sign or hash mark means. We're not going to a specific URL because we're going to put an onClick property. So when this element is clicked, which in this case is just this pencil element, it's going to call the edit review function, which we still have to create. And it's going to pass in 3 pieces of information to the edit review function. First, it's going to pass in the review ID, then it's going to pass in the review, and then it's going to pass in the user. And you can see we have these single quotes around each one because it's going to pass in each of those pieces of information as a string. Okay, so then that's when you click on this little pencil, it's going to call the edit review function, passing in the information. Or you can click on the trash can, where it's going to call the delete review function, only passing in the ID. And so then it's going to append, so that for each review, it's going to put this, and it's going to then append it to the main element. Okay, so let's just test it out so far. I can press that button to load it, and I'm just refresh, and now I think I already put some reviews in this one. So let's click here and see if they show up. Okay, you can see we have the reviews for Jeepers Creepers Reborn. So I did this off camera basically. I added some reviews so they would show up right in there. These are loading right from the database. So if we go over to MongoDB Atlas, we can actually see there's 15 reviews. So we can see some of the ones that I previously added, and you can see some of them don't actually look correct. Like, you see it says null here. When you watch a tutorial, it looks like the person just has it all figured out and just does it really quick. Actually, I went through and tried to figure everything out before I started recording, and there were some things that it took me a while to figure out. It was saving for a while. I had something wrong, so it wouldn't save the movie ID correctly, wouldn't send it correctly, and then I had it so it would save it as a string. That's why it has the quotation marks on either side, and that's why I showed you earlier about how I went back in to the backend code to make it do the parse int, to switch it to an integer. So if we go down here, we can see now we're at an integer, and you can see a lot of these reviews here are the reviews we just saw on the page. So let's go back over to that. Okay, so right now we can see these reviews, and if I go here, if I go to a one that doesn't have any reviews, like here, it's not going to show any reviews. There's no reviews on that one. Most of the movies don't have reviews yet. So if it doesn't have a review, it's just going to basically just show like that. And right now, nothing happens when I click these buttons. So it's basically just going to have an error. Or if I open up the developer tools, see, whenever I click here, it's going to say edit review is not defined. Or if I click here, delete review is not defined, because we haven't actually created that yet. Okay, speaking of creating the other functions, I'm going to create the edit review function. I'm just going to paste this in and we'll talk about it. So if you remember, when you call edit review, it brings in these three pieces of information: the review ID, the review, and the user. So we have to accept, in our function, we have to accept the ID, the review, and the user. And you don't need these, but the console.logs for just to make sure everything's working correctly. We'll just get rid of them just so we can see only the important information here. So the first thing we're doing is getting access to the element. So what element? That is, so it's get element by ID, and that's the ID we've passed in. And if you remember, that's this element. This whole div here we created with the ID, which is the review ID. So we're getting access to that whole div because we're going to replace what's in that div. And so we're getting the review, we're creating an ID that we can reuse in a few different places. So we're creating a new ID that we're going to put into our elements in when we update the HTML. So we are going to create a review ID and a user ID. The reason why we're creating an ID by using a word that's always the same plus this ID that's always different is because we want to make unique IDs for every single element, basically for every single review element that's on the page. And then we're just going to update the inner HTML. That means we're going to switch all the inner HTML that's already there. So this is the HTML that's already there, which we're now going to switch with all this. So basically it's going to be very similar, but there are three paragraphs just like before, except each paragraph is taking a few different lines, but the paragraphs are a little different. Now we're using an input box. So you already learned about input boxes. Even on the index.html, there's an input box, but this input box, we are going to have the ID of the input box to be review input ID. And now look what we're doing. We're setting the value to be the review. So when you click the edit button, the review will just switch into an input box that you can then edit, and it's going to start with the value that it already was. So the review is going to be just how it was, but now you can edit it. We're doing the same thing for the user, where we're creating the ID of user input ID and then setting the value of the user. Now you'll see why we have to create these IDs just like this, because we're going to have to reference those specific elements with those specific IDs to get the value from the input box in order to send it over to our backend. So we have this line here where we're now going to, before we had 2 buttons, now it's just 1 button. It's 1 emoji, a disk icon, which just means save. So once you click this little disk icon, it's going to call the save review function. It's going to pass in 3 things: the review input ID, the user input ID. So basically these are just the IDs of these elements. And then this ID is the review ID. That's the review ID that gets passed in here, because if we're going to edit the review, we need to have the review ID. We need to know the ID of the review that we're going to edit. So let's see how that looks. I'm going to run that, or basically reload. And now I'm going to refresh here. And now if I click here, let's see if it works. So it actually just changed into edit boxes. Now, we can't really see that they're edit boxes, mainly because of something in the CSS. So let's go back over and make a just change to the CSS here. I'm going to go into the style.css, and I'm going to take off this all unset. This unset property basically causes all the elements to inherit any inheritable values passed down from the parent element. So that's why the color is not exactly what we would like. So, but we don't want to inherit anything. We're just going to use the normal input box color, which is a white background. And if we're having a white background, we want to make sure the foreground is black and not white. So there we go. So it's not going to look quite as cool as how Tomy had it, but I think it'll work for our purposes. If you want to customize the colors even more, you can. So let me go back over here, and I will refresh, and there we go. So we can see these text boxes. I think this is my favorite movie ever, user Tomy. And you can click save, which that's just going to do nothing. In the console, it show an error because we have not created the save function yet. So I think you know what we're going to do. We're going to create the save function. Okay, here's the save review function that is called right here with the input ID, the review input ID, the user input ID, and the ID. So first we're going to get access to the values of those input boxes. So we do document.getElementById, review input ID dot value. So that's going to get whatever value is here, the value that the person typed in for the review. It may just be the value that was already there. So we're also going to get the user. So we just have to get the element dot value. Okay, now we're going to use fetch. And so I think you've already learned about fetch. Fetch is basically a JavaScript command that allows us to send HTTP requests to a URL and get information back. So I guess, yeah, of course we've done fetch. We've already have it up here. But here it doesn't say the method, the HTTP method, because it just defaults to a GET request. Everything basically defaults to GET request if you don't specify. But now we're going to pass in something else. So first we're passing in the URL. So just to clarify, the URL is the root URL, and you can even see it like popping up on screen what the value of that URL is. And see how it ends with /review/? Then we just put the ID at the end. This is what we created the URL to be in our backend when we are going to be editing a review. So now we can then we're passing in 2 things. First, we're passing in this. Then we're passing in this. So if I put my mouse on here, it highlights that. It also highlights the ending curly brace. So this is the second parameter that we're passing into the fetch function. And you can see this is an object that has a few different key value pairs, including the method we're using put, because that's how we created our API for editing a review, we are using put, and then we pass in the headers. These probably look pretty familiar to when we were using curl to do this earlier. And then we're passing in the body. We just have to do json.stringify. This is a JavaScript command to make a string from an object. And we're passing in this object. And so we have the user and the review. So this is the key, this is the value, which comes from our variable. This is the key, that's the value that comes from our variable. This should look kind of familiar to how we did it in curl. Then, when we are doing a fetch, we can do dot then. Dot then means after we get the data, then we're going to take the result, and we're going to do result.json. We're basically converting it to JSON. Then we're going to get the result of that, and we're going to log the result. And then, finally, we are going to this location.reload. This is just the JavaScript command to reload the URL. We want to reload the website because now there's the edited data, and we want to reload everything with the new data that's been edited. Okay, let's see if it works. So I'm going to run that, and I'm going to manually reload with Command or Control R. Now I will do this one. Good and horrible and test. Well, this is good and horrible and also amazing. And then I'll see if I can change this to a capital B. If I click save, it worked. Good and horrible and also amazing. And if we go over here and refresh MongoDB Atlas, let's see if we can find that one. Good and horrible and also amazing. So we successfully edited or updated our review. Okay, there's two more things. We need to be able to delete a review and create a new review. Let's do the create new review first, and then finally we'll add the ability to delete a review. Now there's a bunch of different ways that we could basically visualize the edit, the delete, the create a new review. We could create a whole new website where you create a new review, but I'm just trying to keep things simple. So see how we'd have these different cards? I'm going to make it so the first card has the little form to create a new review. It's not the prettiest way to do it, but it will get the point across and will show you how to do it. And then you can also always refactor and change things later. So we already have the code for what it's going to look like when you're editing. Well, creating a new review, it's going to look basically the same to editing a review, except this time it won't start with any value in the value here because it'll be a blank value. So what we're going to do, see how we create all the cards for each review? Before we start adding all these review cards up here, after we create the movie title, let's create a card that will allow us to create a new review. Now, this is something we could do right in the HTML file because it's not going to have that much stuff specific to that we need JavaScript for. But just to keep things simple, let's do it just all right in the JavaScript. So you can see what I did here. So we created a new element just like before, just like this here. Now we're going to add the inner HTML just like we did down here. And then we're going to create all this HTML. So like I said, we could just add this to our HTML file, but we'll just do it like this. So it's all together here in the JavaScript file. But you can see we're not using any variables in here. So this is what it looks like if we're using a variable. Since we're not using any variables, that's the way we know that we could do it in the HTML. So we have the row, card, column. It's going to say new review. That's something new. And basically, this is all exactly the same. Even this is exactly the same to the edit. The only thing different is that we're hard coding the IDs. Before we need to make sure we have different IDs because there could be basically an unlimited amount of reviews, and every review needs a different ID. But there's only going to be one box for the new review. So we can hard code the ID of new review, new user, and then when we save the review, this is where it gets different. So we're passing in the new review, that's the ID of here. The new user, that's the ID of here. But if you remember, down here, we pass in one more item. We pass in this ID, this other ID, and then the review ID. That's the third parameter we passed into the save review function. But now there is no review ID because we haven't created a review yet. So we're not only going to pass in 2 parameters. So since we're only passing in 2 parameters, we're going to have to make an update to our save review function. So there's a way, because normally all these parameters, all this information are required. There'll be an error. If we don't pass in 3 things, there will be an error, but not for long, because I'm going to show you how to make something optional. If we put equals, and then I'm just going to put what it equals, we can put a default value. And right now it's just going to default to an empty string. So if you specify a default value like this, then you can pass in an ID and it will take in that information that you passed in, but you don't have to, because now if you don't pass in an ID, it will just set it to whatever the default value is, which in this case is an empty string. Well, since you have to make things should happen differently whether there's an ID or not, because how you create a review is different than how you edit a review. So the way we're going to make it different for creating a new review or editing a review is with an if statement. So if, and then we're just going to do if ID, and then I'll put the curly braces here. So if ID basically just means if it exists. This will evaluate to false. An empty string evaluates to false. But if something was passed in, then it will evaluate to true. If it evaluates to true, we want to do all this. So just cut that, and I'll just paste it right into our if statement, and let me do some tabbing so we can see that it's in this block of code. So here's our if statement, but now we will add an else. So else, if there is no ID that was passed into this function, that means we're creating a new review. So let me just paste in the code here. And it's going to look very similar to our edit. So for edit, we have the root URL, and we have the ID at the end. But for creating a new review, we're going to have our root URL, and it's going to be just /new at the end, which you may remember from creating the API. And instead of a put HTML method, we're using a post method. And then the only other thing that's different is now here we passed in the user and the review. Now we're passing in the user, the review, and the movie ID. Because we need to know what movie ID are we creating the review for if it's a brand new review. And then this is all about the same as before. So then we convert it to JSON, then we log out the results, and then we do location.reload. Okay, let's try this. I'll load this, and now I'm going to refresh, and now we can see a new review here. So I can say, this movie put me to sleep. And then we can put as the user Quincy. And if I hit save, let's see if it works. And it shows up at the end of our list of reviews. So that works. And let's see if we can edit that new review. This movie kept me awake. And then we'll save that. And it saves correctly. So we can even go and add a review. We can go to a whole new movie. I'll put better than the original by 0.5%. Okay. There we go. And now we have a review for the new movie. So some are not going to have a review. Some are going to have a review. But we still can't delete a review. So let's go and make it so we can delete a review. This is actually going to be one of the easiest parts because the function to delete a review is not that long. I'm just going to paste that in. It just looks like that. So we already have it. So you can call the delete review function and it passes in the ID. So we just go to the URL /ID and then we use the delete method. We don't have to put in any other information. We just have to call the delete method and then everything else is basically the same. So let me go here. Okay, we know we have a lot of reviews here, so let me try to delete one. How about this? I'll hit the delete because we don't want that anyway. This was supposed to be movie, not move. Okay, so that's a bad review. Let's just delete that. It's gone. The review is gone. So we can even search for a review. Let's go to hackers, and we have one review here. Before we try to delete, let's create a new review. Don't hack. And then it appears don't hack, which obviously is not in the spirit of this movie. This is called Hacker, so we're definitely deleting this review. Okay, it deletes the review. We did it. We created we connected the front end of our website to our back end. And it can save, update, read, delete all the CRUD operations, and it does it with our MongoDB database.
We've reached the end of the course. Thank you all for watching, and good luck creating your own full stack websites.